Hey everybody, welcome to this new JavaScript course. I'm Ivan Gomez and I will be your instructor. I'm super glad to be joining you on this journey that you're just starting. And if you've been my student before, you know that my courses, they start from the absolute beginning, so you don't need any prior knowledge in JavaScript. All you need is some basic knowledge of HTML and CSS and you're good to go. If you think JavaScript is too complicated, if you've tried to learn it before and you had trouble, I promise you this time is going to be different. We are going to do a lot of real-life examples. There are a few lists of exercises. We are going to do a couple of projects, and by the end of the course, you will be very comfortable with writing code in JavaScript. Before we get started, I need you to download the course material. If you go to the right side of this video, right below the name of this lesson, you will find the zip file to download. Then you can just uncompress it on your desktop to make it easier to access. So I'm gonna do it right now to show you. So this is the file I've just downloaded from Udemy. I'm going to extract to my desktop. Here it is. Now if you want, you can delete the zip file. So just open the folder. And as you can see, we have many HTML files. Just click on any of them. If you're not seeing this Google Chrome icon, I suggest you make Google Chrome the default program for HTML files. You can do it by right-clicking on the file and then choosing Open With. Then go to Choose Another App. Then you can just choose Google Chrome from the list and check this box that says always use this app to open HTML files. Then every time you click these files, they are going to open in Google Chrome. So here it is. This is the written course material, so everything we talk from now on is going to be here. You can come back here if you have any doubt. If you go down, you can see that you have this index where you can easily find all the lessons from the course. You can click on them. I have a lot of coding examples where you can easily copy. So this material is for you. And the best thing about it is not only the written content, but this is also going to be our playground in this course. So if you go to Visual Studio Code and go to Open Folder, then you can open this folder that you just downloaded. So here we have all the HTML files. What we are going to do here is apply JavaScript on these pages. So we are going to use these files not only to study, but we are also going to write a lot of JavaScript code and interact with these pages. If you go down here, you can see that we have a few lists of exercises. So I'm going to click in this list of exercises. As you can see, you are going to do all the exercises here. So this course is going to be 100% dynamic. So now that you downloaded the course material and you have the first lesson open on Google Chrome and all the folder open on Visual Studio Code, we are ready to get started. Don't forget that you have some tools at your disposal to make your learning experience the best possible. So here in the video player, you can turn on and off captions and transcript. These are auto-generated, so they're not 100% accurate, but if you need them, they can be very helpful. If you think I'm going too slow, you can try to increase the speed of the video. You can try it in maybe 1.5 or 1.75. I personally like to watch courses in 1.5. Once you get used to it, it's really easy to understand and you can finish the course way faster. If you think I'm going too fast, on the other hand, you can try maybe 0.75, 0.5. So you have all these speeds to learn at your own pace. If you're going through the course and you see something interesting, you can leave a note and then you can see all your notes here. Something else that is important to say, if you're watching a video and all of a sudden the screen gets a bit blurry, this is because the quality of the video is automatically set. So if this happens to you, you can go here to settings and just force the quality to 720p. Maybe it's going to take a bit more time for the video to load, but you won't get the blurry screen. Last but not least, from time to time, Udemy is going to ask you to leave a review for this course. It's really important to me that you take your time and leave not only a number of stars, but write something. Just tell me what do you like the most about this course and why other students should take it. This is really helpful. This is going to help me reach more students, so I would really appreciate your help on this. So that was all I wanted to say for now. We are ready to start learning JavaScript. So in the next video, we are going to talk what is JavaScript and why we should learn it. We are also going to write our first lines of code. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now it's time to start learning JavaScript for real. And the first thing we need to ask ourselves is why JavaScript? Well, if you're coming from my HTML and CSS course, you know that we can build beautiful websites using these two languages. So this is the project we finished in the last section. This is a beautiful front page of a website. This is hosted online. It's fully responsive. It's loading beautifully on mobile devices and all that. But there's one problem with this page. This is a static page. The only thing the users can do with this is just scrolling up and down and clicking on links. So there's no interaction. With JavaScript, we'll add a layer of interactivity that will make our websites much richer in terms of usability. So I have a few examples here to show you. So here's the front page of Microsoft's website. So as you can see, we can navigate through these photo sliders and then the content changes. We can open and close menus. I have also Apple's website here. So you can create this kind of personalized shopping experience. So if I change the colors, you can see that the photos change as well. So this can make your website not only much more user-friendly, but this can drastically increase conversion. So you can sell much more if you have an interactive website like this. If you go down, we also have a photo slider here. We can also expand and collapse sections like this. So here we have a few questions. So by doing this, we are not overcrowding our page with content, but if I'm interested in reading this question, I can open it and close it. So with JavaScript, we are going to make our websites fully interactive. So how do we use JavaScript in our website? Let's go back to the course material and let's try to run some JavaScript code in this page. So this is the 01 first steps.html. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. So I have it right here. To include JavaScript in this page, we just need to write the code inside script tags. So these tags can be either inside the head element or the body element. So let's start by using it inside the head element. So I'm just going to write a script tag. So this just looks like any other HTML element, but the difference is that instead of writing content inside it, we're going to write JavaScript code. So let's start with the alert comment just to test. So just write alert, open and close parentheses, and end with a semicolon. Don't worry about the syntax. How do we write? Why do we need parentheses? We are going to talk about all this. At the moment, we just want to test writing some JavaScript here. So this comment is going to show a message on our web page. So alert, inside the parentheses, let's open and close quotation marks, and inside it, we can write the message we want. So I'm just going to write testing the alert comment. I'm going to save this. And if I go back to the website and refresh it, you can see that we are already running JavaScript on our page. So this is the message that we sent through the alert comment. Let's click OK, and now our page is going to load. So this is one way of using JavaScript. In some cases, we are going to use it inside the head element, but normally the most recommended thing in most cases is including it inside the body element right before closing it. So let's go to the end of the body element. Here it is. And now right before closing it, so this is the best place to include the script tags. This is because we're going to interact with the elements of our page. So we want the browser to first render the page, generate all the elements so we can interact with them using JavaScript. So this is the best place to put our script tag. However, writing JavaScript inside this HTML file is not the best way of doing this, because then our script is going to grow and this is not going to be very organized. So the best thing is placing our JavaScript code in separate files. So instead of doing this, let's go to the JS folder. Right now it's an empty folder, but we can create a new file here. So I'm going to create a new file called scripts.js. So JS is the extension for JavaScript files. So here it is. And now I'm going to cut this command with Ctrl X. I'm just going to paste it inside this file. And if we go back to the browser, nothing is going to happen yet because we don't have any link to that file yet. So we are still going to use the script tag, but instead of writing scripts inside it, we are just going to use it as a link. So we are going to use the source attribute, so src. And now we are just going to call the file that is inside js/scripts.js. So now we can see that this is still working. So this is how we are going to work from now on. Now going back to Visual Studio Code, if you go to the other files, you will see that I already included a link to this file in all of them, so you don't have to do it again. I just left it undone on the first file so we could do together, but you don't have to worry about this anymore. All the other files we are going to work from now on already have the link, so we are ready to start learning a few more JavaScript commands. I just want to show you one more useful command that you can use. So instead of using the alert, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right after. And instead of using alert, I'm just going to use console.log. So this time, let's write a different message so we can differentiate. So testing the console.log command. So let's save this. Now refreshing the page, we can see the message sent using the alert command. And to see the message sent using the console.log, we can just right click on the page and go to inspect. And then if you go to the console, we can see our message being printed right here. The messages we send to the console are not for the users. The users are never gonna come here. But this is an extremely useful tool to identify mistakes in our code and to understand what our JavaScript code is doing, as you are going to see in the next few lessons. So now that we have JavaScript up and running in our website, we learned two ways of running it: using a script tag directly in the HTML file and using an external .js file. We just tested two commands. We can see that this is working. So now in the next video, we're going to talk about some basic JavaScript syntax. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in the previous video we just wrote a few JavaScript comments and we can see that they're working on our page. Actually, if you open any other HTML page here, you can see that we have the alert comment showing. This is because all of them are linked to the same JS file. This is a bit annoying, but we are going to fix this in a moment. Before we do it, let's talk a little bit about JavaScript syntax. So syntax regards to the rules we need to follow when writing in this language. So the first concept that is important to understand is about statements. Statements are instructions to be executed by the web browser. Every statement should be finished with a semicolon, and our JavaScript code is going to be composed of multiple statements, and these statements are executed in sequential order from top to bottom. So to test this out, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's erase the alert for now. And I'm just going to copy this statement. So as you can see, we are writing a statement, which is an instruction for the browser. I can just write statement 1. And right below, it's going to be statement 2. So we are separating them by semicolons. So when you end a statement, you indicate it with a semicolon. We could write it like this. This is valid, but this is not recommended because your code is going to be very messy. So normally we use one statement per line. So let's save this. Going back to our file and refreshing the page, we can see at the console that first the browser executed the first statement and then the second statement. So who's responsible for executing these statements? Normally, if you've learned other programming languages before, you know that we normally have to install them before we start using them. But with JavaScript, we don't need to use it because who's responsible for executing these statements is the browser. So every web browser has a JavaScript interpreter. If you go down here, I just included a table with the interpreter for the most popular browsers. So Google Chrome uses V8. These interpreters are also called JavaScript engines. So inside Google Chrome, there's something called V8 that interprets our JavaScript statements and executes them. If you want more information, you can just click on these links. Now, moving ahead, like every other programming language, we can use comments in JavaScript. So if we want to write something, maybe so we can remember later, so going back to Visual Studio Code, if I want to explain something about this code, maybe I want to remember this, or maybe I just want to leave a message to another programming that is going to work with me, I can use these double forward slashes, and then the browser is not going to read this. This is a one-line comment. We can see that the next line is not affected. If we want to write multi-line comments, we can just use forward slash asterisk and then end it with asterisk forward slash. So now everything that we write inside here is going to be a comment. So this is a comment. All right, we can erase this. So comments are also useful when we don't want to erase a line of code, but we want it to be ignored for now. So we had this alert that was annoying us a little bit. So let me write it. And now let's say I don't want it to run every time, but I want to leave this code here because maybe I want to use it later. We could just comment the line and then the browser is going to ignore this line. It's actually easier to do it using a shortcut. So the most popular text editors have shortcuts to toggle comments. In Visual Studio Code, If you select one line or maybe multiple lines, you can use Shift-Alt-A, and now we are just commenting more easily. And if we do it again, Shift-Alt-A, it's going to uncomment. If you're having trouble, if this is not working for you, you can just go to Edit and you will find the shortcut for the toggle line comment and toggle block comment. So in this case, I just want to comment out this line, so Shift-Alt-A, and now this is not going to be executed. I can save this, and going back to the browser, refreshing the page, we can see that the browser is ignoring that comment. Now, just one last thing we need to pay attention is that JavaScript is a case-sensitive language. So this means that we have this command which uses the console object, and the name of the method we are executing here is log. If we try to write it like this with a capital C, this is going to return an error because JavaScript does not know any object written like this. The console object is written with lowercase letters. So because of this, we should be very careful with the names of objects, properties, and methods, so we don't make mistakes that will generate errors in our code. Sometimes we just create a variable and then we try to use it. We don't understand why our code is not working. And then after wasting a lot of time, we just realize that we are not writing it with the correct case. So have this in mind, JavaScript is case sensitive. If you pay attention to this, you won't have any problem. So that was all for this lesson. Let's go like this, little by little, step by step. And we're gonna start with a little more complex stuff in the next video. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, welcome back. So far, we wrote a few statements. We talked a little bit about JavaScript syntax, and now we just want to start interacting with the elements of our page. Because to do what I showed you in the first video, opening and closing menus, navigating through photo sliders, expanding and collapsing sections, we're gonna have to be able to select and change HTML elements. So in order to do this, it's important to understand what is the DOM, which stands for Document Object Model. So this is an object created by the web browser as soon as the page is loaded. So this object is going to contain all the nodes of our HTML page, which are the HTML elements. So I'm providing here a simple example. Let's say we have this super simple web page. So we have the head element. Inside the body, we just have an h1 and a link. When the page is loaded by the browser is going to generate this DOM tree. So we can see that at the top of this tree, we have the document object, and then right below it, we have all the elements. So here we have the HTML element, head, body, and everything that's inside these elements. So we are going to be able to select and change any element in our page. Down here, I've included a few more examples of what we can do with the DOM. So add, change, and remove HTML elements, change attributes of HTML elements like the class or the source of an image. So if you think about a photo slider, the way we change the image is just by changing the source of the image. We'll be able to change the CSS, and we're going to react upon page events, which is really cool. So instead of just writing some isolated JavaScript code that runs on page load, we're going to write functions that are going to be executed when the user does something. So if the user clicks the arrow pointing to the right, then we are going to change the image. If the user clicks on the plus icon, we're going to expand that section. So this is what is going to make our page fully interactive. So now that we know what is the DOM, in the next video, we are going to use it to start working with the HTML elements. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to learn how to use the DOM to work with our HTML elements. So to do anything with any HTML element, first we need to find them in the DOM tree and select them. So to select elements, we can do it by their class name, by ID, by tag name like age1, p, and etc. and more. But let's start with the ID, which is the easiest way of doing it. So I've placed an element in the HTML of this file, and it has the ID of blue box. If you want to check it out, you can just go to Visual Studio Code, or you can just use the inspector. So right click, inspect, here it is. You can see that this is the element with the ID of blue box. So going back to the console, let's try to get the text inside this element and send it to the console. And let's also try to change its content. One cool thing is that we don't need to go back and forth to Visual Studio Code anytime we want to test something, because we can do it directly from the console. If you're just testing some commands, if you're just writing them for the first time, you can do it here. Then when you understand how they work, you can go to your JavaScript file and write them. Let's remember that nothing that we write here is going to be saved. So this is just for testing purposes. Alright, so to select this element, the first thing we need to use is the document object. So again, be careful because JavaScript is case sensitive. The document object is written like this with all letters in lowercase. So document is that object at the top of the DOM. So inside it, we have a few methods that we can use. Don't worry about understanding this now about methods, because when we talk about objects, then this is going to be clear. For now, just know that to run methods, we need to use the dot. So document dot. Now the name of the method we are trying to use is get element by ID. So you can see that Google Chrome is helping us out here. You can just press tab to auto-complete it. And now again, we just open and close parentheses. So you can see that this is a common pattern in JavaScript. Let me just enlarge this a little bit. So now inside parentheses and inside quotation marks, we need to pass the ID of the element that we are trying to select. So the ID is blue box, actually with an underscore, like this. Be careful with these letters in caps. So element by ID, they all start with caps. The get is all lowercase. Now that we've selected this element, let's try to get its content using a property called inner. So all lowercase and now HTML all uppercase. If we do this and hit enter, so as you can see, the text inside this box was returned to us when we ran this command. So we selected this element and then we got its inner HTML. So now that we know how to get the content of an HTML element, it's also useful to know how do we change content of an HTML element. So this is going to be really similar. We can just copy all this, but now instead of just getting it, we can use the equal sign and define something that will go inside it. So let me open and close quotation marks. Again, don't worry about all these parentheses, dots, quotation marks. When we start talking about data types in the next few lessons, this is going to be very, very clear. So for now, just follow along. Let's try to change the content of this element. So let's write something like test. And now when we hit enter, we can see that we just changed the content of this element using JavaScript. And we don't have to send just pieces of text. We can also send other HTML elements inside it. So if we, instead of just sending text, we sent something like this. So age1, and here closing the age one. Now let's try again. And now we can see that we have an age one inside it. So now that we know how to do this, let's just copy this command, Ctrl C. Now let's refresh the page. So as you can see, nothing we write here is saved. The page is back to normal. Now let's go back to our file. So let's get the text inside this box, send it to the console, and let's also change the content. So going to the scripts file. Actually, I'm going to leave this comment here. Something that I like doing is adding comments to know which lesson we are at. So we are at lesson 4. Working with the DOM. So you can organize this the way you think it's better for you. I just like doing this. So now let's try to run this command from our file. We can also comment this with Shift-Alt-A, just so it's not executed every time in the console. So now the first thing we want to do with the content of that box is just sending it to the console. That was the first thing that was asked. So console.log. Now inside here, instead of writing a text, we're going to write this full comment. Let's see what happens. Saving this, refreshing the page, we're able to send to the console the content of that element. So now let's try to change it. So after getting it and sending it to the console, now we're going to change it. So let's erase this. Now use the equal sign, and inside quotation marks, let's try sending an age one again, like this, testing. And now, just out of curiosity, let's run this command again at the end, and let's see what happens. So first, it just got the original content and sent it to the console. Then it changed the content inside it. And now we just got the content again and we are sending it to the console. So this seems like a silly example, but this is just the starting point to understand how to work with elements and their content. And like I said, what is the use of sending all these stuff to the console? Well, this is just for testing purposes. By using the console, we can see that this is working. So now we can start applying this on other situations. So before going too crazy and start changing all the HTML elements of our page, there are some basic fundamentals of JavaScript that we need to learn before we move ahead. So if you go to the index, you can see that we are going to talk about variables and data types before we do our first list of exercises. So this is going to be easy, but this is super important so we know what we are doing when we are working with JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next video so we can get started. Hey everyone, in the previous lesson we just learned how to work with HTML elements, how to select elements from the DOM tree. I know it's really tempting to just go crazy on it, try to change all the HTML elements, try to change the CSS and all that, but trust me, we have some important things that we need to learn first. So in this lesson, we are going to talk about variables. Before we get started, you're seeing this error here. This is because we are using the inner HTML from the previous example, and that element does not exist in this page. That element existed in the page of the other lesson we were. Now that this element does not exist, we are going to see this error. So in order to remove this, while we move forward in the course, it's better that we always comment the previous code from the previous lessons so we don't have this kind of error in the console. If you want to make the lesson names more visible, you can do it like this. So now we are just going to start lesson number 5. And we are going to talk about variables. So by doing this, let's go back there, refresh the page, and now the error is gone. All right, so let's talk about variables. Well, first of all, computer programs, they exist to manipulate data. So basically, they receive some input, they process it, and then they show some output. This is what a computer program does. But so far, we haven't seen our websites as computer programs because we only had static pages. If you're coming from my HTML and CSS course, we just had a static page with HTML and CSS. But from now on, if we want our websites to be dynamic and interactive, we need to think of them as computer programs running on the web. So I just placed here a very simple example to show you what I'm talking about. I'm just going to type in my name and I'm going to click confirm. And as you can see, the website is greeting me. So here we are working with data. We just provided some piece of data, our name. Then our program is doing something with it. So our program is getting the name and generating this message. And there's also some logic involved because if I don't type anything and I click confirm, instead of just showing an empty space here, I'm replacing the username by this guest user. So I made some logic here to make this happen. So in order to do this, we are going to need variables. Variables are used to store data so we can use it later. So when I click confirm, I get the name and I store it in a variable so I can use later to form this message. So here's an example of how do we create a variable. So we use the var keyword followed by the name, which is also called the identifier, the equal sign, and then the value we want to assign to this variable. So after doing this, we can then access anytime we want. So let's make a test. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's create a new variable. So var. Let's use the same name, user name, equal sign, and now inside quotation marks, this is going to be clear starting from the next lesson. We are going to talk about data types. So you will understand finally why we are using these quotation marks every time. So I'm just going to type my name. All right. Now I've just created this variable. So this is available anytime I want to use it. So now I'm just going to do console.log. And I'm going to show this variable in the console. Let's see if this is working. Let's save this, go back there, refresh the page, and now we can see that we were able to use this variable. So what's the use of sending this value to the console? Well, actually, this is just a good method of testing because now we know that we were able to create the variable. We know that the value has been correctly assigned to it. So we can now use it to form the greeting message and place it inside that HTML element. So let me copy this example here. So instead of doing console.log, just let me go back to the HTML just a second. We can see that this element that I've placed the message, let me right click here and go to inspect. So here it is. We have the input. And right after we have this element with the ID of user greeting message. So this is where I place the message. Let me test it out. We can see that the message is going to this element. So let's try to get our variable and do the same thing inside here. So copying this, we have document get element by ID. This is the ID of the element we want. So now we are just going to do hello, and then we are going to concatenate. So again, don't worry too much now. Starting from the next lesson, you are going to learn how to concatenate and what we are doing here. For now, you can just copy this code. So we are concatenating this text, hello, putting the username, and then the exclamation mark. Let me end this statement with a semicolon. Save it. And now if we refresh the page, we can see that we were able to create the variable, get its value, and send this value to this element. So this is exactly what I'm doing here. The only difference is that I'm only doing it after pressing the button. I'm not doing it on page load. So I'm using an event, a click event here. And I'm also getting the data not from a variable. I don't have to type the name in the code. I'm just getting what's inside this element, which is an HTML element like any other. So this is a little more advanced, but it's really easy to do. We are going to learn how to do this shortly. So before moving ahead, there are some important things that we have to talk about, and the first one is the rules for naming variables. So variable names can contain letters, numbers, underscores, and dollar signs. Any other symbol is not allowed, like a / or a dash. The only symbols allowed are underscores and dollar signs. One important thing is that variable names can contain numbers, but they can't start with numbers. White spaces are also not allowed. So to see some examples, let's see some valid and some invalid variable names. So here we only have letters, that's okay. Letters again. Here we have the dollar sign, no problem with it. Underscore, fine. Number, everything here is allowed. This one is invalid because although we can use number, the variable name cannot start with a number. So this is an invalid name. This is also an invalid name because we have a dash and we can only use underscore, not dash. This is also invalid because there's a white space here. We can't use white spaces. And the last one is invalid because new is a JavaScript reserved words. I'm going to show you a few more reserved words down here. Just one important note, if you speak a foreign language, avoid using characters that don't exist in English. So, for instance, we have this in Portuguese, in Swedish we have this. This is also Portuguese, this is Russian, Chinese. Don't use those characters on variable names, although they are valid. We should also write universal code so that can be easily maintained by anyone who understands English. That's a rule of thumb. So now talking about keywords, these are used for internal functions and comments. So therefore, we can't use them as variable names. So here we have a few examples. Since we have the var keyword that we use to create a new variable, we cannot use it as a variable name. Same thing goes for function, which we are going to use to create functions. The if is used for conditionals. So these are a few examples of reserved words or keywords, so we can't use them for variable names. If you want the complete list, you can just click on this link. Now next up, I've already mentioned that JavaScript is a case-sensitive language, so always remember this. If you create a variable like this, called username, you cannot call it like this later with a capital U because this is going to return an error. JavaScript is not going to recognize this as a variable. Another thing that's very important that a lot of people forget is that you should always keep your names meaningful and self-explanatory. Good code should be easily understood not only by who wrote it, but also by other people. So think of that when naming variables. So here I'm showing you 3 examples. Let's say we want to get the first and last name of a person. So this is option number 1. I'm using first name and last name for the names of the variable. Option number 2, I'm using name 1, name2, and option 3, I'm using A and B. So those are all valid names, but it should be pretty obvious that the first option is the best one. The second one is acceptable. It's actually name1 and name2, but it's not exactly what it is. What it is first name and last name, so this is perfect. And the third option is really confusing. A person reading this code might not know what this is about. So just to finish this subject, let me just talk quickly about naming convention. Programming languages normally have naming conventions to make the code more easily readable. So JavaScript programmers usually choose the lower camel case style for naming variables. For sure, if you have researched about JavaScript, you might have seen a lot of names written like this. This is called lower camel case. So the first letter is going to be lowercase, then the first letter of each word is going to start with uppercase. So here we have two words. The first word is all lowercase, then the second word starts with a uppercase. Same thing here, same thing here. Now we have three words. We can see the first one starting with lowercase, second word uppercase on the first character, third one, and it goes like this. It's also common to see this kind of pattern for variable names, so using all the letters in lowercase and using underscores to separate words. You should pick the style you feel most comfortable with and just keep consistent. Don't start using camel case and then change for this. Just pick the one that you think it's better and just use it throughout your code. For this course, I'm just going to use lower camel case, which is the one I like the most. Another important thing is that you try to keep the names as short as possible. So using the first name as an example, this would be a better option than first name of the user, which is a bit too long. Alright, so that was all for now. We already know what variables are, we know how to create one, we know the rules for naming them, we know some patterns that are commonly used by JavaScript programmers. So now we are ready to start working with them. In the next video, we're gonna start learning which data types can be assigned to our variables. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in the previous video we learned about variables. We just created our first variables and assigned some values to it. Now we are going to learn which data types can be assigned to our variables. So the most basic ones are strings and numbers. So I don't have to tell you what a number is, but a string is just a piece of text like John or I'm 34 years old or the address of a website. These are all examples of strings, and those are the most common data types. But we also have some very important data types that we are going to talk more about them, like booleans, undefined. We have arrays, objects. Those are all very important. And the cool thing is that this is not only applied to JavaScript. Most programming languages, they have the same data types with some small differences, but it's pretty much the same. So after learning this, it's going to be very, very easy for you to learn other programming languages if you want. So first, how can we know what's the data type of a variable? So let's create one now. Let's say var first name. Let's use John. I'm going to talk about these quotation marks in a minute. Let me just show you something. So I've just created this variable. If we try to access it, we can see that the name is here. It has been correctly assigned to our variable. And now if we use the type of operator with the first name, we can see that the console is returning string. So this is the data type of our first name variable. Now let's try a number. I'm just going to create one called age. I'm going to assign a number. So now I'm not using quotation marks. Now doing the same thing, type of age is returning a number. Now let's talk more in depth about strings. Let me just refresh the page so I can clean this. So we know that the text values are called strings. So we just tried a name of a person. We could type a text, but actually the best definition for a string is a sequence of characters. So any string is just a sequence of characters. The way we identify a string is by using quotation marks. So this is why we've been using it so far. When we send a message to the console, it has to be inside quotation marks because this is a symbol of a string. We can use either double quotation marks like this or single quotation marks. Both are valid. You just have to keep consistent. You can't start with a single and finish with a double. This is going to return an error, but you can choose either one or the other. So here we have a few more examples of strings. So a passport number would be a string. Here we have a phone number. Although this is only number, why are we using strings? This is because we only use numbers when we are likely to use them for calculations. So let's say we have the age of a person. We might use it to get the average age of a group of people. We might use it to increment when the person gets older. We might use it to find their year of birth. So there are many types of calculations that we can do with the age of a person, but there's no calculation we can do with a phone number. So this is okay to store it as a string. We also have the email of a person and a longer text. These are all examples of strings. Now let's see a few operations that we can do with strings. So the first one is going to be concatenation. This is probably the most common thing that we do with strings. I already showed you this in the previous video. So to do this, we just use the plus sign. And how does JavaScript know that it should do concatenation and not a sum? This is because we are using quotation marks. So JavaScript knows that this is a string, and JavaScript knows that the plus sign is used for concatenation with strings. If we had numbers, we would have the sum of the numbers. So if I type something like my first name and then use the plus sign and then just use an empty space and now the plus sign again and my last name, if I do this, the result is going to be a string formed by this concatenation. As you can see in the example, we can also do it inside a variable. So we just assign this value to the variable, and in the end, we will have the full name. Another interesting thing we can do with strings is getting the length and the index. So let's create a new variable here. So var first name equals John. Now we have a string inside this variable. And if we do first name dot length, it's returning 4, which is the number of characters inside this string. So in this sequence of characters, we have 4 characters total, and each of these characters have their own index. So if I do it like first name, and then I use braces like this or brackets, and inside it, I can pass an index. So indexes, they start from 0. So 0 is the first character of a sequence. So this is index 0, this is index 1, index 2, and index 3. We can get each of these characters if we want. So if we do it like this, it's going to return J, which is the first character of this string. So now it seems a bit silly, it seems a bit useless to do this, but trust me, we are going to use this a lot when working with strings. Now just one more thing that I want to show you about strings is string replace. This is also very commonly used. So I'm going to create a variable called URL, and I'm going to use this string, which is the address of a website, Udemy's website. So let's say I have this. This is important with the HTTPS because we can use it for a link, for example, but maybe we don't want to show the full address. If we want to send this address to an element, to a link element, maybe we will send the complete address to the href attribute. So we go to the correct destination, but inside the text of the link, maybe we just want to show it from here. So if you want to remove part of a string, it's really easy to do with the replace method. So I'm going to use my variable, which is a string. Now I'm going to use the replace method. So using a dot to call a method. The name of this method is replace. And the way it works is inside parentheses, first we are going to inform the text we are looking to replace. So in this case is https://. Actually, I'm missing an S here. And now we need to inform what is going to replace this text. So we can use anything we want, like an empty string. So when I press enter, we can see that now we just removed the HTTPS from our string. Those are only a few examples that I wanted to show you. If you want to learn more, you can just click here and go to W3 Schools. You are going to find many string methods you can use in JavaScript. So that was all I wanted to talk about strings for the moment. Like I said, don't worry too much. Let's just do this step by step, little by little. We're going to learn a little bit about each of the data types. Then we are going to have an exercise, and by the end of this, you will see that you will be very comfortable working with the different data types. So I'll see you in the next video so we can start talking about numbers. Hey everyone, welcome back. Continuing with the data types, we are now going to talk more about numbers. Before we get started, I just wanted to say something quickly. I'm just using the console to write the examples, just so it's faster, just so I don't have to go back and forth to Visual Studio Code and then back here. But I encourage you to write all the examples inside the JS file so you have everything there. Of course, anytime you want, you can come back here to the written material and check all the examples again. This is why I made this material. So having said that, let's move on. We know that we can assign numbers to variables. All we need to do is use only numbers and don't use quotation marks. So if we include quotation marks, JavaScript is going to treat this as a string. So like this, JavaScript knows we are working with a number. So we have integers and we also have numbers with decimal places like this. We should always use dot, so never use comma, and we also cannot use thousand separators. So if I have a price variable, so var price, let's say the price is more than 1,000, I can't do it like this. This is going to confuse JavaScript and this is going to return an error. We never use thousand separators, so this is 1,000, this is 10,000. This is how we write numbers, and if you have decimal places, you should use dot. So this is the right way of writing a number. We also have big numbers in JavaScript, so we can represent them with this exponential notation, so we don't have a very long number. This number here means 2 times 10 by the power of 45. So now let's check some calculations that we can do with numbers. So of course we have the basic math operations. When dealing with programs, we're going to do calculations all the time. So we need at least the basic math calculations. So I can have a variable called num1. Actually, I just added an empty space here. So now it's right. So num1. I'm also going to create another variable, num2. And now we can make any kind of calculations we want. So sum is just going to be num1 plus num2. As you can see, we have the calculation done here. We can also do subtraction with a dash, division with a forward slash, and multiplication with an asterisk. Just one thing that you might be asking yourself, why was I using console.log in the code and now I'm not doing this anymore? I'm just typing in the operations directly. If you're in the console here, you can just type it directly like this, but this is not going to work in the JavaScript file. In the JavaScript file, if you want to send anything to the console, you need to write console.log. So moving on, we can also use parentheses to form expressions. So if we want the average of these two numbers, if we just write it like this, so num1 plus num2 divided by 2, this is not going to be correct because following the hierarchy of math operations, it is going to do the division first and then it's going to do the sum. So in order to sum the numbers first, we just enclose them inside parentheses like this, and then we do the division. So now we have the correct average. Let me clear this real quick. And now let's talk about the math object. If we want to go further with calculations, maybe we want more than just the basic math operations, we have a built-in object in JavaScript. It is called math with a capital M. So we can use it to make some more complex stuff like 2 to the power of 4. So how can we do this? We can just type math, and then any method of the math object can be accessed with a dot. When you do this, you have all the lists. So the console brings all the list of methods that we can use with the math object. So if we type pow, so now 2 to the power of 4 is just 2, 4. So now we have the result, which is 16. We can also round numbers. So we can use the round method, and this is going to just round to the nearest integer. So I can do math dot round, and then if I'm trying to round 2.7, it is going to round to 3. If I'm trying to round 2.3, it is going to round to 2. We can also round to the current integer. So math dot floor. It doesn't matter if I have 9 here, it is always going to round to the low integer, and the opposite would be the seal method. So this time it is going to round to the bigger integer. So even if I have 2.2, it's still going to round to 3. Sometimes it's useful to do this. Now we also have the square root, and another very interesting thing we have with the math object, we programmers use this a lot, is the random method. So if you do it like this, we always need parentheses for methods. We're going to talk more about this. Even if we don't pass anything inside, we should always use parentheses to run methods. So now we are calling the random method, and what it does is generating a completely random number between 0 and 1. So if I do this one time, it comes one number. If I do this another time, now it's a different number. Every time we do it, it's going to be a completely different number. So now how can we have a random number between 0 and 100, for example? Well, it's easy. We can just do math.random. Then we multiply it by 100. So the smallest one, which is 0, is going to be 0. And the biggest one, which would be 0.999, is going to be close to 100. So this way we have a random number from 0 to 100. And now if we want to round it, we can just use the math.round. And now every time we run this, we're going to have a random number from 0 to 100. Pretty cool, right? Now, besides the math object, We also have some methods that can be used with the number data type. So one example is the toFixed method. So if I have a number, let me just clear this real quick. I'm going to create a variable called my number equals 3 point something, just like this. And now if I use the round function from the math object, it is just going to round it to 4. I could use the floor or the seal methods, but still it's not exactly what I want, because maybe I just want to round this number to 2 decimal places. So in order to do this, we can call the variable my number. So now it's just a different way of writing it. So we just use the name of the variable and then a dot, and then we can write toFixed, which is the name of this method. And inside here, we just inform the number of decimal places we want. If we don't write anything here, it's just going to round to no decimal places. If we write 2, then it's going to round to 2 decimal places, 3, 4. We can choose anything we want here. So at this point, you might be getting a bit confused, because with the math object, we just wrote it like this. So math.round, and then we place the number inside. So in this example, we would just write it like this. So math.round, and then inside it, we're going to put our variable, so my number. So we would write it like this. And this is a different way of writing it. So my suggestion to you is that you don't worry about this at the moment, because all of these things are going to be learned naturally. You don't have to understand everything. Why this one you write it like this, why this one you write it like that. The intention here is just to get started, getting comfortable with JavaScript, writing code, and then you'll see that you won't have any trouble understanding these things. Alright, so moving on. Now we are going to talk about incremental operators, but this video is getting a bit too long, so I'm going to stop it here, and we're going to continue in the next video. Hey everyone, let's pick up from where we left in the previous video. We were going to start talking about incremental operators. So sometimes we just want to add values to a variable. So as an example, I'm going to create a variable called sales. So sales equals 20, for example. And now let's say I just want to add 5. Let's say I just sold another item and I want to add it to the total sales. So I could write it like this. So sales equals sales, which is now 20. And now I'm going to add 5. So by doing this, we are adding 5 every time we do this. But there's also an easier way of doing this without repeating the name of the variable. So we could write it like sales, then use the incremental operator, which is plus equal, and then 5. And this is going to produce the same result, but this time we didn't have to repeat the name of the variable. But it's essentially the same thing that we wrote here. So the same way, we can also use the minus equal. So now we are decreasing the value of the variable. And one cool thing about this incremental operator is that we can use it with strings. So let me just clear this. If I have a variable called first name, or maybe let's use it like this, name. Now I have my name. Now I can increment this variable by doing like this. So name plus equal. Now I'm going to add an empty space. Now I'm going to do it again. But this time I'm going to add my last name. So we can keep doing this to add something to strings. So I just wanted to show you this. Now let's talk about type conversions. sometimes we will have to do this. So in this example, let's say we received numbers as strings. This is very common. Sometimes we're getting data from external sources and they just come as strings. When we get data from inputs, this is also likely to happen. So when we have this, let me just copy this and paste it at the console like this. So now if I try to do first number plus second number, what's happening here is that we have two strings. So what JavaScript does with the plus sign on strings is concatenation. So we are not making any sum here. We are just getting 21 and concatenating it with 4. These are strings. So in order to make this calculation with these kind of numbers, first we need to convert them. So for that, we can use the parse int or parse float. If you know you have only integer numbers, you can just use the parse int. So repeating the operation, instead of doing directly like this, I'm just going to use the parse int. So applying this to the first number and the same thing for the second number. So parse int. So now we have the correct sum because before doing the calculation, we are converting these strings to numbers. So the opposite is also true. So if you have an year of birth, for example, and this is a number and you just want to concatenate it with a string, you can use the toString method. So again, this is a bit different. This could be a bit confusing. So in the first example, you just write parse int and put the variable name inside. And to do the opposite, you just put the variable first and then dot toString. I know this is confusing. Some people just hate JavaScript because of this, but don't worry about this now. This is just details. To be honest, I don't even memorize all these things. I don't take space on my brain just to memorize that. In case of string to integer, I have to do it like this. When it's the opposite, when it's integer to string, I have to do it like this. Anytime I want to confirm this, I have Google right in front of me, so I can just type JS string to integer and I will have the answer. So don't worry about this. If you know how to search for what you're trying to do, you will always have answers. Now, since we are talking about type conversions, just one thing to pay attention. You should always keep an eye on the type of your variables because many times you won't notice that they are with the wrong types, like this. Maybe we receive the number, we do the calculation, we have an answer here, and we think this is working, but we need to pay attention to see that, oh no, actually this is not the correct sum. So always keep an eye on the types of your variables. Alright, so now we are ready to move on. We're just gonna talk quickly about two data types, so booleans and then no and undefined. And then we would do our first list of exercises where you are going to apply everything you learned so far. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about booleans. This data type is very important not only in JavaScript, but in any programming language. Booleans are behind all the logic of our programs, and they represent the true and false values. So if I create a new variable here called bool, I'm going to assign a value of true to it. And then let me try the type of operator of my variable. And now, as you can see, it's telling us that this variable has a value of the type boolean. So we have true and we also have the false value. Both of them are written like this, without quotation marks and in lowercase. So let's try it again. Let's try to type off again. And we can see that it's also a Boolean. So what's the use of assigning a true or false value to a variable? Actually, not so much, but this is not how we are going to use Booleans. Actually, Boolean values are going to be produced by comparisons. So we are going to compare things. Is this thing the same as this other thing? Is this number higher than this other number? And then these comparisons are going to produce a true or false value. So here we have the comparison operators. So we have greater than, or equal to. Let's try these two to get started. So if I ask JavaScript if instead of comparing two numbers, because maybe that won't make any sense, let's create a variable for the age of a person. So let's say the person is 16. And now maybe we want to ask JavaScript if this person is over 18. So we are going to ask if age is greater than or equal to 18. And now JavaScript is telling us, no, this is false. This person is not over 18. So this is how we are going to produce these values. So now let's say the person is 18. And we do the comparison again. And now it's telling us that this is true. Now we could do the opposite. So instead of asking if the age is greater than 18, I could ask if the age is less than 18. So I could ask, let me just assign it again just to make sure. So now let's try 19. Let's say only people under 18 could participate in a competition or something like this. Maybe we have an inscription page that will only accept people younger than 18. So we could ask, is this age less than 18? Then it's false. So we won't allow the person to do the inscription. Then we also have the equal to operator. So let's say we have those password fields. So let's just create a variable called password. And now let's just try 1, 2, 3, 4, A or something like this. A terrible password, but it's just for this example. Now, let's say we have another field asking for the person to confirm the password. So typing it again. So this is going to be stored in a variable called confirm password. Now this time the person made a mistake and just wrote 1, 2, 3, A. The person forgot to type 4. Now we are going to compare if the passwords match. So we could do like, is password the same as confirm password? And now JavaScript is telling us that no, this is not the same thing. So we can't let the person proceed. Now let's try to change this variable. So now confirm password is going to be the same. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, A. Now doing the comparison again, this is true, so we can go ahead. When dealing with comparisons, there's also the identical operator, which could be useful sometimes because if you try to do like 4 as a string, and if you ask JavaScript if this is the same as 4, it is going to tell us that this is true. But depending on the situation, this is not exactly true because 4 as a number is not the same as 4 as a string. This could be like part of a phone number, while this is a real number. So when we use the identical operator, this is only going to return true if both value and type are the same. So if we try to do it with the identical operator, now the result is false. So now let's try again using 2 strings, and now we can see that this is true. Another cool operator is the not equal to. So this is represented by the exclamation mark. Actually, exclamation marks, they normally in most programming languages, they mean not. So they are going to be the opposite of what you are trying to do. So let's try this comparison again. So I'm asking JavaScript if 4, let's use 2 numbers just to make it easier. I'm asking JavaScript if 4 is the same as 4. And it's telling me that this is true. But if I use the exclamation mark, I'm asking the opposite. I'm asking JavaScript, is this thing not the same as this thing? Well, this statement is false because those are actually the same thing. So I don't want to overcomplicate things with this operator now. I just wanted to show you, and then in due time, we're gonna start using it. Alright, so now we can see that booleans can be very useful. I just showed a few examples like the password example or the age example, but normally we are not going to use comparison operators isolated like this. Normally we are going to use them inside conditionals. So I have an example here to show you. Let's go to Visual Studio Code, to the scripts.js file. So later in the course, we're gonna have a lesson to talk more about conditionals. So this is just an introduction. I just wanted to show you this because it's impossible to talk about booleans and don't show you an example of a conditional. So let's say on our website, we offer finance options if the order value is higher than $1,000. So if the person is buying $2,000, we can offer finance options. If it's lower than $1,000, then we cannot finance the order. So how would we do this with booleans and conditionals? Well, first let's create a variable called order value. Again, we are going to assign it ourselves, but normally this is not what happens. The person will choose a product that will have a value. So then this value is going to be assigned for the variable. But right now, just for the sake of our example, let's assign the value ourselves. So let's say the order value is 2,800. So this is above 1,000. This person is eligible for financing the order. So to do a conditional, we are going to use the if statement. So we are going to tell JavaScript if the order value is greater than or equal to 1,000, then we want to do something. So this then is going to be inside curly braces. So this is how we write conditions. So if this thing here, this comparison returns true, then we want to go inside here and do anything we want. We can write multiple statements inside here. In this case, just for our example, I'm just going to type console.log and I'm going to write you are eligible to finance your order. Let's do this. Let's go back there. Let's refresh the page. And now we can see that we are seeing the message in the console. On the other hand, if we had an order value of 800, now we are not seeing anything. So there's one more thing that you can do. If this is not true, you can choose what's going to happen otherwise. So you can use the else statement. So if this is true, do this. Otherwise, do what's inside the else statement. So in this case, I'm going to write console.log and I'm just going to type finance options are not available for orders below $1,000. So by doing this, now we have the order value of 800. If we refresh the page, we can see that the finance options are not available. But if we have something like 1,200, refresh the page, now we have finance options to choose from. So I just wanted to show you this cool example. This is a real life situation. This is something that we do on websites all the time, comparing values to see if we can offer things. You could offer like free shipping on orders above $100. So this is really a common thing to do. There's more that I need to talk about conditionals, but this is going to be done in a separate lesson. For now, that was all that I wanted to say. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this lesson we are going to talk about no and undefined. So variables not always have values, and no and undefined, they represent the lack of value. So I'm just going to create a new variable here. I'm going to name it no value. And instead of assigning a value to it, I could do something like equals an empty string, because maybe I don't know the value yet. But instead of doing this, I don't have to assign anything. I can just create it. And now I have a variable called no value. I can call it. But as you can see, the value assigned to this variable is undefined. If I try to do the typeof operator to the no value variable, we can see that the type is undefined. So this is an actual data type. So other examples of undefined values, let's create a variable for a first name. And now remember when we talked about strings, we said that a string is a sequence of characters. So we can access each of these characters with an index. So the first character is index 0. This is going to return P. Then we have the second, third. We can go all the way to the end. And if we try something that does not exist, so the last index of this string is 4. If we try 5, this is going to return undefined. So as you can see, undefined really represents a lack of value. Alright, so now let's talk about no. No, it's not exactly a data type, and for many people it should be avoided. I've just left a link of an article that you can read. So this guy is saying that you shouldn't use no. And some people argue that you don't really need no. So what is no? Let's say I have a variable. So I'm going to create a variable called temperature. And I'm going to assign, let's say, 35 degrees Celsius. Right, so now I have the temperature. If I try to get this, we can see that 35 has been assigned to it. So let's say I have a program that gets the temperature every minute. So I go and try to get the temperature. Let's say we now try to get the temperature and we are unable to do it. We don't know if it's still 35, we don't know if it changed, but we don't have the actual temperature. We are trying to get it, but we did not receive anything. Maybe there was a problem in the connection with the sensor. We just know that this time nothing came back. So instead of leaving the temperature that it was before, we can set the temperature to no. So now if we call this variable, we can see that the value assigned to it is no. So this will tell the programmer that something went wrong, and then the programmer can write an exception and tell JavaScript what to do when we don't have a temperature back. Now, if I try to do the typeof operator with the temperature variable, you can see that no, it's not actually a data type. No is actually an object. So this is why this could be a bit confusing, but I personally like to use no, because by using no, you can differentiate. One thing is a variable that never had any value assigned to it, and another thing is a variable that maybe already had a value, but now it doesn't have anymore. So this is why I like doing it. So I'm going to create a new variable called pressure. I'm not going to assign anything. So this means that I have never used this variable. So if I get its value, it's undefined. I've never assigned any value. Another thing is the temperature that already had a value, but now it's no. So it's really up to you if you want to use no or not, because in the end, we could just get the temperature. If we don't have the temperature, we can just set it to undefined as well. So this is why a lot of people think that no is really useless and that you should not use it. But well, this is something that you might see on many programs. So I just wanted to show you that this exists. But in our examples from now on, we're just going to leave no aside and we are going to use undefined when we need to represent the lack of value. So I don't think there's nothing more about null and undefined that I need to say now. We just know that they exist and we will have opportunities to use them. So now it's time to do our first list of exercises. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome to another video. Now it's time to put into practice what we've learned so far. This is our first list of exercises in this course, so let me explain you how this is going to work. First, I'm going to read all the questions, I'm going to give you some tips, then you can just stop this video, take your time, solve all the questions, and then in the next video, you can go back here to see the solution. So number one, in the JS folder, start a new JS file and name it ex1.js. Make the link to this file at the bottom of this HTML page. So if you go to Visual Studio Code, this is the HTML file for this exercise. So it's 10-exercise1.html. You can find it here in the list. If you have this closed, you can just open and close this side panel. So you are going to create this new JS file in the JS folder and include the link in this HTML file. Then send the following message to the console. This is ex1.js. So this is important to practice how to create a JS file, how to make the link, and this message sent to the console is good so we can test if everything's working, if the link to the file is working, so we can move on. So after doing this, you can use this file to solve the rest of the exercises below. So number two, create variables to store your first name, last name, and year of birth. In the blue box below, place the following text. Hi, my name is, I'm years old and I'm learning JavaScript. So fill the blanks here. So in the first space, you will have to concatenate your first and last name. And then here, I want you to calculate your age. So to do this, you need to use the current year. So you have the year of birth. You can also create another variable for the current year where we are now. And then you just calculate your age to show in the message. Then you just place the message inside this element. Number three, get the two numbers below and calculate the average. So you have to use the getElementById method to get these two numbers. Then you can just calculate the average and use the inner HTML property to show the result here. Pay attention because I'm asking you to show the result with 2 decimal places. Number 4, suppose telephone numbers with 9 digits are valid. All others are invalid. Use JavaScript to test if the below numbers are valid. So here we have 3 telephone numbers. You need to figure out a way of using JavaScript to just test if this is valid or not. And then you can just send it to the console, something like valid or invalid. You can also send true or false. It's really up to you. The most important thing here is being able to checking if the numbers are valid or not. Number 5, send to the console the result of the following operation. 32 to the power of 6. Number 6, consider the following variable names and inform which are invalid and why. So this one, you don't have to send anything to the console. You just have to write it down. Then in the next video, you can check if your answers are correct. So you just need to check these names and inform which of them are invalid and why. Number 7, consider the block of code below and guess what values will be shown in the console. So here we have 4 variables, and then we are doing some console.logs. So try to guess what will be the results that will be shown in the console if we execute this. Here, you can also write it down, your guesses, and then you can just copy this and paste it in the JS file so you can check if your answers are correct. Number 8, do the transformations to the URLs below. So we have these 4 boxes. If you need to check the IDs of them, you can just right click and go to the inspector, and then you will find all the IDs for the boxes. You are going to need them to get the values and to paste the values to the other boxes. So in this first example, I have just this clean URL, and I want you to add the HTTPS : / to the beginning, and then paste the complete URL here. In the second example, I want you to do the opposite. So here we have a full URL, and I want you to paste just the clean URL here, starting from www. So this is the first exercise. Just take your time. If you need to do some research, just go to Google. If you need to go back to the lessons we had so far, do it. This is the time to practice. And when you're finished, you can just go to the next video to see the solution. Good luck! Hey everyone, in this video I'm going to solve the exercises of list 1. So the first thing we need to do is creating this new JS file and making the link in the HTML file. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, let's go to the JS folder, and we can just click on this new file button. So the name of the file is going to be ex1.js. Now let's go back there and see the message that we need to print. So we're gonna need to send this to the console. So let me write this statement here. So console.log. This is the message that we need to show. If we refresh the page now, nothing is going to happen because we did not include the link yet. So let's go to this file, which is this one. And then we know that the best place to place the link is at the bottom of the page right before closing the body element. So right here. So let's open a script tag. And the path is going to be js/ex1.js. Let's save this. Let's see if this is working. So we are seeing the message. So now we know that the link is working. And now we are safe to move on to the next questions. Number 2, create variables to store your first name, last name, and year of birth. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. If you want, you can do something like this to organize your code. So number 1. And now this is number 2. So let's create 3 variables so far. First name. I'm just going to invent some data here. So John. John Doe. So this is the last name. Now another variable for the year of birth. So year of birth, let's say 1980. And now we need to calculate the age, so we are going to need the current year. So I'm going to create another variable for the current year. And now I'm just going to type it in. So 2020 is when I'm recording this video. The best thing would be to make it dynamic. So JavaScript has functions to get the actual current year. So our code is never going to be obsolete, but it's too soon to talk about this. Later in the course, I'm going to teach you how to use date and time functions. For now, let's just use a static value. So 2020 is going to work fine for now. Now let's calculate the age so we can use in the message. So the age is going to be current year minus year of birth. Now let's create the message. So var message. I always like to put it inside a variable first before sending to the console. So we have everything organized like this. So as you can see, we're doing stuff step by step. So the message, let's go back there to get the message. So here it is. Now let's replace everything here. So here I just closed the string and I started another one here, and now in the middle of them I'm going to concatenate something, which is going to be first name plus an empty string or an empty space. Then I'm going to concatenate the last name and now the rest of the message. Don't forget to include a space here, otherwise the first name is going to be too close with this last word. So like this. Here we have a comma, so we don't need a space here. And now the age. So let's close the string here. Let's open another one here. And in the middle, we can just include the age, but the problem is that the age is a number. So we should always make sure that we are working with the same data types. Even though this would work, it's not safe to do this. So it's better to just apply a toString method. Pretty cool. Now let's send this to that element. Let's go back there and see. So this is the ID of the element, student message. So now we can just do document dot get element by ID. This is the ID of the element. So dot inner HTML is going to be our message. Let's save this. Let's refresh the page. And now we have, hi, my name is John Doe. As you can see, I forgot the spaces for the age. So let's go back there. So a space here, a space here. Let's try again, and now it's working. Next up, get the two numbers below and calculate the average. So let's see the IDs of these elements. So let's inspect this. So I have num1, and here I have num2. So the first variable is going to be for num1. Let's just copy this so we don't have to type everything again. But this time the ID of the element is num1. Let me just check if it's, yeah, it has an underscore. So num1. Let's do the same thing for number 2. So num2 is going to be what's in that element. Don't forget that when we do this, we are actually getting strings. So we are going to have to convert it to number. Since these are integers, we can just use the parse int function. So parse int, and the same thing here. So now we have numbers. Now let's calculate the average. So var average is going to be num1 plus num2 inside parentheses. So this operation is done first, divided by 2. Now we need to send this result to this box. Let's check the ID of this box. So the ID is result. Now let's just copy this again. This time the ID is result. And we want to send the average. Let's save this. Let's go back there. Just one thing, let's remember that it is telling us to show the result with 2 decimal places. Now that we have created the variable already, we can call it without the var keyword. So we can just do average equals average dot to fixed. And now we need to use 2 decimal places. This should look good. Going back there, refreshing the page. So here it is. Even though it's a round number, we are forcing it to show 2 decimal places. If this was, let's say, the price for a product, so it would make sense to show the decimal places even though it's 0. So this one is done. Now number 4, suppose telephone numbers with 9 digits are valid. All others are invalid. Use JavaScript to test if the below numbers are valid. So we can just copy them. Let's take it to Visual Studio Code. So here it was actually number 3. I just forgot to change it. Now it's number 4. And we have these 3 phone numbers. We just have to validate them and send the result to the console. So since we are working with strings, we know that we can just get the length to see if it has 4 characters or not. So this is how we are going to validate these phone numbers. If you want, you can create a conditional. I just showed you how you can use an if statement to show different messages. So you could do like if phone1.length equals 9, and then you show a personalized message. You can do it like this, or if you want, you can just print true or false to the console. I left this up to you. I just wanted you to know how to validate the numbers, so it's up to you how you are going to show the result in the console. I'm just going to print true or false. So for the first number, I'm just going to do console.log, and then I'm just going to do the test. So phone1.length equals 9. So if this is valid, then I'm just going to show true in the console. Then I'm going to do the same things for second phone number and third phone number. So second and third. The problem with the third, and this was a little challenge that I wanted to add, this is a number, so we cannot do the length with numbers. This is why we're gonna have to do something like phone3 equals phone3 dot to string. So now this is going to work. Let's save this. Let's refresh the page. Going to the console, we can see that the first one is valid, the second one is invalid, and the third one is also valid. Alright, number 5, send to the console the result of the following operation. This is pretty easy to do. So number 5, we can just send to the console the result of 32 to the power of 6. So we have two ways of doing this. I only talked about one, which is using the math object. So we can do math.pow, which is a method, and then we can do 32 to the power of 6. So we are passing two numbers here, the base and the power. Doing this, refreshing the page, we have the result here. There's another way of doing this. If you want to do this exponential operation, you can just do 32 and then 2 asterisks, then the power. As you can see, you have the same result. So next one, we have a few variable names to validate. I'm just going to stop this video now because this is getting a bit too long. So in the next video, I'm going to solve number 6, number 7, and number 8. I'll see you then. Hi there, let's continue with our exercise. We just stopped at number 5, so now let's solve number 6. Consider the following variable names and inform which are invalid and why. I'm going to do this in the HTML file, so I have the answers written here. So let me go back to the HTML file. Here it is. Let me find this. So here are the variable names. I'm just going to write the ones that are invalid. So the first one is name with all letters in caps. No problem with this. I don't like this style for naming variables, but this is valid. B, $num1. This is also valid. We can use dollar signs. We can use numbers, so no problem again. Now letter C, this one is invalid because type of is a reserved word. Letter D, first name. This is also invalid because we have a dash. We can use underscores, but we cannot use dashes. So invalid because of dashes. Letter E, attempt _2. No problem with this one. Letter F, this one is invalid because it starts with a number. So we can use numbers, but we cannot start with a number. So this is invalid. And letter G, this is also invalid because of the empty space. So by saving this and going back there, if we refresh the page, we can see that now our answers are here. If you want to make this more visible, you can enclose this in a strong tag like this. I'm just going to do the same thing for the others. Let me close this here. Same thing for this one. Now, if we save this and refresh the page, all right, so now we can see our answers better. So number 7, consider the block of code below and guess what values will be shown in the console. So again, I'm just gonna go to the HTML and write my guesses, and then we can execute the code and see if this was right. So let's go to the HTML file. We can find this inside this pre element. So again, let's get the strong tag. Let's put it here for our guesses. So now we have var quantity, number, pressure, and temperature. So in the first one, we have quantity, and then we have the incremental operator. So normally this was going to result in 50. But actually, as you can see, this is a string. So what happens when we use the incremental operator with strings? We end up with a concatenation. So what's actually going to happen here is just concatenating 25 with 25. Okay, second one. So 7 plus 5 divided by number plus 2. So here we know that the first thing that's going to happen is what is inside the parentheses. So 7 plus 5 equals 12. Then we will have the division. So 12 divided by 6 equals 2. And then 2 plus 2, my guess is that this is going to result in 4. Now we have the pressure. We just created it. We did not assign anything. So if we do console.log, this is going to result in undefined, which is the lack of value of a variable. Now the same thing for the temperature. This time, if we do this, we are going to see the null value for the temperature, which we assigned to it. And now the type of these variables. So the first one, we know that undefined is both a value and a type. So the type is also going to be undefined. And no is a value, but it's not a data type. So if we try to get the type of this variable, we know that we're going to get an object in return. Let's see if this is right. I'm just going to save this. Before refreshing the page, let's just copy this code, go back there, go to the JS file. So this is number 7. So number 7, let's copy all this. Now refreshing the page, we have all the results here. Let's see if this is right. So the first one I said 25, 25. This is correct. Then 4, undefined, no, undefined, and object. So everything's correct. Now going to the last one, do the transformations to the URLs below. So first we need to include HTTPS to this string. We can just do concatenation. So let's get the IDs of the elements. So the first one is URL 1. Then we have URL 2, URL 3, and URL 4. So number 8, you can just create one variable for each of the results. So the first result is going to be URL 1. So here we are going to use document.get element by ID, and the ID is URL 1. So what we need to do here is adding the HTTPS. So this is pretty simple to do. We can just add it right here. So HTTPS plus the content of that first element. Now, we just forgot the inner HTML. Now this is better. So now let's get this and do document get element by ID URL2.innerHTML equals. Then we can just paste the URL that we formed by concatenating the HTTPS. All right, before moving on, let's see if this one is right. So refreshing the page, going down there, we can see that this is working. So now we need to do the opposite. With this one, we need to remove the HTTPS. So I'm just going to copy both lines. So now URL 2 is going to be that element which has the ID of URL 3. If you want, you can just go back here and check it by yourself. As you can see, this is URL 3 and the next one is URL 4. So here we have the full Google URL. And now we can just do URL2 equals URL2 dot replace. You can do it like this, or if you don't want to repeat this, what you can do is just include parentheses here. I like to do this to organize, so now I know that inside here I'm going to have the exact value that's inside that element, and then we can just do a replace method. And then we are going to replace the HTTPS colon / we are going to replace it with an empty string. So now we get the URL 4 and send the content of this string that we just formed. Let's see if this is right. So now we can see that we successfully removed the HTTPS from the URL. So that was it. I hope you liked this exercise and that you were able to do it without any problem. So in the next video, we are going to start diving deeper into JavaScript. I'll see you then. Hey everybody, welcome back. In this video, we're gonna talk about functions. And as I've been saying during this whole section, if you learn this, it's going to be very easy for you to apply this in any other programming language. Functions are not exclusive to JavaScript. So what are functions? Functions are blocks of code designed to perform a specific task. And they can help us organize the code, avoid repetition, and reduce the complexity of the code, as we are going to see later. Let's start with a very basic example. Let's create a function to sum two numbers. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. To get started, we use the function keyword. This is telling JavaScript that we are starting a function. Now we choose a name for our function. It can be something like sum numbers. This name has to follow the same rules as for the variable name rules. If you want to use camel case for the functions, you can. It's just my preference to leave camel case for the variables and lowercase with underscores separating words for functions. You can just do what you think it's better. So this is the name of the function, and now we need to open and close parentheses. So inside here, we are going to place the arguments of the function. We're going to talk about this in a minute. This first example has no arguments, but even so, we still need to open and close parentheses and leave this empty. Now we are going to open and close curly braces, and inside here, will be the block of code that will be executed by this function. So in this case, I'm going to create a variable called num1. Let's assign any number like 5. Second variable, num2. Then we assign 2. Now I'm going to create a new variable called sum. And sum is going to be num1 plus num2. Then I can just console.log sum. If we save this and refresh the page, we can see that nothing happened. Actually, when we create the function, we are not executing it. We are just declaring it. The way we are going to execute this function is by invoking it. So to invoke the function, we just call it by name. So its name is SumNumbers. We open and close parentheses. This is where we are going to place the arguments. This function has no arguments, but we still need to use parentheses. Then semicolon. And now if we do this, refresh the page, now we can see the result in the console. So now that we have created this, every time we want to use this function, we can just call it. We don't have to repeat that code every time. So by doing this, let's go to the console, and now it's been executed 4 times. Alright, but this example seems a bit useless, because why would we want to sum 5 and 2 every time? Ideally, we would want a dynamic function that we can change the numbers. This is where arguments are going to become useful. So with arguments, we will be able to change the numbers every time. So let's create another function. This time, I'm going to call it SumArgs, just so I know that this is the function that will have arguments. Now this is going to be similar, but the difference is that now instead of creating the variables inside the function, we are just going to declare them as arguments. So num1 and num2. And now we're going to pick it up from here. So doing the sum, num1 plus num2, and then we are going to do the same thing, console.log. So if we are not assigning any value to these variables or arguments, when are we going to do this? Well, when we execute the function. So when we call it, I'm going to call SumArgs. Now, since our function has 2 arguments, every time we call it, we need to declare these arguments. So I can sum 10 and 25. And now I have a dynamic function. Anytime I want to sum 2 numbers, I don't have to repeat all this block of code. I just invoke the function and tell which numbers I want to sum. So I'm going to execute it 3 times with different numbers. So now I'm going to sum 1000 with 375. Down here, I'm going to sum -2 with 47. And if we do this and refresh the page, we can see that now we have different values every time. So this is becoming a bit more useful. Now there's just something that's bothering me a little bit, because sending these values to the console has no practical purpose. We know that we only do this to test things, but why would we create a function that sends values to the console? This is where the return statement is going to make things better. So instead of doing something very specific, like sending it to the console or sending it to an HTML element, all we're going to do is returning the value. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and instead of doing console.log, we are just going to return the sum. So now we can do anything we want with it. If we want, we can send it to the console like we did before. So we can do console.log, and then we're going to call this function, and this function is just going to return the sum. So let's say I'm using 10 and 25. The sum is going to be 35. So what this function is going to do is just return 35 and replace it here. So when we do the console.log, let's try it out. We can see that this is working, but now we don't have to do it if we don't want it. We can actually do other things with it. Like we can create a variable called average, and then we can sum these 2 numbers and then divide it by 2, and then we will have the average of these numbers. Now, we can send the average to the console. And now we can see that this is working pretty well. Now let's go a bit further. I've included a small challenge for you. Can you sum minus 27 and 55 using our SUMArgs function and show the result in the element below? This is pretty simple, right? Because now our function is just returning the values. So let's copy this ID. If you want, you can pause the video and try to do it by yourself. Then you come back here. So to do this, I don't have to create an extra variable. I can just do document dot get element by ID. Now this is the ID of the element. Then I can do dot inner HTML. And now I can just execute the function. And all it's going to do is return the value and put it right here. So the sum that I asked was minus 27 and 55. So if we do this, go back there, refresh the page, we are sending this result to this HTML element. If you think this is too basic, don't worry, we're gonna have opportunities to do more complex stuff. For now, let's do it like this, step by step. There's still some important things that I wanna talk about first. Then we can start increasing the complexity. In the next few videos, we're gonna learn two other data types that are very important, which are arrays and objects. So I'll see you in the next video. Hi, welcome to another lesson. Now we're gonna talk about arrays. Arrays are ordered sequences of values, and these values can be of any data type, and they are separated by comma. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's start by creating a variable called students. And now let's say I want to put the names of my students here. If I didn't use the array, I could do it like this. So I have a student called John, another called Mary, another called Paul. I'm gonna save this. Let me do the console.log first. So students. Refreshing the page, we can see that this seems to be working, but now how do I know how many students do I have? If I try to do like students, by the way, we can access this variable from the console. So now that we created it in the code, we can access it from here, as we can see. So if I try to get how many students do I have using the length property, this is not going to work because strings are just going to count the number of characters. So I have no way of doing this. There's also no way that I can access each of the students and know their names. So this is a terrible way of storing a group of data. So this is why arrays are useful. Now, instead of using strings, we're gonna start with braces. So open and close braces. This is what indicates an array. So now each of the elements of this array are going to be strings, and we are going to separate these values with a comma. So now we have the first element of this array, the second element, and the third element. Saving this and going back there, refreshing the page, we can see that now the console is already showing us that this is an array with 3 elements. If we do type of students, we can see that this is considered to be an object by JavaScript. So there's no data type called array, but in practice, this is actually a data type because you will see that objects, they have different behaviors. So now we know that we can do students dot length, and now it's returning the actual number of students. I can also get each of them. So if I want to get the first element of my array, I'm just going to do just like I do it with strings. So arrays are also ordered sequences of values. So the first student has an index of 0, and now it's going to return John. Here I have another example of an array of numbers. You can even have arrays of strings and numbers together. You can use any data type, even other arrays. So I've just put an example here where I created a variable called groups. So I have a few groups of students. So by looking at this array, which by the way is called multidimensional array because it has arrays inside arrays, can you guess what is the length of the groups array? If I create this in the console, let's do it now. If your answer is 9, this is not right because the groups array does not have 9 elements. It actually has 1 element, 2 elements, 3 elements. So if we do groups.length, we can see that this array has 3 elements, and each of these elements are arrays. So if I try to get like groups, I'm gonna get the second element, which has the index of 1. If I do groups with an index 1.length, now this array has 4 elements. So from this point on, we should be able to identify those things, look at arrays and understand their structure so we can work with them properly. Now let's see a few operations that we can do with arrays. I'm just going to use this example. So I'm just going to copy this and go to Visual Studio Code. We don't need this console.log anymore. So I'm just going to create this courses variable. Now refreshing the page, I have this variable right here. So it's an array of 3 elements. Now how can I add elements to this array? Well, since arrays are an ordered sequence of values, it's important to decide if we want to add elements to the beginning or to the end of the array. So if we want to add elements to the end, we can just use the push method. So courses.push. This is a method, so we need parentheses. And inside parentheses, we can pass what we are trying to add. So in this case, let's create a JavaScript course. Don't worry about the numbers that show here. Sometimes when we type commands in the console, you can see that these methods normally they return something. So you can see that methods are actually functions. Now you should be recognizing that this is an argument of this push function and it is returning something, which is the new length of the array after the push. This is not important to us. It's not important what it returns. It's important what it does. So now if we call the courses array again, we can see that now we have 4 elements and JavaScript has been added to the end of the array. If we want to do the opposite, add elements to the beginning of the array, instead of doing push, we can do unshift. Now let's add bootstrap. Now our array has 5 elements and we've just added bootstrap to the beginning of the array. We can also do the same thing with the leading element. So removing the last element of the array is going to be the pop method. So courses.pop. We don't need to pass any arguments because it's just going to get the last element of the array. So it just returned the element that was removed. Now if we check the variable again, we can see that JavaScript is not there anymore. And the same thing if we want to do at the beginning of the array, the name of the method is going to be shift. So now it's going to remove bootstrap. And we can check how is our array. So we've just removed the first element. We can also redefine array elements. So at this moment, the index 0 is this HTML. We can do like courses, and then the index we want to change, so 0, and then we can redefine a different value. So let's say HTML/CSS. And now we've just changed the first element. First, let me just clear this so we can see it better. Another interesting thing we can do is slicing. So we are going to use slicing to extract part of an array. So now let me just copy this variable. And let's say I want to get the first 3 students. I can do students.slice. And then I can choose where I want to start. So I want to start at index 0. Just one thing to pay attention is that the start index is included. So if I start at 0, it is going to get Peter, which is the first. But the end element is not included. So if I want to get Peter and Joanna, I need to go up to index 2. So 0, 1, and 2, because the end index is not included. So doing like this, we just got Peter and Joanna. It's just something that we need to pay attention. So if we want to get up to Julio, what do we want to do? 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the end element is never included. So 4, we are going to get up to Julio. If we don't include the second number, then we can get until the last element of the array. So we can do it like this. Just use the comma and omit the second value. So if we want to get from Joanna until the end of the array, we can start at 1 because the first index is included. So it's getting Joanna, and we don't declare the end index, and it's just going to get all the students up to the end of the array. Another interesting thing we can do is using negative numbers. So if I want to get the last 3 students, I can declare the first one as -3. So now this one is -1, Marie, Kate is -2, Julio is -3. So I'm getting from -3 to the end of the array. By doing this, we can get the last 3 elements of the array. Just one last thing worth mentioning, since strings are also sequences, you can apply the slice method to strings as well. So let me clear this. So if I create a variable, let's say IBAN, which would be for an international bank account, we know that the first 2 characters of the IBAN is going to be the country code. So an IBAN would look like this. So in Portugal, for example, it would be PT50. Actually, it's not the first 2 characters, but the first 4. So this indicates the country. Then comes all these numbers for the account number and all that. So this is our variable. Now, how can we get the country code? The country code is the first 4 characters. So we can apply slicing to strings as well. So we could do IBAN.slice. And then we can get it from 0 to 4. 4 is actually the 5th character, but we know that the second value is not included. So it's just going to be these 4. So by doing this, we are able to extract the country code from an IBAN number. So these are some examples that I wanted to show you. Again, what's the use of everything we've done with the arrays? Well, now that you know how they work, how can you add or remove elements? How can you get its length? How can you get specific elements? How can you extract part of it? When you face a problem involving arrays, you won't have any trouble to solve them, as you will see in the next list of exercises. So that was all for this lesson. In the next video, we're gonna talk about objects. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, continuing with the last data type we need to learn. In this video, we're gonna talk about objects. So objects, like arrays, are also lists of elements, but the difference is that objects are not ordered. So in an array, you have elements in a specific order, and you can access them by their indexes. With objects, each of the elements are going to be a key value pair separated by colon. So as you can see in this example, we have an object for an employee. So this is the first element of this object. So this element has a key, which is name, and a value associated to this key, which is James Taylor. The object's keys are also called properties. So this is the name property, this is the year of birth property, and so on. Now, how can we access each of these values? So let's copy this and create this object. As you can see, we create an object with the curly braces. So arrays are created with braces and objects are created with curly braces. So now that we have this object, let's try to do employee dot length. As you can see, we don't have the length property for objects. We also cannot get any value by trying to use an index like this. This is going to return undefined. So how can we access each of the properties? We just use their names inside braces. So if we want to get the name, we just use name here. Now we can get the employee's name. So by this example, you see that this actually makes sense, because if we had an array for the employee and we just put the name followed by the year of birth, followed by the ID, followed by the role, it would be really hard to know what those values are referring to. So with an object, we have names for the data, which is good for identification. Besides accessing properties like this, we can also use the dot notation, which is very common in JavaScript. So instead of putting braces, we just use a dot and then we type the name of the property without quotation marks. So if we do this, we can get the name. We can also get the ID. Just one thing to pay attention is that you can only use the dot notation if the property follows the variable naming rules. So if you have a property that has a space or starts with a number or something like this, you won't be able to use the dot notation. You will only be able to use this notation. So I just put an example here with some odd properties. This one follows the variable naming rules, so I can access it with the dot notation. The other ones I can't. So this starts with a number. This is a number actually, and this one has a dash. So these ones, I can only access them like this. So with objects, we can alter values assigned to properties, and we can also add new properties. So let's get this employee and let's add a role for it. Let me just take this to Visual Studio Code so we have it there. I'm going to comment this. So Shift Alt A. So this is lesson 13 and we are talking about objects. Okay, so I've just created this employee object and now I'm going to change the role. So now this employee will become the IT manager. As you can see, I'm using a property that already exists. So it is just going to replace the value. If I create a property that does not exist, like passport, then it is just going to add it to the object. Let's just invent a passport number, save this. If we refresh the page, let's check how the employee object is. We can see that now our employee is an IT manager and we have the passport number here. As you can see, the passport was the last property to be added, but still it's not at the end, it's not at the beginning, it's in the middle of the object. So object properties, they don't have an order. From now on, we're going to start working with multi-dimensional arrays and objects mixed together. So I just put an example here. So this is the courses array. We can see that this is an array because of the braces. So now we have to pay attention at these symbols so we can understand the structure of things. So this is an array, and how many elements do we have in the courses array? If we do courses.length, what are we gonna get? We can see that it has 3 elements. So if we do course.length, we will get 3. And each element of this array is an object. So in this object, we have the properties, so the title of the course, the number of reviews, number of students. Then we have this property called categories, where you can have more than one. So this is an array. So this is the starting point of the work we are going to do with data. This actually looks more like a piece of data that we would have to work on our website. So like I said before, it's good to learn all the fundamentals first, because now when we see something like this, we won't have any trouble understanding what this is and how can we work with each of these elements. So now just a small challenge. Let me copy this. I'm gonna paste it on Visual Studio Code. So we have this courses array. Let me refresh the page. Now, if I want to access this category, web development, from the PHP course, how can we do this? Well, first we start with the courses, and now the PHP course is the second element. So the index number is 1. So by doing this, we can access the PHP course, which is an object. Inside the PHP course, we want to get the categories. So dot categories, or we can use braces and quotation marks. Now we just accessed this array, and now to get web development, which is the first element, we can just do this. So now we just reached this category in a multi-dimensional array. So down here, I've just included a few things worth remembering. So we can work with multi-dimensional arrays and objects without a problem. So arrays are identified by braces. Arrays are ordered lists of values separated by comma. Objects are identified by curly braces. Objects elements are key value pairs separated by colon. And objects elements are separated by comma. So inside an object, we have a key value pair separated by colon, and each of the elements are going to be separated by comma. So now we can understand what's going on with this array. So by looking at this, we can conclude that the courses variable is an array containing 3 elements. We can see it by the braces. The elements of the courses array are objects. We can see it by the curly braces. Each of these objects have 4 elements, which are key value pairs. The objects have values of different data types. So we have the title property that has a string associated to it. We have the reviews and students, which are numbers. and we have the categories, which is an array. So that was all I wanted to talk about objects for the moment. In the next video, I'm gonna go back to this subject to talk about objects methods. I'll see you then. Hi there, it's time for us to talk about objects methods. In the previous video, we learned what is an object, and we learned that the values associated to the object's properties can be of any data type. So we saw examples of strings, numbers, arrays. We can also have other objects inside objects, but not only that, we can also have functions. So in this case, we are going to call them methods. Methods are just like any other function, but inside objects, they are extra useful because they can use other object properties using the keyword this. So let me go to Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to create an object for a student. So open and close curly braces to indicate my object. Now inside here, we can add properties like first name, and last name. Now, if we want to have the full name, instead of doing it ourselves every time we need to use it, we can create a method that is going to do this for us. So I can create a new property called full name, and I'm going to assign a function to this property. So I'm going to write it a bit differently because this time we don't need the name for the function, because the name of the function is actually going to be the property. So we just need to open and close parentheses. I'm not going to use any arguments for now because in this case, we can access the elements of this object using the keyword this. So I'm just going to return this dot first name. I'm going to concatenate with an empty space, and then I'm just going to get this dot last name. So this is our method. So now let's just save this. Let's go to the console, refresh the page. Now, as you can see, we have the student object. If we open this, we can see that we have the first name, which has a string associated, the last name, and the full name has this F, indicated that this is a function. So I can do student dot first name if I want to get the first name, or I can do student dot full name, which is going to invoke the method we created. So for this, we need to open and close parentheses. By doing this, we are able to get the full name of the student. Just one important thing I want to mention is that we can only use the dot notation, this one, to invoke the methods. We can't invoke it like this using braces. This means that if you have a property that does not follow the variable name rules, you won't be able to call this method. Even if you could, we should always follow those rules. So now something interesting. Did you know that everything in JavaScript is an object? JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, so it treats basically everything as an object. Objects, arrays, functions, and everything except for the primitive data types are objects. Let's remember that when we had an array, so I'm going to create an array called R, just to use as an example. And if we do type of, we can see that this is actually an object. So pretty much everything in JavaScript is an object. So now looking back to a few things we've done, we can see how things work in JavaScript. So when we do console.log, what are we actually doing? Log is a method of the console object. So this is why we use the dot. And in this case, this method has an argument, which is the text we want to send to the console. When we use math.round, round is a method of the math object. So now things start to be a bit more clear. Speaking of which, let me clear this and let me call the math object just so we can see something interesting. If I do this and open this, you can see that we have a lot of methods in this object. We also have a few regular properties. So for example, we have the pi number. So if I do math.pi, it returns the pi number, which is a constant. It is never going to change. So this is just a regular property. But then we have a few methods that we can invoke with the dot notation. So we can do like math.round, which is just invoking the round method of this object. And now we need an argument, which is the number we are trying to round. When we do like this, then it's returning the result. I have a few other examples here, like when we select HTML elements and get their content, what we are doing here is using the getElementById method. So the document object generated by the DOM has a method to select an element, which is this one. So by performing this operation, this is going to return the object representing the HTML element we've just selected. And this element has a property called inner HTML. This is why pretty much everything we do in JavaScript is going to use the dot notation, because we are going to be working with objects most of the times. I have another example here. So we create an array called courses, and when we do push, what is push is a method that can be applied to arrays. So I know this is getting a bit more complex now, so this is why I'm not going to go any further now, but I bet that a lot of things are starting to be more clear in your head. Let's do this little by little so we don't get overwhelmed, but if you want to learn more about objects, you can click on this link and you have a ton of information you can learn from. So that was all for this lesson. Now we are ready to do another list of exercises and put all this into practice. I'll see you then. Hey everybody, now it's time to do our second list of exercises. For this one, I already created a new JS file and made the link. You can do the same thing there. So let me read the questions to you. So number one, create a function to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Use it to convert the temperatures below. So here I'm including the formula to make the conversion. You are going to create a function. So you are going to need an argument, which is going to be the Celsius temperature. Then you are going to convert it to Fahrenheit and return the result. So then you can use this function to convert these three temperatures and show the results in these boxes. Number two, the array below is the classification of students in a contest. It is ordered from lowest to highest grade. So lowest to highest grade. Then I want you to show the names of the three best students. So we know that the three best students are the three last students of this array. So I want you to get them using JavaScript and showing it here. Number 3, consider the object below. So here we have an object for a course. We have title, categories, and the reviews. Letter A, show the course title in the box below. So you're gonna have to get the title property and place it here. Letter B, the main category is the first element of the categories array. So we have an array for the categories, and the main category is the first element of this array. So I want you to show this in this box. Letter C, create a method to calculate the percentage of 5 stars reviews. So we have the total number of reviews here. You're gonna have to sum everything. So let's say if we have a total of 100 reviews and we have 20 of them to be 5-star reviews, we know that 20% is going to be the result we want. So you just have to calculate this. So get the total number of reviews and then get the percentage of 5-star reviews. Then you can just place it inside this box, rounded with no decimal places. Number 4, see the shopping list below. So here we have a shopping list. Do the following changes to the list. Get the last item and place it at the beginning of the list. Add 2 more items at the end of the list, cheese and eggs. Show the updated list in the console. So this should be pretty easy for you. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, let's see the solution for exercise number 2. So number 1, create a function to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. So I'm just going to copy all this so I can use it in my code. So go into Visual Studio Code. Like I said, I already created this new JS file, included the link at the bottom of this HTML file. And now I'm just going to solve the exercises. So first I'm going to create a function. And this is going to be the name of my function. This is the only thing I need. Then the formula is also going to be useful. So function, let's just adjust the name. So Celsius to Fahrenheit is going to be the name of my function. So open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. Inside here is going to be the code for our function. Now we are going to need an argument, which is going to be the Celsius temperature. So then we can just copy the formula. So we are going to create a variable called, say, Fahrenheit. Then here we are going to use the Celsius argument like this. So then we will have it calculated, and then all we need to do is just returning the result, which is going to be the temperature in Fahrenheit. Then we can do anything we want with this function. We can use it to send the value to the console. We can use it to use it in another calculation, or we can send to the boxes of our HTML file, which is what we are going to do now. So let's go back there to check the IDs of the boxes where we are going to get the Celsius temperature and where we need to place the results. So using the inspector, we can see that we have Celsius 1, Celsius 2, and probably Celsius 3. And the same thing for the Fahrenheit boxes. So here we have FAR 1, then we have FAR 2, and FAR 3. So these are the boxes that we're gonna have to use. So let me just copy this. I'm just gonna leave it here. Alright, so the first thing we need to do here is create variables to get the Celsius temperatures, because we are going to have to convert it to a number before we use it in this function. So if we try to do everything in one line, this is going to be a bit messy. So let's just create a variable called Celsius1, and then this is going to be document dot get element by ID. Then we can just use this, but instead of 2 it's going to be Celsius1. And then we also want to convert it. We know that we don't have any decimal places, but since this is a temperature, it's possible that we have temperatures with decimal places. So let's do parse float, which is going to be safer. So parse float. So now we have the temperature, and this has been converted to a number. Just one thing I forgot. We still need to use the inner HTML property. So now this should be correct. Before we move on, let's just save this. And let's go to the console. Let's try to get the Celsius1 variable. As you can see, we were able to get the value here. So now we just have to use it as an argument for our function. So now we can just do document dot get element by ID. Now it's going to be var1, which is the element where we want to place the result. So dot inner HTML. And now what we are going to do here is just executing our function and using this variable as an argument. So it is going to get this 38, use it in the formula, return the value we want. So the value is going to be replaced here, and it is going to go inside that element. Before moving on, let's refresh the page and see if this is working. So now we can see that this is working. Pretty cool. Now that we have a function, this is going to be really simple to repeat. We just spend a little time preparing the code, but now it's going to be as easy as just changing this to 2 and 2, here as well, here as well. Another one for the last element, so 3, 3, 3, and 3. Saving this, refreshing the page. We just used our function 3 times to make 3 temperature conversions. Pretty cool. Number 2, the array below is the classification of students in a contest. It is ordered from lowest to highest grades. So we need to place inside this element the 3 best students. So if this is ordered from lowest to highest, we just need to get the last 3 students. How do we do this in JavaScript? First of all, let's copy this. So this is number 2. Let's copy this variable. Now let's get the ID of that element that we need to place the result. So this is best students. Okay, so we can just copy all this. And now let's replace the ID for our best students. So inside that element, we are going to place our array, but we are going to do a slicing. So we know that we can do classification.slice, and then we can use negative numbers. So if we do -1, it's just going to get the last. If we want the last 3, we can just do -3 and then just omit the second value. You can include the comma or not if you don't want. I think in the example, in the lesson, I just showed it like this. So let's see if this is working. refreshing the page. And now we're seeing the last 3 students, which is exactly what we wanted. Okay, number 3, let's just copy this object so we can work with it. Let me go to Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to start number 3 here and just copy the object. So now let's go back there to see what we need to do. So show the course title in the box below. This should be pretty simple. Let's just get the IDs. So we have the course title box. I'm just gonna leave them here. We also have the main category element. So this is going to be for letter B. And for letter C, we have the reviews 5 stars ID. Okay, so first one, pretty simple to do. Let's just use this one more time. I know we are repeating this method a lot of times, but this is good to practice. This is good to getting used to using this and typing faster. So first one, let's just replace it for the course title. And now we know that we can just do course dot title. If you want, you can use the braces notation by doing this. So braces and then title. This is going to work the same way, but since our properties are following the variable naming rules, we can use the dot notation, which not only is more simple, but it's actually more used by JavaScript programmers. So by doing this, let's see if this is right. Refreshing the page, going down, we can see the title of the course here. Now the main category in the next box. So let's just get this. Now the ID of the element is main category. Now this is going to be just as easy as the first one. We just need to go to the categories. And now we need to get the first element. So the index is 0. By doing this, we are getting the main category. So letter C, we're just gonna need to do some calculation. This is going to be easy as well. But for this, I would like to create a method. So I'm going to create a method for this object, which is going to be for the total number of reviews. Because we have all this, let's say we need to get the number of reviews for other things. Now we need it for this calculation. So instead of calculating again, over and over again, every time, I'm just going to create a method so we can do this. So the method is going to be named total. Reviews. So we are going to assign a function to it. And then we can just do this dot five-star reviews. Actually, this is not going to work because these properties are not following the variable naming rules. So we cannot use the dot notation. So we have to do it like this with the braces and quotation marks. Okay, now this should be good. So we need to get 5-star reviews. All the 4-star reviews. 3 stars, 2 stars, and 1 stars. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So now every time we need to use the total number of reviews for anything, we just have a method that is going to do this for us. So let's just return this. And now to see if this is working before moving ahead, we can print it to the console. So we can use course dot total reviews, open and close parentheses, because this is a method. So let's see if this is working. Refreshing the page, going to the console, we can see that we have the total number of reviews. Pretty good. Now let's just copy this. Let's get the ID. So the ID is reviews 5 stars, where we need to place the result. And inside this element, we are just going to do course. Then we're going to get the number of 5-star reviews. So we need to use braces because of how the property was named. And then we just need to divide it by the total reviews. Okay, so by doing this, this is going to be part of what we need to do. So let's just save this just to see if this is working. Okay, this is working, but now we just need to multiply it by 100 so we can get the percentage, because now we have a number from 0 to 1 and we need to show it like 75%, 20% or stuff like this. So we just need to apply a little bit more calculation and formatting. So for this, I think it's better to create a variable, do it separately. So I'm going to create a variable called percentage. Then let's get all this and replace it here. And down here, we can just use this variable. So now we can do the rest of the stuff we need to do. So now we can just multiply it by 100. Then we can just enclose everything inside parentheses. And before going ahead, let's see what happened. Let's save this. Just see if this is working. So I prefer to do this step by step. Go back there, see if this is working before I move ahead. So refreshing the page, let's go down here. We can see that this is now closer to what we need. Now we just need to round this number to 0 decimal places. We know that we can do this by just applying the round function. So round. Actually, I just forgot that round is a method of the math object. So now it should be right. Now we have 75, which is good. If you want to make this better, you can even get this and convert it into a string. So to string. And then you can concatenate it with a percentage sign. So by doing this, now we can see that 75% of our reviews are 5-star reviews. Pretty cool. This is done. Now this video is almost exceeding the limit. So I'm going to stop here, and in the next video, I'm going to solve number 4. I'll see you then. Alright, so continuing with our exercise, we just have one left, so let's check it out. See the shopping list below. So before reading the rest, I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside the code. So this is number 4. And now we have the shopping list. So now let's go back there to see what we need to do. So do the following changes to the list. Get the last item and place it at the beginning of the list. Then we just need to add 2 more items at the end of the list and show the updated list. Let's just copy this, take it to the code just so we can see it. So now we just need to get the last element of the list and place it at the beginning. But I cannot count how many elements I have and just use a manual index, because the code that we write must work with any list. So if we have a list of 3 elements, the same code is going to work. If we have a list of 30 elements, the same code is going to work. So how do we get the last element dynamically? Well, to get the last element of any array, there's a trick we can do that uses the length of the array. So let's just create a variable called last element. And now we're going to get this array. And we need to pass something as the index. So anytime you need to get the last element, you can just use the length of the array. I'm going to explain this in a moment. So as an index, we're going to use the length of the array. And then we can just subtract 1. How does this work? So let's forget this. Let's create another array with only 2 elements so we can see how does this work. So here we have 2 elements, and what are the indexes of those elements? So this one is index 0 and this one is index 1, right? If we do length of this array, what's the number that we are going to get? We are going to get 2 because it has 2 elements. So this means that the last element of an array is always its length minus 1. So its length is 2 minus 1 is exactly the index of the last element. So by doing this, it doesn't matter if we have an array of 30 elements, 300 elements, 3 elements, it is always going to get the last element. So by doing this, we already saved the last element. And now we can just do shopping list dot pop. We know that this is going to remove the last element, and now we already have it. And then we can do shopping list dot unshift, which is the method to add elements to the beginning of an array. So then we can just use this element that we got before we removed it. So now before moving ahead, let's just do console.log with the shopping list just to see if we were able to get chocolate and place it at the beginning of the array. Refreshing the page, now we can see the chocolate is now the first item. And like I said, it's important to do it the way we did now, because now it doesn't matter the size of our array, this operation that we just created is always going to work. Alright, so now let's move on to the next. Add 2 more items at the end of the list, so this should be pretty simple to do. We can just use shopping list dot push which is the method to add these elements to the end. We just need to do this separately because these need to be separate elements. We don't want cheese and eggs together, so cheese. Eggs. Going back there, refreshing the page, now we can see that we moved chocolate to the beginning and we added cheese and eggs to the end of the array. So now we are done with this exercise. Before I finish this video, I just want to show you something interesting. There's an easier way to do this chocolate operation that we did. Let's just make one test here. So we have this variable called shopping list. We can access it from the console. As we can see, we have 10 elements. And what happens when we use the pop method? So I'm just going to do pop. I'm going to press enter. And as you can see, this method not only removes the elements, but it also returns something. So it's returning eggs to us. So this means that we don't need to get the length of this array and do all we did just to get the last element, because this method not only is going to remove this element, it is also going to return it. So going back to our code, or let's try it here first. If we do shopping list, then we use the unshift method to add elements to the beginning of this array. What we can do is just getting this pop method. So when we execute it inside here, not only it's going to remove the last element, but it is always going to return which element was removed. So then we can use this element in the unshift method. So now we just removed eggs. Before doing this, let's check the array again. So now this is how the shopping list looks like. The last element is cheese. So if we execute this, first it is going to remove the cheese, then it is going to return the item that has been removed. So it is going to place cheese here. So by doing this, we are able to add it to the beginning of the array. Let's see if this works. Let's just press enter. Now let's check the shopping list. And we can see that we just did the same thing with less lines of code. So let's go back there and let's add this different solution. So here we have the solution for the chocolate, which used 3 lines of code. I'm just going to comment this, Shift-Alt-A. And now the only thing we need to do here is just using the unshift. And here we can just use shopping list.pop, because this not only is going to remove chocolate, is also going to return what has been removed. And by returning it, we can use it inside the unshift method. So saving this, refreshing the page, we can see that we have the same result. So I hope this not overcomplicate things to you. I just wanted to show you this because when we are writing code, we should always try to be efficient, which means using less lines of code to get to the same result. So that was it for this exercise. In the next video, we are going to start diving deeper into JavaScript. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this lesson we are gonna talk about events. I have to tell you, I've been anxious to talk about this because now this is going to open a new door for us as now we'll be able to interact with the user. So when we talk about events in JavaScript, it's about actions that happen inside the browser. So here we have a few examples. So we have an event called onClick, and this is going to be fired when the user clicks something. Or if we are talking about a mobile device, when the user touches some element in the page. We also have the onChange event, which is fired when some HTML element changes. This is commonly used with form fields. So if we have a form field and then the user starts writing something on it, this event is going to be fired because this input field is changing. We have the on mouse over, on mouse out. We also have the on key down. These are just a few examples that we are going to use in this lesson. So let's start out with the on click, on mouse over, and on mouse out. So here we have 3 buttons. So as you can see, this is the HTML for these buttons. So let's create some events for each of these buttons. So the first one is going to do something if we click on it. This next one is going to do something just by moving the cursor over it. And this last one is just going to execute something after we move the cursor over it. When we move the cursor out of it, we're going to do something. So let's just copy all this so we can see the HTML for the buttons. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. And I'm just going to comment all this so we don't have any errors. And now we can see that we have these buttons on our page. So let's try to monitor some events on these elements. So the first thing I'm going to do, as always, is using the document.get element by ID. So we're always going to do this to select elements. So the ID of the first button is click me. So now instead of using the inner HTML property, which is what we've been doing so far, now we're going to create an event for this button, and the name of this event is onClick. So now we need to assign a function to it. So function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces, and inside here, we're going to write all the code that needs to be executed when this event happens. So when someone clicks this button, we can choose what needs to be executed. So in this case, let's just do an alert. And let's send a message like you clicked the button. Let's save this. And now refreshing the page, we have this button here. If we click it, then we can see that our code has been executed. Pretty cool. Now let's do the same thing for the other 2 buttons. So I'm just going to copy this. So the second example of event is going to be the on mouse over event. And now let's just write you move the cursor over me, and the ID of this button is hover me. If you want, you can assign different events for the same element, but this is not what I'm trying to do right now. Right now I'm going to define different events for 3 different buttons. So the third element is going to be the leave me button. And now the name of the event is on mouse out. Let me just adjust this. So you move the cursor out of me. Let's save this. Let's go back to our page, refresh it, and now we have 3 different events. So for this first button, when we click it, then we fire the alert statement. Then this next one, when we move the cursor over it, so let's try it out. So I just did it, and then we can see that the alert has been fired. And in the last one, I'm just going to move my cursor over it, nothing is happening, and when I move out, then the event is fired. So dealing with events is really going to change everything, because now let's just go to apple.com. And now I'm just going to inspect this page. I'm going to use this mobile simulator. So let's simulate a, I don't know, iPhone 6, 7, or 8. So this is how this website looks on mobile. And we can see that when we click this menu icon, then we have the full menu. When we click this close icon, the menu is closed. So this is done using events. When we have a click event on this button, then we are going to change the CSS of this menu. When we click this other close button, then we are going to change the CSS of this menu again. So this is the starting point of what we need to do to make our page interactive. So now one more interesting thing I want to talk about is the on key down event. This event is going to be fired when we press a key on our keyboard. So this is an example. Let's just copy this. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. I can just erase this now. So here we can see that we can apply these events to specific elements. So in this case, we are just selecting an element with the ID of click me, but we can also apply these events to the document object. So no matter where I am on the page, I'm always going to monitor this event. So I'm just monitoring a on key down event, and anytime it happens, I'm just going to send this alert. So let's save this. Going back there, I just refresh the page, nothing is happening, and now I'm just going to press a key on my keyboard. So I just did it, and now I can see the alert. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to press another key, and now every time I press a key, I'm going to get this. So this is cool, but it would be much better if we could monitor a specific key. So this is possible because we can pass an event argument. So anytime this happens, anytime the on key down happens, we can just do console.log event, because we want to see what this event argument is going to bring. So let's do this. Let's save and refresh the page. Let me just open the inspector. So here we have the console. So now I'm just going to press any key. So I just did it. And as you can see, this event object has a lot of properties. And one very important property, if we want to identify which key has been pressed, is this key code property. So now let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and instead of printing the event, I just wanted to show you this, that anytime an event happens, if you pass the event as an argument, then you have a lot of information of what just happened. So in this case, what's interesting for us is knowing what is the key code. So key code, refreshing the page. Let me just take this mobile simulator out. Okay. Now I'm just going to press letter A. As you can see, this is the code for letter A. I'm just going to press letter B. So 66. I'm just going to press number 1. Now I'm going to press letter P. So here we have the codes for each of the keys on our keyboard. If you want to know more about it, I just left a link to all the Unicode characters. So let me just click this. So now let's click on the A. And as you can see, we have the HTML code of 65. So that's what we are looking for when we are monitoring the event. So anytime we press A, we want to do something. How can we do it? Let's go back to the code. So instead of doing this, we are just going to start an if statement. So we're going to talk more about conditionals, but this part we already know how to do. So if event dot key code is 65, then we can do something. So let's send an alert that says you've just pressed the A key. All right, let's save this. And now I'm just going to press any other key on my keyboard. So I'm going to press P, nothing is happening. O, nothing happened. Y, nothing happened. And when I click A, then we can see that the code is being executed because now the event is being monitored. Actually, anytime we press a key, this event is being monitored because we are just asking JavaScript to monitor this on key down. So anytime we press any key, it's just going to execute this function. But since we have this conditional, if this is not true, so if the letter is not A, then we are not going to do anything. We can do a test using an else statement. So this time, let's just send a console.log. And let's write, you've just pressed a different key. So let's save this. Let's refresh the page. So now I'm just going to press letter P. We can see the message on the console. Now I'm going to press Q. Another message to the console. Now I'm going to press A. And now we can see the alert being fired. So now we are monitoring a specific key of our keyboard. So this is just the starting point of working with events. So we know that we can use the getElementById method to select an element and then just monitor an event to this element. So this is one way of monitoring events. So I want to show you a different way of doing this, which is by using an HTML attribute. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and now let's just comment these lines of code. So now we are not monitoring anything on this click me button. Let's go back there. Let's refresh the page. So if I click on this button, we can see that nothing is happening. So going back there, if we go to the HTML page, so this is the click me button. And now we can start an attribute that has the same name of the event. So the attribute is going to be called onClick. Then we just do it like any other attribute. So the equal sign and then quotation marks. And then inside here, we can just tell the name of the function that should be executed when this button is clicked. So in this case, let's create a function called show alert. Then we just need to open and close parentheses. So by doing this, nothing is going to happen yet because we don't have a function called show alert. So what we need to do in our code is just create one. So let's create a function called show alert. And now we can just do alert. I just forgot the function keyword. So now this is good. So let's write you clicked the button. So saving this and refreshing the page. Now when we click the button, we can see that this function is being executed. So this is another way of monitoring events on specific elements. We can just get the names of the events, use them as attributes, and then assign a function. So that was it for now. In the next videos, we are gonna have opportunities to explore more about events. So I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this lesson we're gonna talk about CSS manipulation. So now things are going to get more interesting because after some event happens, instead of just sending a message to the console or something through the alert function, we're going to actually change the CSS of some element. So we have this button here, so let's work with it. So we have this ID of color button. Let's just copy this and let's go to Visual Studio Code. So now we can just copy the code we wrote on the previous lesson. So here we just use the onClick event. Let's copy this without the comments. So like this, Control C, and now down here we can just paste it. So now the elements that we want to monitor events on is called color button. So when there's a click on this button, we are gonna do something. So this time we are not going to do the alert. So now let's just copy this selection method. So get element by ID again, but this time, instead of using an event or using the inner HTML property we've been using, let's just use the style property. And now inside here, we have properties for all the CSS properties. So if we want to change like the background color, we can just do it like this and then type background color. So why am I not using the dot notation? This is because I have a dash here. So this is not following the variable naming rules. So I cannot use dot for the background color. I can only do it like this. So then I'm going to change this property. So let's just pick a value like purple. All right, let's save this. Let's go back to our page. So when we refresh the page, when we click on the button, we can see that now the color is changing, which is really cool. So let's go there and let's do some more CSS changes. So this time I'm just going to copy this. And instead of changing the background color, I'm just going to use the transform property. So if you know CSS, you can change any CSS property from JavaScript. So in this case, the transform is just following the variable naming rules. So we can use the dot notation. So dot transform. And then just like we would write on the CSS, let's try translate X. So let's move the element to the left or to the right. So in this case, let's move it 100 pixels to the right. So let's save this. Refresh the page. When we click on the button, not only it's going to change the color, but it is always going to be moved 100 pixels to the right. Before we move ahead, just one thing that I want to show you. I just mentioned that since this property does not follow the variable naming rules because it has a dash, so we can only use the braces, but we can actually use the dot and use the lower camel case. So if you do background and then after the dash, every word should start with uppercase. So background color, just like this. Let's save this. Let's see if this works. Let's click the button. We can see that this is working. So this is just a workaround. So if you have a CSS property called font size, you can use the dot notation just by doing font size using the lower camel case notation. So I just wanted to show you this. And now just one last thing before we move ahead is that we can actually simplify this code. So I'm just going to copy this. For now, I'm going to comment all this code. So this is one way of writing it. So let's paste it here and let's just try to simplify this code. So as you can see, we are repeating this. So here we select the element, we select the element again and again, and we know that JavaScript is verbose, which means that we need to write a lot of code to get things done. So this is a very long statement, get element by ID, and then the ID of the element between parentheses. When I was starting out with JavaScript, I was a bit annoyed by this because the statements were very long, but we can actually simplify this. So since we just selected the element and we are setting an on-click element on it, when we go inside it, the element that is getting the event, which is this one, can be changed to the this keyword. So this, and here we can also use this. So the element that's receiving the event can be called inside the function as this. So let's save this and let's see if this is going to work the same way. So now I'm clicking on it and we can see that we have the same result. So this is one way of doing it, and I'm going to show you a different way because sometimes we want to apply a click event to an element, but then inside here we just want to change another element. So there's another way of doing this. So let me just comment all this. And now what we can do is just creating a variable called button. And we are going to select this element. So now that we did this, we can just use the variable name. So we don't have to call this method every time. So now we can just use the name of the variable. So button.onClick. And then we can just do button.style again. So this is another way of doing this. Let's save this. Now refreshing the page and clicking on the button, we can see the same result. So let's try something different now. Instead of using the on click button, let's just use the on mouse over. So let's see how this is gonna work now. So button.on mouse over. Let's save this. Refresh the page. So now we have the button. When we hover the cursor over the button, we can see that now the event has been detected and our function has been executed. So this changes everything we've seen so far, because now we can monitor events on our page, and then we can just send messages. We can change the CSS of any element. So this means that we can open and close menus. We can pass photos on a photo slider. We can expand or collapse sections. So this is the starting point of something that's going to be really, really cool. So that was all that I wanted to say for the moment. In the next video, we are going to learn a few more get element methods. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, welcome to another video. Now we're gonna talk about more get element methods. So up to this point, we only use the get element by ID to select element. So now let's explore a few other methods. So there's one called get element by class name. So here in this page, if I use the inspector, we can see that I've just created 3 divs with a class of example. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and now I'm just going to create a variable called elements. And now I'm just going to use document, and instead of using get element by ID, you can see that when we use the dot, we have all these options. So let's just try get elements by class name. And inside parentheses, we can try the class of example. Now let's do console.log and let's see what JavaScript is going to return after we execute this. So let's do console.log elements. So refreshing the page, let's go to the console, and as you can see, we are getting an array. So we have 3 elements in return. We have a length of 3, so we can access each of these elements with their indexes. So now we can do something like elements, which is our variable, and then we can just select an index. We know that this variable has 3 elements, so if we try elements with an index of 0, we can see that JavaScript is selecting this element for us. If we try 1, we can see the second being highlighted. 2, we can see the third being highlighted. So let's just select the first element. So by doing this, it's just the same thing that we were doing before, selecting elements. And now we can just do inner HTML. And now let's just redefine the inner HTML of this element. So I'm just going to write changing the text of the first element. If I do this and press enter, we can see that we were able to change the text of the first element. So we've just used the get elements by class name methods, and we got an array in return. So now we know how to work with arrays. We've just used the index notation to do something with it. So this is why I told you it was really important to understand the data types and know how to work with them so we could proceed. Now we have a few more examples, so we can do the same thing with get elements by tag name. So in this case I have 3 paragraphs. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let me just comment this. And now instead of getting elements by class name, I'm just going to get elements using the tag name. So get elements by tag name. Just be careful because when we were working with the get element by ID, this wasn't in plural. So we had get element by ID, and now we have get elements by class name, get elements by tag name. Just pay attention to this so you don't get an error. So get elements by tag name, and now let's just get all the P elements of our page. And now let's just do console.log. Let me save this and let me see what happens. So now I have 9 elements because actually every element that I'm using to write content, so this one is a P, this is another P, another P. So as you can see, we have 9 paragraphs on our page, and we were able to select all them using the get elements by tag name method. So now we know that if we want to change this first paragraph, we can just use index 0. But what do we do if we want to change all the elements of our page? So we want to change all the paragraphs. Maybe we want to change the CSS, or we want to do something else with these elements. How can we do this? Well, this is where loops are gonna come handy. So this is the subject of our next lesson. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this lesson we are gonna talk about loops. Loops are a very important concept, not only in JavaScript, but in any programming language. So loops are structures of repetition. If we want to repeat a statement 5 times, we don't have to write it 5 times. We just need to run a loop. And we can also use loops to run through the elements of an array or an object. So no matter the size of these elements, we just need to write these statements once. So let's start with a first example. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. And now I'm going to start a for loop. So I'm going to use the keyword for, open and close parentheses, and then open and close curly braces. So as you can see, this structure just looks like the function structure or the conditional structure. So now let's just go inside the parentheses and let's check how this loop is going to work. So the for loop is going to accept 3 statements. So inside the parentheses, the first statement is going to be something that will be executed before the loop is started. So in this case, let's just create a variable. We can name it any way we want because this variable actually is just going to work as a counter. So we can start a variable with a value of 0. So this is going to be the first statement. So we're ending this statement with a semicolon. Now the second statement of the loop is a condition. this condition needs to return true so the loop continues running. So in this case, let's just write a condition that says if a is less than 5, then we want to continue with the loop. So this is the second statement. And the third statement of the for loop is something that is going to be executed at the end of each iteration of the loop. So in this case, we just need to increment the value of a, because if we don't do this, this loop is going to run forever. So then we can just increment the value of a using the incremental operator. So now we just wrote a piece of code that is going to be executed before the loop starts. So before the loop starts, we are going to create this variable. Then we wrote the condition for the loop to keep running. And then we just wrote something that's going to be executed at the end of each iteration. So at each iteration, what do we want to do? So let's just do console.log, and then let's just send the a variable just so we can see what's going on with this loop. So saving this, refreshing the page, we can see that we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the loop just ended. And this is because the condition is that a is less than 5. So we just started the loop with a equals 0. Then this is the condition for the loop to keep running. And this is the code that's going to be executed after each iteration. So when we print 0, this is the end of the first iteration. So then we are just going to increment the value of a. Then the loop is going to keep running until this condition returns false. So this is how the for loop works. So now I'm just going to comment this. And now let's see how can we use the for loop to run through the elements of an array. So going back to the page, I'm just going to copy this students variable. So now we have this array that for now it has 5 elements, but it could be 50, it could be 500, we don't know. So we are just going to write one piece of code that's going to be working for arrays of any size. So how do we do this? I'm just going to start a for loop. So again, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. Inside the curly braces, we're going to write the code we want. And inside parentheses, let's remember the 3 statements that we need to write. So the first one is creating a variable. So var a equals 0. We don't have to do this every time, just have in mind that this is a statement that it's going to run one time before we start the loop. So in this case, this makes sense. And now the second statement is going to be the condition for the loop to keep running. So now this is going to be a bit different because now we're going to say that the condition is that a is less than the student's array dot length. So this means that we are going to run through all these elements, and when a is higher than students.length, we are just going to stop this loop. So this is how we use loops with arrays. And now the same thing, we can just use the incremental operator. You can do it like this, as I've showed you in the previous lessons, like a plus equals 1, or you can just use a plus plus, which is the same thing. This is another incremental operator that's just going to add 1 to this variable. So it's more common to see for loops written like this. So now we just need to do something. So now every iteration of the loop, so the first iteration A is going to be 0. So what we want to do is just using the students array, and then we are going to use an index. So instead of just putting a number like 1, like 0 or 1, we're just going to use the A variable. So at the first iteration, it's going to be a 0. So it's going to get the first element. Then it's going to increment it. And at the second iteration, it's going to be 1. So it's just going to get all the elements. And then when we reach the end of the array, then this condition is not going to be true anymore. So our loop is going to stop. So let's just do console.log. So we can send all these names to the console using a loop. As you can see, no matter how many elements we have in our array, we just need to write one line of code to work with all these elements. So let's just save this. Now returning to the page and refreshing the page, we can see that now we're just printing all the elements of this array with just one line of code. Now this is very useful to work with arrays, so we could get like all the P elements of our page and do something with them. But if we are working with objects, then this is going to be a bit different because objects don't have a length. So if we are working with objects, we're gonna have to use the for in loop. So let me just copy this car object. So if I want to go through all these elements, I cannot use the for loop because objects, they don't have a length. But there's a very easy way of doing this, which is using the for in loop. So I'm just going to write the same way. So for, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. But instead of the 3 statements here, I'm just going to create a new variable. Let's say prop for the properties. So prop in car. So what this is going to do is just iterating through this object. So it's just going to get the first property, second, third, fourth. It's just going to get all the properties of this element. So at every iteration of the loop, the property is going to be assigned for this prop variable. So at each iteration, we can do console.log. Let's just try to print prop just so we can see what's going on here. So if we do this, we can see that at every iteration of the loop, it just went through and get year, model, manufacturer, and fuel type. So if we want to print the value, we just need to use this because we know how to access properties of objects. So instead of doing this, we can just print the prop and then we can concatenate it with some string. So let's use the colon and a space. And now we can just use the car object. And we know that to access these properties, we need to use the braces And inside here, we name the properties. And we know that at each iteration of the loop, this property is going to be one of the object properties. So if we just use this variable here and refresh the page, we can see that we were able to loop through the elements of an object. So now we didn't have to set an end to this loop. We just used prop in car, and it is going to automatically go through all the properties and just end the loop after the last property. And we can access the properties using the variable that we created with the loop. And we can also access the values by using the name of the variable and using the prop variable inside braces. So this is pretty cool. We are going to use this more in the next few lessons. Don't worry too much. This is just the first time we are seeing this. I know this could be a bit confusing for some people, but trust me, this is going to be very, very easy when we do a few more examples. So now that we know how this loop works, let's see an example using HTML elements. So I have 3 HTML elements with the same class. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. And now I'm just going to create a new variable called elements. And I'm just going to use document.getElement by class name, which we know is going to return an array. So the class name is example. If I do this, let me save this and refresh the page. Now let's see the elements variable. We can see that this is a collection of HTML elements with 3 elements, which are these 3 elements here. So now let's do something with all of these elements using loops. So now I'm just going to copy the structure for the for loop. So I'm going to start this variable with 0, then I'm just going to use a is less than elements dot length, and then I'm just going to increment the value of a using this shorter incremental operator, and then at each iteration I'm just going to do elements. Then I'm going to use a as an index, because let me go back to the page. We have these 3 elements. If I just do elements and I try to use the first index, we can see that this is being selected. So we can do this with all the elements of our array. So I'm going to use a as an index here. And then I'm just going to use what we've learned to change the CSS of elements. So I'm going to change the color of this element to orange. And let me copy this. I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to change the font weight. So in this case, I can do it like this because this has a dash, or I can just use dot font weight and use the camel case. So the font weight is going to be bold. So if I do this and refresh the page, now we're able to select every element with a class of example and just change the CSS for all of them. So going back to the HTML of this lesson, so here it is. let's try to add a few more elements with the same class. So here we have a few more elements. So now we have way more elements with that class. Let's name them element 4, 5, 6, and 7. It doesn't matter how many elements we have. We can change the CSS for all of them with just one loop. So refreshing the page, now we have more elements and we just changed the CSS for all of them. So that was all I wanted to say for now. In the next lesson, we are going to learn about while loops. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this lesson we are going to continue with the loops subject for while. I just want to show you a different kind of loop. It's going to be similar, but we're going to write it in a different way. So there's the while and do while loops. So let's see how this works. Let's go to Visual Studio Code, to our scripts.js file. So this time I'm just going to create a variable called count. And I'm just going to assign 0 to it. So now I'm going to start a while loop. So the while loop, it's not going to accept the 3 statements. The while loop is only going to accept the condition. So in this case, the condition is going to be that count is less than 5. Then we just do pretty much the same thing. So we open and close curly braces. And here, let's just do console.log and just print the count variable. So now we just need to increment this variable. So again, we can't do it in the loop declaration. This time we have to do it inside. So with the for loop, we just have a statement that's going to be executed at the end of each iteration. With the while loop, we just have to write it inside the loop. But what we are doing is basically the same, as we are going to see. So I'm going to call the count variable. I'm just going to increment 1 after each iteration. So what we are doing here is exactly the same. But instead of starting the count variable here, then using the condition, then writing the line of code that's going to be executed at the end of each iteration, it's just a different way of writing it. So we start the variable before starting the loop, and any code that we want to execute at each iteration, we just have to write it inside. So by doing this, let's just save this, refresh the page, and as you can see, we have pretty much the same result as we did with the for loop. So now one more kind of loop that could be useful. Let me just comment all this. We also have a different kind of loop that it's the do while loop. So let me create a variable called count. And I'm just going to assign 10 to it. So now I'm just going to start this loop using the do keyword and then opening and closing curly braces. So as you can see, it's a different way of writing it. So now it's not going to test anything at the first iteration. It's just going to go in. So this time let's do console.log. And let's print the count variable. Then let's just do count plus plus. So we can increment this variable. And then at the end of the loop, so while, open and close parentheses, this time we need to add the semicolon here. So now we're going to add the condition, which is going to be, for this example, that count is less than 5. So as you can see, since the beginning, this condition was false because the count was already set to 10. But let's see what happens when we save this and refresh the page. We can see that we just run this loop at least once. So this could be useful sometimes. We just run the loop the first time without testing any condition, and then we test the condition to see if we want to continue running this or not. So this was all that I wanted to talk about loops for the moment. In the next few lessons, we're going to dive a bit deeper into the conditionals, and then we're going to start using all this with our HTML elements. This is going to be exciting, so I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna talk about conditionals. I already talked a little bit about it. I showed you a simple example, and now we're going to see some other use cases for conditionals. So conditionals are used to determine if a block of code should or should not be executed depending on a given set of conditions. So let's see what this means. Let's just copy all this, and then we are going to make some changes to this code. So here, this is very simple. We just have a variable called age. Now we are just testing if this is less than 18. If it is, we are going to show underage. If it's not, we are going to show overage. But now let's say we want to add more conditions. So I'm just going to change the age to 70. So now I just want to create another group, which will be the senior group. So people above 65 years old will be part of the senior group. People above 18 will be adults, and people below 18 is going to be underage. So let's get started with under 18, underage. This is good. And now we can include an else if. So by doing this, this is just like starting another if, but this is part of the same structure. So now the second condition is going to be if age is greater than or equal to 65. In this case, we are going to show senior. So now we just covered these two cases, so any other thing that happens will mean that the person is between 18 and 65 years old, because we already covered below 18 and above 65. So now any other age, we can use it inside the else. So now we are going to do console.log and just show adult. So by doing this, in this case, our age variable is 70. So if we refresh the page, now it's showing senior. Let's try to change it to 14. Now it's showing underage, and let's change it to 18. And now it's showing adult. So now we've just added one more condition to our structure. So one important thing is that no matter how many conditions we have, so we could have the first if statements and then 10 different else if statements. So no matter how many we have, the moment when JavaScript finds a true value, so let's say it finds it here, it's going to execute this code and then just ignore all the rest. So when JavaScript finds a true value, it just stops testing all the rest of the conditions. If there's no true value in any of the conditions, then the code inside the else statement will be executed. However, the else statement, it's not mandatory. So in some cases, we just don't want an else. We just need to execute something if some condition is true. If not, we just don't want to do anything. So this is possible as well. Now let's see how we can test multiple conditions at the same time using the AND and OR operators. So when we use AND, which can be represented by these two AND symbols, when we use it, all the conditions need to be true, so the code is executed. On the other hand, when using the OR, we just need one condition to be true to execute the code. So let's do an example so we can understand better how it works. So let's analyze the grade and absences of a student and determine if he's been approved in the course. To be approved, the student needs the grade to be 7 or higher and the number of absences 5 or lower. So let's just copy this and this one as well. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. We can just comment all this, Shift-Alt-A. Alright, so now first let's solve the problem using AND. So we know that in order to be approved, the student needs the grade to be 7 or higher and the number of absences 5 or lower. So we need to test two conditions at the same time. How do we do this? We just start an if statement. Then the first condition is going to be that the grade is greater than or equal to 7. And now we are testing multiple conditions that should happen at the same time. So we are going to use the AND operator here. And we also need the absences to be less than or equal to 5. If those things happen at the same time, so like I said, when we use the AND operator, we need all the conditions to be true. And we don't have to use only two conditions. We could add more here if we wanted. For this, we only need two conditions, so the grade and the absences. So if this is true and this is also true, then we are going to go inside here. So then we can do console.log and we can write the student has been approved. Otherwise, so inside the else statement, we can print the student has failed. So in this case, we have 7 and 3, so the student should be approved. Let's test this out. I'm just going to save this, refresh the page, and now we can see that the student has been approved. So now let me change the number of absences to 6. And now the grade is the same, but now we have absences above 5. So if we test this now the student has failed. So we can see that this is working. Now let's do the same thing using the OR operator. So this time what we need to do is a bit different because we only need one of the two conditions to return true. So in this case, instead of testing if the student went well, we are just going to do the opposite. So if the grade is below 7 or the absences are above 5, then we know that the student has failed. So if only one is true, if this one is true, no matter if the absences are good, because the student will fail. So in this case, we just have to change this. So in the first statement, the student will fail, and in the second one, the student will be approved. Now, before saving this, I just forgot to change the operator. So now we are using OR. So if this happens or this happens, then the student is going to fail. Save this, refresh the page, and now the student has failed. Let's try something else, like let's try the grade 5 and the absences 3. the student should fail again because of the grade. Refresh the page. Now we can see that this is working. And now let's try 8 and 3. And if we do this, now the student has been approved. Alright, so these were the examples I wanted to show for now. Before we finish this subject, I still need to talk about two important things. So the first one is evaluating values as conditions. And I also want to talk about another way of writing conditionals, which is by using the ternary if. So let's do this in a separate video so this one doesn't get too long. So I'll wait for you in the next video so we can continue with this. Alright everyone, let's continue talking about conditionals. So now I want to start talking about evaluating values as conditions. In JavaScript, just like Python, PHP, and many other programming languages, we can evaluate values as true or false without booleans, so without doing actual comparisons. So JavaScript considers these values to be false. So false itself, then undefined, null, zero, nan, I'm going to talk about this in a moment, and an empty string. So if we have these values inside a test in the if statement, JavaScript is going to consider all this to be false. And as you will see, this could be very useful. So first, let me just talk what is the nan. So every time we have an error in an operation, so let's say we have a string with a name, and we try to do something that JavaScript doesn't understand. So we just try to do John divided by 3, which is something completely crazy to JavaScript. It is going to return nan, which means not a number. This is actually an error. So if there's an error, if we try to do an operation and we have this in return, and we are using it inside the if statement, JavaScript will consider this to be false. And the same thing will happen for these other values. So now let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's see a very common example about this. So let's say we are getting the input field. So a person just typed his name in an input field, and we have a variable called name. And now let's say the person just left it blank. So we don't have the name. It is common to use a conditional like this. So if name, then we can print something like the name is and then print the name. But if the name is left blank, then we can print the name has not been informed. So in this case, we have it blank. Let's save this and let's see what happens. So saving this, and now we can see the name has not been informed. Now let's try to change the variable. So Ivan, refresh the page again, and now we can see that we have the name. So what just happened here? We are just evaluating this value. So instead of having to make the actual test, like if name is an empty string, we don't have to write all this because JavaScript can also evaluate values. So in this case, JavaScript just found an empty string, and JavaScript considers an empty string to be false. The same thing for 0. So if we have a total of 0, we can also do if total. Let's say I sold something. Otherwise, I sold nothing. So if I have a total of 100, then just by typing this, refreshing the page, then we can see I sold something. But if the total is 0, refreshing the page, now we can see I sold nothing. So now we can see that these values are considered to be false. So from now on, you will see that sometimes we will just write conditionals like this. We don't have to actually write this test if name equals an empty string. We can just test the value itself. So to finish with this lesson, let's just check another way of writing conditionals, which is the ternary if. So this is the syntax. First, we type the condition, then question mark, then the code that should be executed if this condition is true, then colon, and then the code to be executed if false. So now let's get the same example we just used with the name. So going back here, let me just press Ctrl Z to go back. Alright, so I'm just going to comment all this, and I'm going to get the console.log. And inside here, instead of just writing this message, I'm just going to write the ternary if. So how does it work? First, I need to type the condition. So the condition in this case is name. If there's a name, then we can do something. Then we can use the question mark. And after the question mark comes the code to be executed if this is true. In this case, we are just returning this message. Then colon, and then the code to be executed if the condition is false. So now let's paste the message to print in case of false. So now we don't have a name. Let's see what goes to the console. The name has not been informed. Now let's try to put a name here. Mary. Refresh the page, and now we can see that this is working the same way. So this is good because we can write less code to get to the same result. So here we had a few lines of code, and now pretty much if we don't consider this to be part of the code, we just have one line to test these conditions, which is good. Just one more thing, so we can finish this lesson. We can also use else if in this ternary conditionals. So let's do the same example we did above with the ages. So here we have the age example where we have 3 conditions. So here it is. Let me just copy all this. So we have the variable, and now we can just do console.log. And now this is going to happen in a very similar way, but we just need to pay attention. First, we want the condition. So here we have the condition we used in the first if. If this is true, so now question mark. This is what we want to return. Otherwise, so now this is not an else. This is going to be another condition. So if you want to do this, in the place where you should paste the code for the else, you can just start another condition. So you can do this as many times as you want. So now instead of putting the code for the else, I'm just going to start another condition, which is this one. And now we just repeat the same thing until we are done. So in this case, this is a new condition. So question mark again. Now this is the message that we want to print in case this is true. Again, colon, this time we don't want another condition, so now we can just go to the last one and print adult. So this time the person is 18, let's try 80. Refresh the page, and now we can see senior. Let's just do one more test. Let's try 8. underage and 28, we can see that this is working the same way. However, this time, the fewer lines of code we achieved came with a trade-off. Now we are making the code readability worse, because just by looking at this, it could be a bit confusing. Not in this example, so when we have just one if and one else, then it's fine to use the ternary if. But if you have multiple conditions, I personally don't like to write it like this. I think this is confusing. This is a bit harder to understand what is the logic inside here. So that was all for this lesson. In the next video, we're gonna talk about nesting, loops, and conditionals. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to talk about nested loops and conditionals. When we use loops inside loops and conditionals inside conditionals, this is called nesting. So let's see a few examples so we can understand how it works. So let's suppose our page receives two pieces of information about a person, her age and membership status, which can be member or not a member. Then we need to show the price of a product based on the following rules. So for members, the product is free, and for all people above 65 years old, the product is also free. Then we have non-members under 18 years old, for which the price is going to be 6, and we have non-members above 18, which the price is going to be 12. So how can we solve this? Using a little bit of logic and using nested conditionals. So let's just copy the first two lines to Visual Studio Code. So let's start an if statement. And now we can test two conditions at the same time. So if the person is a member, now we know that we can evaluate this. We don't need to type is member equals true. We can just type is member, or the age is greater than or equal to 65. If one of these conditions are true, then we know that the product is free. So console.log free. If you're tired of sending stuff to the console, don't worry. We're gonna start interacting with our HTML elements. In fact, in the next exercise, you have opportunities to do this already. So let's do this just for a little while more. So now, in case of the else, now we still need to do another test. Because if we enter in the else statement, it means that the person is not a member and the person is not above 65. But now we still have two different prices for above 18 and below 18. So here we're going to have to start another conditional, which is going to be nested inside this other conditional. So here we just start another one. So if age is below 18, then we know that the price is 6. Otherwise, the price is going to be 12. So in some situations, we are going to have multiple levels of if statements, not only two. But this is for another time. So let's save this. In this case, the person is not a member and is 25 years old, so the price should be 12. So let's make a few tests. So the price is 12. Now let's try 25, but let's say the person is a member. So the product is free. Now let's go back. The person is not a member, but the person is 70 years old, which should be free again. That's correct. And now the person is not a member and the person is 12 years old. And now the price is 6. So we just solved this problem using nested conditionals. Now just one thing to pay attention is that sometimes we can replace the nested conditionals by using the and or operator, and sometimes we just don't need them at all. So I'm going to show why in this case we didn't have to do this. So I just wanted to show you an example of how it works, but in fact we didn't need to do this. So let's go back to the code and understand why. So if this condition is true, which means either this is true or this is true because we are using the OR operator, this is going to be executed. And if this is executed, JavaScript is just going to ignore all the rest. Which means that instead of doing the nesting, we could just start another else if statement. And now just make the test for below 18. So let's delete this. And now just end with an else statement. So how is this going to work? Well, if this is true, then JavaScript is just going to stop here. It's not going to test the rest of the code. But if this is not true, it means that the person is not a member and the person is not above 65 years old. In this case, we just need to test if the person is below 18. Because in this case, if the person is below 18, it means that the person is below 18 and also the person is not a member. Because if the person was a member, we would have stopped here. If we are still testing this condition, it means that the person is not a member, and now we know that the person is below 18, so we can just print this. Otherwise, we know that we are talking about a non-member above 18. So this is just another way of writing this, but be a bit careful because if we had our conditionals written in a different order, we could have a few problems with this. So by using the nested conditionals, our code was actually a bit safer. So let's just hit Ctrl Z to go back to that. And now we can be sure that this is going to work. So I just wanted to say this because when we are solving problems, there's never just one way of solving problems. There's always multiple ways, so I just showed you two different ways of doing it. So now let's just quickly talk about nested loops. So when we deal with multidimensional arrays and objects, it is fairly common to use nested loops. So here I'm just going to show you an example. So we have an array of employees. So each employee is an object, and inside each employee, we have the children of the employee, which is a list because the employee can have no children, 2 children, 5 children. So we need an array for this. So how could we print the names of all the children of all the employees? We are going to need 2 loops. So the first loop is going to run through each of the employees. And then inside this loop, we need to start another one to run through each of the children. So let's do this now. I'm just going to copy this variable. And then after doing this, we are going to print all the employees' children inside this list. So let me select this element. I have this UL element with an ID of children, and then I'm going to print all the names inside here. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to comment all this. So here's the employees variable. Now you need to pay close attention because when we deal with nested loops, things can get a bit complicated. So let's do this step by step as always. So now the first thing we are going to do is start a loop to run through all the employees. So we know we can do this by starting a variable to be the counter. Then the condition is going to be that A is less than employees dot length. And the code to be executed at the end of each iteration is going to be incrementing A. Alright, so now that we are inside each employee, so at every iteration of the loop, the list of children is going to be employees with an index of A dot children, because that's the name of the property. So we can create a variable to store this at every iteration. So var children list or something like this, or let me just use camel case. All right, so var children list. Then we just got the list. Now what do we need to do with this list? Just start another loop to run through each of the children. So here we start another loop. And this time we're going to have to pick a different variable name. In the next lesson, I'm going to talk about why we can have problems with nested loops if we use the same variable name. For now, let's just pick another one. So it can be B. So B equals 0. Think of this as a separated loop from this first one. Just forget all the rest. Just think that inside here we have an array, which could be this one, for example, and we are just starting a loop to run through these elements. So the condition is going to be that B is less than children list dot length. And now we just need to increment B. All right, so inside here, let's create another variable for child. So at every iteration of this loop, we are going to have one child, and the child is going to be children list with an index of B. So again, doing this step by step so we don't get confused. So now I know that at every iteration of this loop, I'm getting this child. Before we move ahead and do anything, so I encourage you to do this every time. Send it to the console just so you can see if this is working. So console.log. Let's send the child to the console and see if this is working. So saving this, refreshing the page, let's go to the console, and now this seems to be working. So here we have the names of all the children, which is pretty good. But this is not what we needed to do. We just needed to send all the children to this HTML element. So selecting this element, we can see that the ID is children. So at every iteration of the loop, instead of doing console.log, we're just going to do document dot get element by ID dot inner HTML, and now we're just going to increment the HTML, which we know with strings we're just going to do concatenation. So plus equal. Then we can just send a list item. So this is just basic HTML. Here we are going to close the list item, and in the middle we are just going to send the name of the child. So now we can erase this. If we do this, Let's go back there. Let's refresh the page. We can see that now we are able to print the names of all the children. Now we still have this inside this element. How can we erase this without having to go into the HTML file? Well, this is pretty simple to do. Here where we are incrementing the inner HTML of the element, what we need to do is just before starting all that, we can just set the inner HTML for an empty string. So now when we start a loop, we are just going to start fresh with this element. Refreshing the page. Now we can see that we only have the children. So I hope this wasn't too complicated. If you need, just go back, watch this video again, and if you have any questions, you can always post in the Q&A section. So that was all for this lesson. I'll see you in the next video. Hi everyone, in this lesson we are going to talk about variable scope. Variable scope defines the accessibility of a variable from different parts of the code. In JavaScript we have two main scopes, local and global. So let's start with the local scope. I'm just going to copy this function so we can use it as an example. So going back to Visual Studio Code, let's create this function called create name. It's just a very simple example. So now inside this function, we are creating this variable. Let's try a different name like person's name. And now let's execute this function once. So when we do this, let's save this. And let's refresh the page, we can see that we are sending this value to the console. So following the logic, when we execute this function for the first time, we just created this variable. So now we should be able to access this variable directly. So now we can just try to use it outside of this function. If we do this, let's save this and refresh the page. As you can see now we have an error. JavaScript is telling us that this variable called person's name is not defined. This is because outside of functions is the global scope, and we never created this variable in the global scope. This is only accessible from inside this function. So this also means that before we had this function, if we had a variable, so let's just create a variable with the same name. So if you have a big website with a lot of functions, sometimes you may repeat variable names. So variables like price, product, photo, product image, or something like this. Maybe these names, they repeat on different parts of the code. So when you work with the local scope, you won't have conflict between these variables. So now I'm just going to create one here. Let's assign John to it. And now I'm just going to run this and let's see what do we see in the console. So as you can see, there were no conflicts between these variables, even though they have the same names. One is a global variable that you can access from anywhere in the code, and another one is just a local variable that belongs to this function. Now let's try to change this example a little bit. So I'm going to erase this function. Instead of using a function, I'm just going to use an if statement. So I'm just going to create an if, and here I'm going to use the value of true just so I can go inside this loop. And now I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to create this variable from inside here. I'm going to send it to the console, and then I'm going to send that original variable. So let's see what happens in this case. Refreshing the page. So now we can see that we just replaced the value of that variable. So why did it happen? Well, this is because only functions have local scope. So this is not a function, this is an if statement. So any variable we create here is going to be part of the global scope. So since we use the same name, it's just replacing the variable that already existed. Well, this led to a lot of problems. So I'm going to show you one problem that can happen when you have this kind of conflicts. So I'm going to start a loop. Let's start a loop here. And normally we use a as the name of the variable for loops. So a equals 0, a is less than 3, and a plus plus. So now we go inside this loop, and now I'm just going to do something here, console.log, and I'm going to send parent loop, and then I'm going to keep track of the value of a. So if we do this, I don't know if I showed you this before, this comma. So instead of concatenating values, we can just use comma. This only works for the console.log. So in this case, we are just going to send these two values to the console. So let's try this and see what do we see there. So now, as you can see, we have parent loop, then we have the value of a of 0, 1, 2, and then our loop ends. But in the previous lessons, we learned that we can do nested loops. So let's say inside here, we want to start another loop. So we are going to start a loop. And then we are just going to use the same variable name. Because, well, after all, it might not affect this variable over here. So let's see if this is true. So now let's just do the same thing, but let's change it to child loop, just so we can make sure what is going on inside our loop. Let's save this. Let's refresh the page. And now, as you can see, something went wrong here because our parent loop just stopped running at 0. Let's go down here so we can see. So we entered the parent loop, then a was 0. So we printed this. Now inside this loop, we have another loop. So this is going to run multiple times, and only when it ends, we're gonna go back to the first one to continue running. But the thing is, we just used the same variable name. So when we finished with this loop, we had a equals 3. This is why we jumped out of this loop. And when we came back here, a was already 3. So we did not enter this loop again. So we had a conflict between these two variables, and this could be a problem. I've seen times where this happened, and then programmers were like hours trying to figure out what the problem is, why we don't have the results we want, only to find out that there was a conflict with variable names. So this is why keeping the local scope is important. But how can we do it with loops if we know that only functions, they have a local scope? Well, that was before ES6. So ES6 is one of the versions of JavaScript. ECMA is the organization that maintains JavaScript and is responsible for creating new versions. So in this version, ES6, they introduced a new keyword called let. So when you are creating a variable, instead of using var, if you use let, it is going to be local inside any block of code inside curly braces. So this means loops and conditionals. So let's try to change our code. Now instead of using the var keyword, let's just use let here and let here. And now what this is going to do is creating a local variable inside this block of code. So this variable is not going to affect this one outside. If we do this and now run the loop again, we can see that now it was much different. So we have the first round of the parent loop, we run it 3 times. Then it just ran again, then we have the child loop running, and then the 3rd time. So one variable did not affect the other. So this is cool, but the problem is that the let keyword or anything from the ES6 version, it's not compatible with some versions of Internet Explorer. And I know this browser is horrible, you should not use this, but the truth is that many people around the world, they just use Internet Explorer. It's not because they're stupid, but it's just because they don't know it's bad. They just buy a computer that comes with Windows and they just have Internet Explorer. So now Microsoft has a new browser that's much better, that is Edge. But some people just have older computers with Internet Explorer and they are just used to click on that icon and they just use it. So if you want to have full compatibility with your website, you should not use the let keyword yet. So in this case, well, the only thing you can do is just using a different variable name. So you have to be a bit careful when using nested loops like this. Just try to always pick different names, and anytime that it's possible, you should use functions. So then you won't have these kinds of conflicts. So now, even using the var keyword, but now we have different variable names, so we won't have any conflict. So let's just save this and let's refresh the page. So now we can see we have the same result using the var keyword. Before we finish this lesson, let me just show you another keyword that was introduced by ES6, which is the constant keyword or const. These are variables that you don't intend to change. So let's say I have a variable called pi. So pi is a number that's always going to be the same. We should never change it. So if I create it as a constant, so let's just use the const keyword. Now, this is just a regular variable. So this is the value of this constant. Now we can just call it just like a variable, like this. And if we try to change its value, so let's try to assign a new value to it. Now we are going to have an error because we cannot change the value of constants. So this is going to make our code safer, because if someone tries to change this, it means that this person is doing something that's not right. So instead of just continuing and finding out the mistake later, which can be harder to spot, by using the constant when you don't want a variable to be changed, then you are going to have this protection, because when the person tries to do this, this is going to result in an error. But again, the const keyword can also break in some versions of Internet Explorer. So just be a bit careful with it. Now, before we finish, there's just one last thing that I want to show you. So let me just copy this example from the beginning of this video. Let me just comment all this. Now I'm going to do the same thing, just creating a function to assign a name or to create a variable called name. Let's use a different name here. Let's say my name. Then let's do console.log my name. And now let's try to access the variable from out of here. So now let's just run this function once, just so we can create the variable. And if we refresh the page, we know what's going to happen. So the first time we created the variable, it was used inside the function, but then this is not accessible from outside of this function because of the local scope. However, if we create a variable without the var keyword, so maybe throughout the course, I may have forgotten to use the var keyword. So this is not an error. We won't have an error, even if it's the first time we are calling this variable. But the thing is, when we create a variable without the var keyword, no matter if we are inside a function, it is going to be created in the global scope. So now without the var keyword, if we save this and refresh the page, we can see that now we were able to access this variable outside this function. So just be a bit careful and try not to forget the var keyword when you are creating variables. Well, that was all that I wanted to say for the moment. I know this was a lot of stuff and you might be asking yourself, okay, so what do I do with all this? Well, the purpose of this lesson now was just to show you what is a local and a global scope, how does it work in JavaScript, and when we get more advanced, we're gonna have more opportunities of making use of this concept. So that was all. I'll see you in the next video. Alright everyone, now it's time to do our third list of exercises. So now this is starting to get real. To do this exercise, I already created this JS file, and in the exercise, I already made the link. So you should do the same thing before you get started. So let me read the questions to you. Number 1, reuse the function to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit made on exercise 2. But this time, the Celsius temperature should be informed in the input field below and the calculation done after pressing the button. So in the second list of exercises, we were just getting a fixed value from an HTML element, but this time we will be able to type in any temperature in Celsius, so like 35 degrees Celsius, and then when we click calculate, we should see the conversion done here. So we haven't talked about forms yet, we're going to talk about in the next section, but I'm just leaving this tip here. To get the inputs value, you should just use .value instead of .inner HTML. So this is very simple to do. Number 2, print in the list below the years when the World Cup of Soccer will happen from 2022 to 2050. So there will be a World Cup of Soccer on 2022, and then I want you to print all the other years until 2050. Just remember that the World Cup happens every 4 years. With just 1 or 2 lines of code, how are you going to print all those years here? Number 3, use the input fields below to inform 2 grades and the number of absences of a student. Then follow the rules below to inform the result. So here we have 3 fields. We have 2 grades and we have the number of absences. And then the rules are minimum 70% presence is required to be approved. So we have a total number of classes of 20. So if the student is not present in at least 70%, this student is going to fail automatically. Second rule is minimum average of 6.5 is required to be approved. So the average of these 2 grades must be 6.5 or higher. Then if the student fails, we need to inform what was the reason. So if the student has failed because of the absences or because of insufficient grade or both. So let's say I type 2 for the first grade and 6 for the second grade and 18 absences. When we click calculate, and we need to inform that the student has failed for both absences and insufficient grade. Number 4, see below the list of sales of an online course. So here we have an array. Which element of this array is an object representing a sale? So here we have the name of the student that bought the course, the date, the amount paid, and if the student requested a refund or not. When there's no refund, we can just see it null here. And when the student requests a refund, then we have a date. So now here's what we have to do. So each of these sales, we will need to print inside this table by using a loop. and then we should just calculate the total amount of sales and print it in the last line, so right here. Don't include the sales that had a refund requested. So in this case, we shouldn't show this sale in our table, and it should not be used to calculate the total. So that's all. I didn't want to include many exercises because now the complexity is increasing a little bit, so just take your time, and when you're finished, go back here to see the solution. So good luck! Hey there, I hope you were able to do the exercise without any problems. So now let's start with the solution. So number one, we should reuse that function to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. So before we get started with anything, let's just go to ex2.js and let's just copy this function. Now let's reuse it here. There's no use in rewriting it again because it is just going to be the same calculation. So now we should only do something when this button is clicked. So I can write any temperature in here, so 30, and everything is just going to start after pressing this button. So let's see the ID of this button. So this button has the ID of convert. So let's copy this. Let's just do document.get element by ID. So the same thing we've been doing. This is the ID of this element. Now what we are going to do is create the onClick event. Then, let me just close this. Then we are going to assign a function to this event. So function. So now when we enter this function, it means that the user has clicked this button. So the first thing we need to do is get the value of that input. So let's create a variable called, can be like temperature Celsius, just so we don't repeat the same name we used for the argument of the function. I think this can be a bit confusing, so I always choose different names. So now I'm just creating this variable, and this variable is going to be this, but the ID of this element, of this input, is temp Celsius. So temp Celsius, and I've just left a tip for you saying that in order to get that value, instead of using the inner HTML, you should use the value property. Alright, so now that we have this temperature in Celsius, we can just run this function and send the value to that input. So let's just run this function by passing the Celsius temperature as an argument. And now we just need to throw it inside that element. So let's see what element is that. So this element is the temp var element. Let me just copy this. So document dot get element by ID. This is the ID of that element. So this time the inner HTML is going to be what this function is going to return. So this is always going to happen after we press the button. Alright, let's save this. Let's go back there, refresh the page. We should always go to the console just so we can see if there's no errors. So now let's try 30. Let's calculate this. And now we can see that we just made a pretty cool conversion functionality in our page. So we can type different Celsius values like 0 or -10. And now we can just convert them into Fahrenheit. Just one thing that we should pay attention is that if we leave this blank and we try to calculate, This is considering that the value was 0, which is not exactly the behavior we want. So in this case, we can create an if statement. So after getting that value, we can create an if statement. And now we cannot just do this, just use the name of the variable here, because in this case, if the value is 0, 0 is actually a valid value. So if we do it like this, when it's 0, this is going to return in false, because we know that JavaScript evaluates 0 as false. So in this case, we really need to compare it with an empty string, which is what is going to be returned if that element is empty. So in this case, we should just run an alert saying that the temperature is invalid. The temperature informed is invalid. Otherwise, we can just get this and do the same thing we were doing before. So let's go back there. Let's save this. So if we try to leave this blank, we calculate it, it says that the temperature is invalid. So it's not going to be considered as 0. If we try 0, then, well, 0 is a valid temperature. So -5. Good, this is working well. 35. So we can see that this is working great. If we leave this blank, then we have this error. We cannot type text in here because I used a number input. So the front end is controlling this. It doesn't let me type any letter here. So we don't have to take care of this validation. We just need to be careful if this field is left blank. So that was the solution for number 1. Now number 2, print in the list below. So we have a list here. Let's see it in the inspector. So this is the ID for the list. Print in the list below the years when the World Cup of Soccer will happen from 2022 to 2050. So let me just copy this ID. So this was number 1. Now we are solving number 2. So this is the ID of the element, and these are the years that we need to use. So the first thing we need to do is creating a variable that is going to call start year. So this is going to start in 2022. Then we are going to use a while loop. So while something is true, we are going to execute something. So while start year is less than or equal to 2050, then we are going to do something. And what we are going to do, we are just going to append list elements to this list. So document.getElementById. This is the ID of the element. Inner HTML plus equal. So we don't replace the inner HTML, we just add stuff to it. So we are just going to add a new list item. Let's close it here. And in the middle of this list item, we can just print the start year. Actually, this wasn't a very good name because we are going to change it. So this is not going to be just the start year. So let's use current year because this is going to start at 2022. Then this is going to change every time. So let's just use another name. It's going to be better. So then this is just going to print the current year, which is going to be 2022 in the first time this loop runs. And then before we run it again, we just need to increment. So current year, we just need to increment 4. So now this is going to keep running until this is 2050. All right, so by doing this, let's save this. And when we refresh the page, now we can see all the years of the next World Cups. If you want, you can erase this value. We know how to do this. Before starting the loop, you can just get this element and just make its inner HTML as an empty string. Be careful, if you do it inside the loop, then it's just going to reset its value every time. We don't want this. We just want to reset it once before we start running, and then we can just include all the years. So by doing this and refreshing the page, now in this list we only have the years. So this one is done. Number 3, use the input fields below to inform 2 grades and the number of absences of a student. Then we should follow the rules to print the result. So this one and number 4 are going to be solved in the second part of this video. I'll see you then. Alright, so continuing with our third list of exercises, we were just about to start solving number 3. So this is going to be more or less similar to the first exercise because we can only start doing anything after pressing the calculate button. So this button has the ID of calculate. So let's go back there and let's just get this code and paste it down here. This time the button is going to be the calculate button. Then we are going to start a function. And here we are just going to get the 2 grades and the absences. So grade 1, let's go back there to see the IDs. So this is grade 1, grade 2, and absences. So the ID is grade 1. Now let's do the same thing for grade 2 and for the absences. Now, before we move ahead, we should test if all of the information have been entered. So let's start an if statement. And this time we're going to use the OR operator, because if grade 1 is an empty string or grade 2 is an empty string or absences is an empty string. So if by using the OR operator, if one of these tests return true, we're going to enter here. So this means that something is wrong. So we can just send an alert saying that all fields must be filled. So let's just test this real quick. Refreshing the page. Now if I click calculate, I'm seeing the alert, so nothing is going to happen. If I fill this one and leave the third one blank and click calculate, again, nothing is going to happen. Only when we type all the informations, when we fill all the fields, then something is going to happen. So this is what we need to do inside the else statement. So inside here, the first thing we are going to do is create a variable for the average. So average is going to be inside parentheses, grade 1 plus grade 2 divided by 2. And another variable for the presence. So the presence has to be higher than 70%, which means that we're going to get the total number of classes, which is 20, subtract by the absences. So let's say the person had 1 absence. In this case, this is going to return in 19. So the person went to the classes 19 times. So if we divide this by the total number of classes, then we are going to have the percentage of presence. Just one thing to pay attention, we should never repeat values like this, because if we are using this for another class, which has 25 or maybe 15 classes, then we're going to look throughout our code and replace this information everywhere. So to avoid this, we should create a variable for the total classes. This is, in this case, this is 20. So now we can just use the variable here and the variable here. So if this changes to a different number, we can just change it here and we won't have to be concerned about the rest of the code. All right, so pretty cool. Now we already have the presence, which should be higher than 70%. So now let's start doing the tests. But now, before moving ahead, remember we should always test what we are doing while we are doing to avoid mistakes. Because maybe at the end we just write all the code, and if it doesn't work, it's going to be harder to spot what was the error at the end. So now let's just check if the average and presence calculations are correct. So let's do console.log for the average. And also for the presence. So remember, in the beginning of the course, I told you that console.log was our best friend, because we can use it to test our code while we write it. So let's do this. Let's refresh the page and let's try 8 and 6. And let's try, 10 absences. Let's hit calculate. Let's go to the console. So now we have a very strange result in the console. JavaScript is telling us that the average between 8 and 6 is 43. So where does this come from? Well, to test this out, let's just go back here and let's get this statement and run it in the console to see what is going on. So if we do this and press enter, we can see that we're getting a string. So probably what JavaScript is doing is just at first we are using a plus sign. So JavaScript knows what to do with strings when we use plus signs. So it is just getting 8 and concatenating with 6. So we are getting 86. But when we divide this 86 string by 2, JavaScript starts to get a bit confused and just tries to do what it thinks is the correct thing to do. So just converts this string to number and calculates the average. So 86 divided by 2 is 43. So as you can see, remember when we spoke about type conversions, I told you that you should always be careful about this, because sometimes we may have unexpected results. So in this case, we are having a number back, but this number is far from being correct. So we should not forget to do this. So when we are getting the first grade, we should apply the parse float at first. So here we have it. And also my apologies because I forgot to do it in the first exercise. So here it worked, but this was actually because I was lucky, because I should always pay attention and convert these values. So here we should have done it like this as well. All right, so going down here now, saving this, let's refresh the page. First, let's test if this one is still working. So 35 degrees Celsius, it's 95 Fahrenheit, this is fine. And now this one, let's try the same numbers. So 8 and 6 and 10 absences. When we hit calculate, now we have the correct values, 7 and 0.5. So now we are safe to move ahead. So now we have multiple ways of solving this. We can use and or operators. We can do nested conditionals. It's really up to you. Just try not to write too many lines of code. So maybe your solution wasn't the same as mine, but if your solution is working as well, it should be fine. So the way I'm going to solve this is the following. I'm going to start an if statement, and first I'm going to test if the student has failed for both reasons. So this means that the average is less than 6.5, and at the same time the presence is less than 0.7. So in this case, I know that the student has failed for both reasons. So I'm just going to start a variable out here, just so I don't have to use the var keyword all the time. So now result is going to be the student has failed because of insufficient grade and too many absences. If you want, you can try to write a better text. This is just an example. So in this case, I know that the student has failed for both reasons. So now I'm just going to start an else if. So this time I'm just going to repeat one of these tests. So I know this sounds a bit counterintuitive. Why am I repeating this? This is just because we know that if this returns true, so both are true, we are going inside here, and JavaScript is just going to ignore all the rest of the structure. So if we are getting to this point, it means that one of these returned true. So if the average is less than 6.5, it means that the presence was good, because otherwise we would have stopped here. So in this case, the result is going to be the student has failed because of insufficient grade. So again, how do we know that it wasn't because of both reasons? Because if so, we would have stopped here and JavaScript would have ignored all the rest of the structure. So now just another else if that's going to be very similar, but this time we are going to use the presence. So if we fall here, I just forgot the semicolon here and here as well. So if we fall here, it means that the student has failed because of too many absences. How do we know it? Because if it was because of both reasons, we would have stopped here. Then if we don't go inside any of these if statements, we know that the student has been approved. So result is going to be the student has been approved. Now the only thing we need to do is just printing this value inside that element. So let's check what is that element. This one has the ID of result. So now inside it, we are just going to print the result. Now let's make some tests to see if this is working. Now let's try 5, 5, and 10. So the student is going to fail for both reasons. Let's test this out. So now we can see that this is working. Now let's do only 2 absences. Now it was only because of insufficient grade. Now let's try 10 again, but this time 2 good grades. So this time it was only because of the absences, and now 2 good grades and a low number of absences, and this time the student has been approved. So this is the way I solved it. If you did it differently, if you think your way of doing it was more efficient than mine, you can just share it in the Q&A section. Let's move on. There's one thing we didn't do. We did not validate these numbers like grades from 0 to 10, absences from 0 to 20. If I try 55 here, our program is just accepting this, but I'm not going to go into this now because this video is getting a bit too long. If you want to try to do this validation, you can do it just as an extra challenge. Later in the course, we might talk about data validation. So let's just leave it like this for now. And now number 4, I honestly spent a bit more time than expected with number 3. So now let's stop this video, and in the next part, we are going to solve number 4. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, let's now solve the last of the exercises. So number 4, we should run a loop through this array, and then we should print each of the sales inside this table, and we should calculate the result, but we have to ignore the sales if a refund has been requested. So to get started, let's copy this and let's bring it to Visual Studio Code. So now this is number 4. And now we have all this array. So let's start a loop. So let's use a for loop. So A is going to be, actually I don't need the var keyword here. So A is going to be less than sales dot length. So now in order to make this easier, at every iteration of the loop, I'm just going to create a variable called sale, and I'm just going to assign sales with an index of A, because then in the first iteration of the loop, this is going to go to the sale variable, then this one. So now it is going to be easier because I won't have to use this notation every time. I would just use the sale variable. If you want, you can choose a different name because this may be a bit confusing, sale and sales. You can use a different name if you want. For me, this is good. So let's see how that table works. When we go here, we can see that we have a row. So at the beginning of the loop, we are going to start a row, and then we just need to send 3 TD elements with the name, date, and amount. So at each iteration, we are going to start a line, an HTML line, which is going to start by opening a table row. Then we are gonna add the TD elements. So we are going to add a TD. So here we just concatenate it. So now we have the table row, and inside it we are going to concatenate something. So TD plus the name of the student. So the name is going to be sale.student. So this is why I created this variable first, just so I don't have to repeat this all the time. So sale.student. Then I'm just going to close this TD. Now I'm just going to do the same thing for the date. And for the amount. Let's remember that the amount is a number and we are concatenating this with text. So in order not to do the same mistakes we did before, let's use the toString method. Now this is better. And here I think this error is because we are using the var keyword. So let's try to erase this. So now this is correct. Now we are just sending the 3 informations we need. And now we are just going to finish our line by closing the table row. So closing the table row. Okay, so when we finish doing this, we can just get that element, which is going to be, let's see this table. So the T body is where this is going to be. So the ID is course sales. So the inner HTML is going to be plus equal line. So we are concatenating, otherwise at every iteration of the loop, we would just erase what's inside here. So this is why we need to concatenate or increment the value of this inner HTML. Pretty cool. Now we know that before starting the loop, we can just clean what's inside here. So we've done it a few times and we know why we should do this. Just to erase this line that I left here. So before we move ahead, let's see if this is working. We still need to ignore if there has been a refund, but for now, let's just test if this is working. So we should always do stuff step by step. So refreshing, saving this and refreshing the page. Going down here, we can see that we were able to do the first part. So we are sending these values to the table, which is pretty cool. Now there was a refund. So here Martin Hayes and Martin is here. So we should not use it. So now let's fix this. So now we can just use an if statement. And this time we should create the sale variable before we do this test, because now we are going to test if there's a sale dot refund requested. If there's no refund, this is going to return no, and we know that JavaScript considers no to be false. So in this case, we are not going to enter here. So now how do we write it in a way that we don't need to do it like this and just leave it blank here and just paste all our code inside the else statement like this? Because if there has been a refund, then we shouldn't do anything because we are not going to use it in the calculation. We are not going to send it to the table, but if not, then we are going to run all this. But this is a bad way of writing it. We don't need the else statement. All we need is test the opposite. So how do we test the opposite? We use the exclamation mark. So like I said, this means not. So I didn't show an example like this before. So if you want, you can just do sale.refund requested equals no. You can do it like this, but it's much better to do it like this because then we are just testing the opposite of what we wanted. So if this does not return false, then we are going to do all this. Let's see if this is working. Refresh the page. And now we don't have Martin Hayes in the list anymore. Pretty good. So now we just have to calculate the total. So before starting the loop, let's start a variable for the total sales. That's going to start as 0. And then at each iteration of the loop, we are just going to do total sales plus equal sale.amount. We already have it as a number, so we don't need to do any conversions. And now, this time, we should only print it when we finish the loop. We don't have to replace that value every time. So when we are finished with the loop, so when we run through all the sales we have, we can just send the result to that element. So let's go there. Let's click here. We can see that this TD element has its own ID, so this is what we need. And now we can send the total sales to this element. So let's save this, let's refresh the page. And now we can see that we are starting to do interesting stuff. If you had problems solving this one because of the table, I expected you to have some knowledge of HTML, but if not, don't worry. Sometimes students, they get a bit frustrated because they cannot solve an exercise. So they tell me that I did not teach something before sending the exercise. Well, don't worry too much about this because this video with the solution for this exercise is also a lesson. So if you had trouble with this, that's not a problem. The important is that you see the solution, then you see how to do it. And now what you can do is just erase all the code and try to redo it this time by yourself. And then you are going to learn how to do this. And about the exclamation mark that I've used here, again, you don't have to use it if you don't want. You can just do it like this. If sale.refund requested equals no, as you can see, this is going to work the same way. So again, I just wanted to show you something different. If you want, you can research more about that operator. So I hope you like this exercise. Now we are starting to do more complex stuff, and we still have a few things to learn about JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna talk about the BOM, which is the Browser Object Model. This is similar to the DOM, but this time instead of working with the HTML structure of our page, we are gonna be working with the browser's window. So through this object, we can interact with certain properties of the browser, like the width of the window, the cursor position. We can track movements to the scroll bar like this, and so on. And while the DOM is accessed through the document object, the BOM is accessed through the window object. So if we do window dot, then we can choose one of the properties of the window object. One example is the inner width, which is going to return the internal width of the browser in pixels. When we are working with the BOM, we can also omit the window object. So if we do just inner width, we are going to have the same result. However, it's not recommended to do this because then our code is going to be a bit confusing. We can maybe start mixing these properties with our own variables. So I suggest that even though you can omit the window object, I suggest you always mention it, unless we are talking about very well-known methods that are unique enough not to be confused with variables. So one example is the alert method. The alert method is actually part of the window object. So since the beginning, we could be doing like this. So window.alert, and then let's just send some tests. So as you can see, this is a method of the window object. But as a convention, everyone just writes the alert function like this. So we have the same result. So in this case, it's okay to omit the window object because everyone knows what the alert is. But for other properties, I suggest you still use the window object. The same thing for the console.log. Let's just copy this. And as you can see, the console.log is also a method of the window object. So again, this time you are not going to confuse console.log with anything, so you can just omit the window object and do it like this. One thing cool about the window object is that it also stores all the global variables we create in our code. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and I'm just going to create a variable here, so var my name, and let's just assign Tom to it. So now we are creating a global variable. This is not inside any function, so it is going to be in the global scope. Now I'm going to save this, and going back to our page, I'm just going to refresh it. If I try to access this variable by the name, we can see that it's here, and we can also access this variable using window.my name. So as you can see, all our global variables are stored inside the window object. For this reason, we should be extra careful because if we create a variable that has the same name of one of the properties of the window object, it is just going to be overwritten. So we just saw that if we do window.innerWidth, we can get the width of the browser. But then if we create a variable, a global variable called innerWidth, let's assign 10 to it. Now, when we do again window.innerWidth, we can see that it has been overwritten. So you need to be careful not to use the same names as these properties. If you want the complete list of properties and methods of the window object, I just left a link where you can go and check it out. So there are many interesting things we can do with the BOM. I'm just going to show one example, and then later in the course we can get back to this. So let's just track the mouse movement inside the window object. So going back to Visual Studio Code, I can just comment this now. So I'm just going to call window.onMouseMove, which is an event of this object. Then I'm going to assign a function to this event. And now before I do anything, I'm just going to do console.log just so we can understand how this event is going to be tracked. I'm just going to write moved. So saving this, refreshing the page. Now, as you can see, every time we move one pixel to the left or to the right or to the top or bottom, we are getting that message. So every movement we do with the cursor is being tracked by our script. Pretty cool, but what can we do with this? Well, going back there, if we pass an argument here, you can name it whatever you want. Some people just name it event, some people just name it E. It really doesn't matter. What matters is this is going to be the event itself. So then we can get information about this event. So this time, let's just try to do E dot page Y. If we do this, refresh the page, now what's going to the console is the position of the cursor relative to the top of the screen. So I'm just going to move the cursor down. As you can see, the number is increasing. And if I move it up, the number is now decreasing until reaching almost 0. If I touch the top of the screen, as you can see, this is now 0. The same way, we can also use page X. So refreshing the page, this time it is the distance from the left side of the window. So if we go all the way to the left, we can see that here is 0. Going all the way to the right, this is 957. So this is how some websites, I don't know if you've noticed, but some websites, when you're about to close them, then you just go with your cursor to close it, they just send an alert trying to make you stay at the website. So how do they do this? Well, they just track the movement of the cursor. So then they're going to be tracking this event, and every time, so we are going to start an if statement. So every time this E.page Y, which is the position relative to the top of the screen, every time this is less than 5 pixels, then we are going to do something. And in this case, we can just send an alert with some marketing message. Let me just copy this. Something like, don't miss our flash sale, go to the product section for exclusive discount. So if we do this, save it. Now let's refresh the page. And let me just go to the cursor down here. As you can see, when we are moving the cursor down here, nothing is happening. But when we go up with the intention of maybe closing the tab or just typing another address, when it's less than 5, so now we see the alert. Don't miss our flash sale, blah, blah, blah. So this is how these websites do this. So this is the one example that I wanted to show you now. If you want, you can just research more about the BOM. As always, you can go to W3 Schools. So you can just search for JS, BOM, W3. If you type this, you're gonna go directly to W3 Schools, and here you can see more properties, methods, and more cool stuff you can do with this object. So that was all for now. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video, we are gonna talk about something super cool, which is date and time. In JavaScript, we can easily work with date and time using the date class. Don't worry about understanding what a class is right now, although if you want, you can just go to Google and search for JS classes. Then you have a lot of things to read so you can understand better what classes are. For now, just think of classes as an object. They are actually more than this. They are actually like a template for objects. But for now, just think of the date as an object, which will have properties and methods and everything we've been working so far. So to create an object with this class, we need to use the new keyword. So that's the difference between a regular object and a class. This time we need to use the new keyword. So let's create a new variable. Actually, let's do it in Visual Studio Code. Let me just copy this. So I'm just creating a variable and I'm using the new keyword, and then I'm just using date, open and closing parentheses. So this means that I'm creating an object of the date class. So now let's just do console.log so we can see what's inside this object. So refreshing the page, as you can see, this is returning the date and time I'm recording this video. Now, just out of curiosity, let's do type of and then date object. So as you can see, this is just a regular object. But this is super cool because it just returned the current time. And this is like the full version of the date. So as you can see, we have weekday, month, day, year, hours, minutes, seconds. Then we have the time zone and then the information about daylight saving time. So this is the complete date. And if you want, you can also get specific information. So let's say you just want to get the year. What you can do is just do date obj, and then you can use a method called get full year. So if you do this, then as you can see, you are just going to get the year back. So in this table, you can see some more examples. So you can get the month. Be extra careful with this because as you can see, the months, they start from 0 to 11. So it's not from 1 to 12 like we are used to work with months. That's the only thing you just need to pay attention to. So for the rest here, there's nothing new. So for the hours, we have it from 0 to 23. We have minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Then there's something cool here that is the get time methods. Let's try to do this. So date obj, instead of using the get full year, let's use the get time method. So as you can see, we are getting a big number. So what is this? This is the number of milliseconds since the epoch, which is January 1st, 1970. So JavaScript uses the Unix epoch. Every programming language has an epoch, which is used to set the starting point of counting time. So this is useful to do calculations with date and time. So like I said, the Unix epoch, which is used by JavaScript, is January 1st, 1970, 000 UTC time. So this does not mean that we can't work with dates prior to 1970. We can do it. We're just going to have negative numbers. So anything after 1970, then we will have this positive number of milliseconds. So this is the number of milliseconds that have passed since the epoch. So now, why is this useful? Why do we need a starting point to have this number of milliseconds? Because when we work with this, which is actually called a timestamp, so every time we work with milliseconds since the epoch, we can call it timestamp. And when we are working with timestamps, we have more flexibility to easily do calculations with dates. So if we want to get how many years have passed since the epoch, this is pretty simple to do because we have the number of milliseconds. Then we just need to know how many milliseconds we have in 1 year. So here I have this table. So I know that 1 year has this number of milliseconds. So if I get all this number and I just divide it by the number of milliseconds in 1 year, we can see that this is something close to 50, which is accurate because I'm recording this video in 2020. So from 1970 to 2020, we have 50 years. This has decimals because I'm in the middle of the year. So if I just want to get the number of years, I could do like this. and then just use the math.floor, which is going to round numbers down. So now I know that 50 years have passed since the epoch. And I know that maybe it's not very useful to get how many years since the epoch, but this is going to be useful to compare two different dates. So let's do a few tests with this, but first let me teach you how to create specific dates, because so far we just created a new date object and we did not pass any argument. And when we do this, it just creates an object with the current date and time, but we can also use something specific. So if you want to create a specific date, you can pass from 1 to 6 arguments. So let me just clear this real quick. And now let's do a few tests. So I'm just going to do new date again. And if we do this, we can see that it's creating this object with the current date and time. But let's try to use one numeric argument. So if we use just one, it's the milliseconds since the epoch. So let's just get the number of milliseconds in 1 year, just so we can see how this works. So if we do this, we can see that we created a date in 1971, which is exactly 1 year after the epoch. So here we can also use different number of arguments. So if you use 2 numeric arguments, it is just going to consider it to be year and month. So let's try again with 2 arguments. So the year, let's try, I don't know, 2010. And then the month, don't forget that the months, they go from 0 to 11. So if I do this, as you can see, January 2010. Then we can do the same thing with 3 arguments, 4, 5, up to 6. You can read all the details here. We can also pass strings as arguments in 3 different formats. So if we create this object and we pass the ISO date, which is formed by the full year, so 2010, let's say, then 2 digits for the month, then it's like we know it's like January, it's just 01, and then the day, let's say 18. As you can see, we just created a specific date. We can also use the short date, which is written like this, so month, day, and year, and we can use the long date as well, which is going to work like this. So April is going to be APR, April 10th, 2022. So here you go, we just created this object. And now that we have this object, we can get any information we want from it. So we can get the number of milliseconds since the epoch, which is useful to do calculations. We can get specific information like just the month or the hours or minutes. So how can we use all this in a useful way? So there will be 2 very nice examples, and one of them is going to be the challenge for this lesson. I want you to calculate date intervals. So let's say we have a product that was ordered on March 26, 2020, and it was delivered on April 2nd, 2020. I want you to use date object to calculate how many days does it take this product to be delivered. So just calculate this using date objects and show the number of days here. Just take your time, try to solve this, and in the next video I'm going to fix this. And in the next lesson, we are going to talk about time methods in JavaScript, and there will be another very cool challenge for you to do. So I'll see you in the next video. Hi there, I hope you were able to finish this challenge. That should be pretty easy. And in this video, I'm gonna share with you the solution, or actually one of the solutions, because there's never just one way of solving problems. So I'm just going to share with you my solution, and if you did it differently, we would love to see how you solved it. So you can just share your solution in the Q&A section. Okay, so going back to Visual Studio Code, I just left these dates here. So I'm going to create two new variables. So the first one is going to be order date. Then we are going to create a new date object. And we know that we can pass either numeric arguments or string arguments. If we just want to inform year, month, and day with 3 numeric arguments, this is going to work. So we can just do 2020, then the month. Don't forget that March is not 3 because months, they start from 0. So March is actually 2. And the day is 26. If you want, you can do it like this. If you get confused with month starting from 0, you can just use the string arguments. So then you can just type it like 2020 03 26. This is going to work as well. So now we have this date and we want to get the number of milliseconds since the epoch, so we can calculate the interval between the two dates. So for this, we are just going to use the getTime method. So dot getTime. Then we are just going to do the same thing for the delivery date, which was April 2nd. So April 2nd. And now before we move ahead, let's just do console.log as we always do. And let's just try to send delivery date minus order date. So if we do this and refresh the page, as you can see, we're getting some number here. And what is this? This is actually the difference in milliseconds. So this date has a number of milliseconds since the epoch. This date has less milliseconds because it was prior to the second date. So between these two, we have a number of milliseconds. So how do we use it to calculate the days? So we know that in 1 day, so let's go up to this table. In 1 day, we have this amount of milliseconds. So if we do this, we can see that this product took 7 days to be delivered. So this was actually pretty simple, but I want to share with you an even more simple solution because we don't need to use the get time. So let's not use the get time and let's just use these full objects to do a subtraction. So let's save this and let's refresh the page and see what happens. So as you can see, JavaScript just let us subtract dates. So we just subtracted the delivery date from the order date, and JavaScript is just returning the same thing, which is the number of milliseconds between these dates. Then we just need to do what we did again. So I'm just going to get the number of milliseconds in 1 day. So I'm just going to create a new variable called lead time, which is going to be this operation divided by the number of milliseconds in 1 day. So this time, since we are not passing hours, we just have a round number, but we don't know if that's going to be the case every time. So it is better to just force the round function. Actually, not the round, but the floor function. So math.floor And now instead of sending it to the console, let's see what is the ID of that element. Let's select this, and this is the ID of the element, delivery time. So again, document dot get element by ID. This is the ID of that element. So inner HTML, it's going to be the lead time. So saving this, refreshing the page, and now we just solved this challenge. If you want to do an extra challenge, which would be cool, I'm not going to solve this one in video, but if you want to do it just to practice, you can do the opposite. So you can just get the order date, and let's say you have the delivery time. So let's say your company takes, I don't know, 10 days to deliver the product. Then try to calculate what is going to be the delivery date. So this is going to be very similar to what we just did. And it is going to be cool to practice a little more on working with date and time. So that was all. I hope you liked this challenge. And in the next video, we are going to talk about time methods. I'll see you then. Hello and welcome to another video. In this lesson, we are going to talk about time methods. The window object has two methods that allow us to delay the execution of a block of code or execute it repetitively between an interval of time. So let's start with the set timeout method, which is going to delay the execution of a block of code. So this method is part of the window object and it accepts two arguments. So the first argument is the callback function. This is something that we are going to learn later in the course, but for now, let's just think of this as a function that's going to be executed when this method is finished. And when is this method going to be finished? When this time has passed. So the second argument is going to be a time in milliseconds. So if we want to wait 1 second, we can just put 1,000 here. So 1,000 milliseconds. So after 1 second, what's going to happen is that our callback function is going to be executed. So I know these names, they may sound a bit complicated, but this is actually really simple. So let's go to Visual Studio Code to do our first example. So let's just send one message to the console and then let's send the second message 3 seconds later. So here I have the first message, and then for the second message, I'm just going to delay 3 seconds. So how do we do this? We start with the window dot set timeout. Be careful with the capital T. So what I like to do so I don't get confused on how to write this, first I open and close parentheses and add the semicolon. So this is how is the syntax of calling any method. So now inside here we need two arguments. So the first argument is going to be the function that's going to be executed at the end. So function, open and close parentheses for the function arguments, if there are any, and open and close curly braces, which is where we are going to place the code inside this function. So we just write it like this so we don't get confused. And then the second argument, comma, then it's going to be the time. So if we want to delay 3 seconds, we have to write 3,000 because this number is in milliseconds. So 3 seconds, it's the same as 3,000 milliseconds. All right, so now let's go inside this function. So as you can see, when you see the set timeout method on the internet, on some example out there, you will see it written like this, but this could be a bit confusing if you're just starting out with this method. So this is why I like to write it like this first, so we can understand that this is the first argument, which is the function. This is the second argument. So then when you get used to it, you know that inside here is just the content of that function. Inside here, I'm just going to send the second message. So now I'm going to send message number 2. Let's save this. Now refreshing the page, we can see message 1, and after 3 seconds, we can see message 2. Now let's do another example. I have a spinner loader which is hidden here. If we go to the HTML of this page, let's just click the button. We can see that below this button, there is an element with the ID of spinner loader that has a display of none. If I uncheck this box, we can see that it's just an element with some animation. And what we're going to do is just showing this element for a given number of seconds. So this is going to be pretty similar to what we've done here. And what we're going to do is just showing this element for a given number of seconds or milliseconds. And this is going to be pretty similar to what we've just done here. But the difference is that we are going to click this button to fire this function. So this button has the ID of show loader. Let's copy this. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. We can comment all this for now. And now we're going to start selecting that element, which has an ID of show loader. And we are going to create an onClick event for it. So .onClick. Then there will be a function. And now when we click this button, what we want to do is just selecting the spinner loader. So let's go back there to see the ID again. So the ID of this loader is spinner loader. So we are just going to get this element and change its display. So we know we can use the style property, then the name of the property, which is display. At the moment we have it as none, so we are going to change it to block. Let's just go back there to test this out. So if we change from none to block, we can see that we just show the element. So this is what we are going to do using JavaScript. And then after we show this element, we are just going to delay 3 seconds before we hide it. So we are going to start a setTimeout method. So window, if you don't want to use the window, you know you can omit the name of the object. I just like using it. So window.setTimeout. So again, open and close parentheses, semicolon. Inside here, 2 arguments. First one is the function. Second one is the number of milliseconds. So let's show this loader for, let's say, 2 seconds. And now after the 2 seconds have passed, what we need to do is just hiding it again. So then we are going to change the display to none again. Let's save this, refresh the page. Nothing is happening. I'm just going to click the button. Now we can see the loader, and after 2 seconds, it's gone. So this is used in many websites, maybe not for loaders, because loaders are just going to be hidden when something finishes loading. But I don't know if you've noticed on websites, sometimes there's an error message or some message saying that the changes have been saved. So you just see something coming from above with a message, and then after a few seconds, it just gets hidden. So it is done by using the setTimeout. So now let's see the other method I mentioned, which is the setInterval. So this time it is going to be similar to the setTimeout, but the difference is that it is going to keep repeating that function forever unless we stop it. So let's see how this works. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. So before starting it, I'm just going to create a variable called count, which is going to be 0. And I'm going to write window.set. So this time it's set interval. And the same thing again. First, you open and close parentheses and add the semicolon. Inside here, we need a function and the time. So function, open and close parentheses. Now the time. So I'm just going to keep increasing the number. So this is just going to work like a clock or just a counter that's going to be getting increased by itself. So for this, I'm going to use 1 second interval. So every second, what I'm going to do is sending the number I have to the console and then incrementing 1. So if I do this, and refresh the page. Let's go to the console. As you can see, we have this thing that's just like seconds in a clock, and this is going to be running forever until we stop it. So now how do we stop this? If you go down here, you will see that we can interrupt time methods by using variables. So going back to Visual Studio Code, when we create the set interval method, instead of just doing it like this, we can assign it to a variable. So I'm going to name this variable, I don't know, time interval, and I'm just going to do like this. So this is going to be executed anyway, but this time this is going to be assigned to this variable, and this is going to be important when we want to interrupt it. So what we are going to do after doing the same thing we've just done, we are going to start an if statement here, because we just want to run this up to 5. So if the count is greater than or equal to 5, we just want to interrupt this set interval. So how do we do this? We use another method called clear interval. As you can see, we have clear interval and clear timeout. So for this case, we just want to clear the interval. And inside parentheses, we just need to pass the name of this variable. So by doing this, now going back there, refreshing the page, as you can see, we weren't on the page and this just kept running. This is just going to run forever. Now, if we refresh the page, it is happening again. So let's wait until it reaches 5. It didn't reach 5, it stopped at 4. So as you can see, we just interrupted the set interval method, and the same thing can be done with the set timeout by using the clear timeout. So pretty cool. That was all I wanted to show you about set timeout and set interval for now. But before we finish with this, I just left you another challenge. So I want you to use the date object and the set interval method to make the watch below work in real time. So I have a watch here. So here it's a space for the hours. Let's see the IDs of this. So here we have an element for the hours, an element for the minutes, an element for the seconds. So now you know how to get the actual time, the current time with the date object. And you know how to repeat a block of code using the set interval. So I want you to get these two things we learned in this lesson and in the previous one and put this clock to work. So again, take your time, try to think how can you do this, and in the next video I'm gonna be back here to solve this. So good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video I'm going to solve this watch challenge. Actually, I think I should have called it the clock challenge, but anyway, you get the point. So we need to put it to work using JavaScript, and that should be pretty easy with the date object and the setInterval method. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and the first thing we need to do is get the current time. So we need the current number of hours, minutes, and seconds. So let's create three variables. So one for the hours. Or before we do this, we can create one for the current time, so we don't have to create this object 3 times. So let's create one for the current time, which is just going to get the current date and time. So new date without any arguments. So now for the hours, we just need to get the current time and use the getHours method. So open and close parentheses, and we know that this is going to return something from 0 to 23, which is exactly what we want. So now we're just going to repeat this for minutes and seconds. So minutes and seconds. So for the minutes, it's just get minutes, and for the seconds, get seconds. Okay, so now that we have this information, all we need to do is just send it to our HTML elements. So going back to the page, let's select the clock. So as you can see, we have the ID of hours, minutes, and seconds. So going back to our script, let's just copy this so we don't have to type it again. So for the hours, the inner HTML is going to be what we have in the hours variable. And now let's do the same thing for minutes and seconds. So minutes and seconds. Let's not forget to change it here as well. So here minutes and here seconds. So let's see what happens when we do this. I'm gonna save this, refresh the page. Let's go down there. As you can see, we were able to start this clock. It's not working yet because now we just need to keep repeating this, but this was the first step. We just got the current hours, minutes, and seconds and just sent them to this HTML element, and now we just need to keep updating our time. So how often is a clock updated? Well, a clock is updated every second because the smallest unit we have here are the seconds, so we just need to update it every second. So now let's just go back to Visual Studio Code, and this is going to be pretty easy because the only thing we need to do is just putting all this code inside a set interval. So we can even copy all this, or if you want to practice, which I think it's better, just write it again. So this time we don't plan to stop our clock, so we don't need to create a variable. So we just need to do window.setInterval. So again, inside here, 2 arguments. First one is the function. Second one is the time. This time we just want 1 second of interval, so 1000 milliseconds. And inside here, we are just going to place all this code. You can press Ctrl X to cut and then Ctrl V to paste it inside here, or something easier, just select the whole block of code and press Alt and then arrow up or arrow down. If you do this, you are able to put a block of code inside other elements like this. So I just wanted to show you this. All right, so let's see if this is working now. Let's refresh the page. I hope it is. Okay, we can see that this clock is now working well, but we have one problem. We are not seeing this problem yet but I'm gonna show you that we are going to have one problem with this clock. So I'm just gonna stop this video now, and when this turns to 0, actually while I'm talking it's almost there, so I'm not gonna stop the video. Let's just wait for this to turn to 0, 0, and let's see what happens. Well, something a bit odd, because clocks do not show numbers like this without the leading 0. So we need to do something to format these numbers. So when they are less than 10, we include a leading 0. This is pretty simple to do. We're gonna have to do it with hours, minutes, and seconds. So we might as well create a function to do this. So going back to the code. So this seems to be a little perfectionist, but actually it isn't. It's really odd to have a clock like that. I haven't seen a clock that shows numbers like that. So this is something that, yeah, as developers, we should fix it. Don't think it's okay like this, because it's not. So let's fix it. This is going to be pretty easy to do. So we just need to create a function, and the name of the function is going to be format time. Or you can choose another name like add leading 0. I think add leading 0 is even better. So add leading 0. So like I said, I like using underscores for function names. If you want, you can just use lower camel case like you've been doing. So this is our function. And this time we're going to need one argument, which is the number we want to format. So the argument is going to be the number. So what we need to do is just testing if this number is less than 10. If it is, we can add a leading 0. So if number is less than 10, we are just going to return a 0, and then we are going to concatenate with the number we have. But we need to be careful because we are working with numbers here, so we should convert it to string. So number dot to string. Else, which means the number is 10 or higher. So in this case, we don't have to do anything. So we can just return the number converted into string. Why are we converting it to string here? Well, because then it's going to be even better to send it to HTML elements. We know that all HTML elements, they have strings inside, so this is going to be even better. So what our function is going to do is converting our number into a string and also adding a leading 0 if we need it. All right, so now that we've done this, instead of just sending the variables, we are going to pass these numbers inside our function first. So instead of adding the hours, we are just going to use our function to add the leading 0 if it's necessary. So let's say we have 11 hours. It is just going to go inside. It's not less than 10, so it's just going to return the same number that entered but converted into a string. But if we have 1, then it is just going to return 0, 1, which is going to be exactly what we need. So let's save this. Let's go back to our page. Let's see if we are lucky. Yeah, 58, 59, and then 0, 0, which is beautiful. Let's wait until it gets to 10 to see what happens. 9, now it's 10, it's not adding anything, so now this is working perfectly. And the same thing is going to be applied for the hours and minutes. So that was it. As you can see, it's pretty easy to do a clock in JavaScript by using the date object in the setInterval method. So I hope you like this exercise, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna talk about break and continue. These statements are going to be used mainly with loops and their purpose is to either interrupt the loop or just jump one iteration. So let's start with the break statement, which can be used to interrupt the loop, or a switch statement. I haven't talked about the switch statement yet. If you want to know more, you can just click on this link that I left here. Maybe later in the course, I'm going to explain this with more details. But for now, let's just see the example using a loop. So going to Visual Studio, I'm just going to start a while loop here. So I'm going to create a variable, so var x equals 0. So while x is less than 10, we are going to do something, and what am I going to do here is just sending x to the console, and then I'm going to increment the value of x. We don't have to go back to our web page to know what's going to happen. We are just going to send x to the console until x is 9. Alright, so what if we wanted to interrupt this loop earlier? If we don't want to change the condition here, we can just use a break statement. So I'm just going to start a conditional here. And I'm going to say that if x equals 5, then I just want to stop this loop. So I'm just going to use the break statement. So no matter what is the condition for the loop, when our code hits this break statement, it is just going to go out of the loop. So going back to our page, refreshing it, we can see that now we stopped at 4. This is because when we sent 4 to the console, right after this, we incremented the value of x, which became 5. So then we entered here and broke out of the loop. I know this sounds like a silly example because after all, why didn't we just change it here instead of using the break statement? But this was just an example of how you can interrupt a loop. There will be situations in which you are going to want to do this. So let's go now to the next example. The continue is a bit different. We are going to jump out of the loop just like with the break statement. But the difference is that we are not going to interrupt the loop. We are just going to jump the current iteration. So for this example, I'm going to write some code that is going to send to the console only the even numbers from 0 to 20. So I'm going to start a loop, and instead of sending all the numbers to the console, I'm just going to send the even numbers. So how can we do this? Before we start writing this, I just want to talk to you about the modulus operator, which is this one. This operator serves to return the remainder of a division. So if I divide 4 by 2, I will have no remainder. The result is going to be 2, and the remainder is going to be 0. So if I try to do 4 modulus 2, we can see that the remainder is 0. But if I try to divide 4 by 3, I'm going to have the remainder of 1. If I try to divide 10 by 3, I will have a remainder of 1. So this is how the modulus operator works. So this is useful to identify even and odd numbers, because any even number that we do modulus to is going to return in 0. So we can try 10, 12, 14, 16. This is always going to return 0 because there's no remainder when we divide an even number by 2. But any odd number, so let's try 11, it's going to have the result of 1 because every odd number that we divide by 2 is always going to have a remainder of 1. So this is how this operator works. So now that we know this, let's try to write a loop that's going to print only the even numbers. So going to Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to start with a variable called num. This is going to start at 0. And then I'm just going to start a while loop. So while num is less than or equal to 20 because I want to print all the even numbers all the way up to 20. So this is going to be the condition to enter the loop. And this time I'm going to do a bit differently. I'm going to explain this later. So I'm going to increment right at the beginning of the loop. So I'm just going to do num++, and then I'm just going to do console.log, and I'm going to send the number. All right, so if we do this, we know what's going to happen, but let's try it out. We can see that we just sent all the numbers to the console all the way up to 20, actually 21. So yeah, since I'm incrementing the value at the beginning of the loop, then we can just use num is less than 20. So let's try again. All right, so now it's stopping at 20. But we just want to print the even number. So how can we do this? There are two ways of doing this. So first, let's start by using the continue statement. So instead of just doing console.log, let's make a test first. So let's start a conditional here. And we're going to test if num modulus 2 is not 0. So we know that every even number that we do modulus 2 is going to return in 0. So if this doesn't happen, it means that this is an odd number. So if this is an odd number, we don't want to keep running this iteration. So we are just going to use the continue statement. So when the interpreter hits this line, it's just going to jump out of the loop. So it's not going to execute this line and any other line after this. So after the continue, it's just going to jump out of the loop and start again. When it hits the continue again, it jumps out of the loop and starts again. So this is how the continue statement works. So if we do this and refresh the page, we can see that now we only printed the even numbers. Of course, this is not the only way of doing this because after all, we could have done it like this, just getting the console.log and putting it inside here and then doing the opposite. So if num modulus 2 equals 0, then we do console.log. If not, we just do nothing. So if we refresh the page, we can see that now we have the same result. So like I always say, there's never just one way of solving a problem. There's never just one solution. But I thought it would be interesting to show you how to solve this using the continue statement so you know how this works. Alright, so I just wanted to quickly show you these two examples. Maybe we're gonna see these statements later in the course, but for now, that was all. So I'll wait for you in the next video. Hi there, welcome to another lesson. In this video, we are gonna have lots of fun because we are going to learn how to work with forms. And this is an essential skill for the web developer. We already know how to get the value from an input field. We've done it a few times. We've done it in the list of exercises. So now in this video, we're gonna learn how to do this with other field types. So let's start with a select box. So we have this select box that we could find on any form, on any website. So as we can see, we have a few options here. So how can we know which option has been selected? So for this example, when we click the button, I want to show the options here. So first, let's see the HTML of this element. So the ID of this element is options. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. And the first thing we are going to do is just creating an event for that button. So we can just copy any event that we wrote up here. Let's try to find one. Here it is. I have this onClick event. So now I'm just going to uncomment this code. erase everything inside and let's see what's the ID of the button. So here's the button. So the ID is show option. So when we click the button, we want to show the option. So let's start creating a variable called select field, which is going to be that element. So let's just write document.getElementById, and the ID of that select box is options. Now let's create another variable for the selected option. So now we can just use the variable we've just created. So we just selected this element, and every select box is going to have a property called options. Inside this property, we are going to have another property called selected index. So before we move ahead, let's just send it to the console so we can understand what are we getting. So let's send the selected option to the console. So let me go to the console. I'm going to refresh the page, and now I have beach here. If I click show, we can see that it's returning the index 0 because this is the first element. If I select the second element, then the index of the selected option is going to be 1, and the last element is going to be 2. So now what do we do with it? Let's create a third variable called selected value, because after all, that's what we want. So the selected value is just going to be our field. Then we are going to use the options property again, and now we can get any options of a select box by using indexes. So we can use indexes like this. But since we have the index of the selected option, this is exactly what we want. So by doing this, we are able to get or to select this option. So by doing this, now let's go step by step again. So let's just do console.log for the selected value to see what we have. Refreshing the page. So when I click show, as you can see, it's returning the full element. So if we need the value, we can just do selected value dot value. So then it is just going to return the OPT1. Depending on what you're doing, it's useful to get the value. So here it is. Or if you want the text that's written inside, you can just do inner HTML. So if we do this, we can see that now we are able to get the selected option using JavaScript. So I'm going to select mountain, click show, and then I'm getting the selected option. So now instead of sending it to the console, all we need to do is sending it here. So we are going to send this to this element that has the ID of selected option. So to the inner HTML of this element, we are just going to send the value or the inner HTML of the selected option. So by doing this, let's save this. Let's refresh the page. Now let's select any option here like city. Let's click show, and then we can see that we are getting that value. So mountain and beach. Pretty cool. Now, if we just wanted to get the value, I just wanted to show you that you can also use the dot value for the whole options select box. So in this case, it is just going to return the value of the selected option. So let's try this. As you can see, these are less lines of code. So let me just comment this for a second. And now I'm just going to do document.getElementById options, which is the whole select box. And when I do value, it's just going to get the value of the selected option automatically. So by doing this, let's see what's going to happen. Let's go to the console. So when we select an option and click show, as you can see, we can get the value with way less lines of code. But the downside is that we can only get that value. We cannot get the inner HTML with this. But I just wanted to show you that you also have this option. So going back there, let me just do the opposite. I'm going to uncomment what we wrote before. And I'm going to leave this here inside a comment. Now moving on, let's talk about radio buttons. So radio buttons are a different form field. So if we select this element, we can see that this is an input with a type of radio. And the difference is that we don't have a parent element and the options inside. With the radio button, every option is an input. So as we can see, it's an input of the type radio. So this is the other one, and this is the other one. So because of this, we are going to have to work a bit differently. So now, as you can see, all of them have the same name. So there's an attribute called name. So all of them have name equals gender, name, and name. So this is what we are going to use to select them. So first, let's just see what's the ID of this button. So the ID is show radio. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and copy all this. And now it's going to be show radio for that button. So now what we are going to do is create a variable for the radio buttons. And now we're going to use a different method to select elements, which is the get elements by name. So by doing this, we get all the elements that will have that name attribute. So the name we are trying to get is the gender. Now, as always, let's just do console.log to see what are we getting with this radio variable. So refreshing the page, let me go to the console here. And when I click this button, as you can see, we just got an array with 3 elements because we have 3 elements with the same name on our page. Pretty cool. Now we know that we can use a loop to run through all these elements. So going back to the code, now what we need to do is just creating a variable that will be undefined for now. It's just going to be the radio selected, which we don't know which one is it yet. And now we're just going to start a loop. So for a equals 0, then a has to be less than radio dot length, which we know it's 3 because we have 3 elements. A++. Now we're going inside this loop, and what we need to do is every time we have an input with the type radio, there's a property called checked that returns true if that button is checked. So we can just do if radio with an index of A, because we are running through all these radio buttons. So if this element has the property checked, set to true, then we are going inside here. And when we go inside here, we can just do radius selected equals this element that has this property set to true. So if we do this, let's refresh this. Let's do a console.log to see what we have when we do this. So radius selected. And now one thing is that when we use the same names, so HTML is going to automatically limit just one selection at a time. So we cannot select multiple elements. When we have check boxes, like I'm going to show in the next example, we can check multiple elements, but with radio buttons, we can only check one, and this is done automatically because we just set the same names for each of them. So when we click show, it's just going to run through all these elements, and when it finds one that has the checked property set to true, it's just going to send it to the console. So when we do this, it's just sending this element that has the value of male. So let's try with female now. When we click show, we can see that this property is actually an attribute. So every time a radio button is checked, it has this attribute, which we can access as a property. So now that we know that we can access this element, how do we get its value? Well, that's pretty simple. We have a value here, so we can just do radius selected dot value. So by doing this, let's try this one this time. Let's click show, and now we are just getting the value. So now we can send it to this element here. So this element is going to be the selected radio. So we are sending the value of the checked or the selected radio button to this selected radio element. So saving this, let's refresh the page and try again. So we have male, let's click show. We are just sending the option here, female, and I rather not inform. So as you can see, we are able to identify which one is checked and getting the value. Now this video is getting a bit too long, so I'm just going to break it into two, and in the next part, we're going to learn how to work with check boxes. So I'll wait for you in the next video. Hey everyone, in the previous video we just learned how to get the selected value of a radio button, and now we're going to talk about check boxes. Now it's going to be a bit different because we can have multiple values at the same time. Before we get started, if you have any questions about this part, I know this can be a bit confusing, but just do it step by step. Try to do it by yourself so you understand everything we are doing here, and if you still have any questions, you can always leave them in the Q&A section and I will be glad to help you out. So continuing with the check boxes, this is going to be similar, but like I said, the difference is that we can have multiple options selected. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's just copy this. We have a similar structure. So this time the ID for the button we want is show check. And now let's create a variable called check. And let's select all these elements. So going back to the HTML file, let me select one so we understand how it works. So as you can see, check boxes, they are also individual input fields. So we have an input which has a type of checkbox and a name of interest. So here we are listing some interests for a programmer. So we can get them by type or by name. Let's just use the get elements by name. So we can do just like we did in the previous example, getting them by names. Then we are going to have an array with all these elements. So going back to Visual Studio Code, we want to get these elements by name, and the name of these fields are interest. Alright, so just to make sure, as we always do, let's just do console.log to see what we have inside this variable. So this step is very important. Always keep sending things to the console so you can see if there's something wrong. So saving this, refreshing the page. Let me go to the console. So when I click this button, we can see that we were able to select all these elements. So this is one input. If I put the cursor over it, we can see that now it's highlighting the element. So we have the second and the third element. So the rest we know what to do. We just need to start a loop. Let's remove this console.log. And now what we are going to do is send them as list items. So if we go back to the HTML, right here where I want you to show the options, if I click here and go inside, let's get the ID of this element. Let's just leave it here. And now we're going to start forming the inner HTML of this element. So let's just copy this. And the element we want to select has the ID of selected check. Here it is. And now we're going to start setting the inner HTML of this element. We could just send an empty string, but since we want to send a list, let's start by opening an unordered list. And now for all these options, we're going to send them inside an li element. So now let's just start our loop. Right here, we don't have to worry about this variable conflicting with the other ones, because let's remember that inside function, so here we are inside a function, we have the local scope of the function, so these loops are not going to be in conflict with the other ones, so we can use A without any problem. I just have to remember to use the var keyword, because if I don't, I'm going to be creating a variable in the global scope. My mistake. Now moving on. What we want to do here is just starting a loop that has to be smaller than the check array. So A is less than check.length. So now this is going to be very similar because these elements, when they are selected, they also have that checked attribute. So this time, if check with the index of A has this attribute called checked, then we are going to do something. And what we are going to do is just sending more things to the HTML of this element. So document.getElementById, selected check, and now the inner HTML, we're just going to increment it with plus equal. And what we are going to do is just sending a list item. Let's close it right here. And in the middle, we are just going to send the value that is selected. So how do we do this? Well, we can just do check with the index of a dot value. All right, so pretty cool. And then when we finish with this loop, we just want to close this unordered list. So we just want to increment it and then close this list. If we do this and go back to the page, let's refresh it. Now, what happens if we don't have any option selected? Let's click show. As you can see, we have nothing inside here, only the empty list, because we didn't find any element with that attribute of checked. But now if I select one, so front-end development, and I click show, as you can see, we are creating a list item with the value of that field. If I try 2 options, we have the 2 options. Let's try the 3. Let's try to remove one. So as you can see, this is pretty cool. We are able to get all the options that are selected in a checkbox. So if you are, let's say, running a survey, you can easily get all the options that have been selected and just send it to a database. So this is the start of it. Of course, to do this, you are going to need a server-side language, but this is going to be the start, getting the values you want from the input fields. So I hope this was not too complicated. Like I said, if you need, just watch this video and the previous one again. Just try to do it by yourself. Do it step by step. Try to understand what's going on. If you still don't, leave a question in the Q&A section and I'll be glad to help you out. So that was all for this lesson. In the next one, we are going to do something cool, because instead of sending these values to these elements after clicking the button, we are going to do this just by changing the elements. So every time we change something in the form, we are going to update the options here. And we are going to do this using the onChange event. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video we're going to continue working with the forms, but now instead of sending the selected option only when clicking the button, let's try to track a change event. So anytime we change the option, we are going to send the updated value to this element. So to do this, let's just copy this first example from the previous lesson, which is using a select box. So here it is. Let me just uncomment this. So let's get the ID of this select box, which is education level. I'm just going to copy this. So now, instead of tracking a click event to a button, we are just going to select that select box, and the event that we're going to track is going to be the onChange event. So before we continue, I'm just going to comment all this, and I'm going to do console.log changed, just so we can understand how this works. So I'm going to save this, refreshing the page. So now nothing is going on, but every time we change the option here, we can see that we are sending this message to the console. So we are firing that event. Let's try to change it again. So now we just sent the message one more time. So every time we do this, our function is going to be executed. So now instead of just doing console.log, we can do the same thing we did before, which is sending the value to that element. So as you can see, this is pretty simple. This is pretty much what we've done before, but instead of using an onClick event to a button, we are just using the onChange event to the select box. So now the ID of the element that we want to get is the education level. So it's the same element, that is the select field. And then the rest is going to be the same, just the element where we want to show the result is going to be different. So here we have an element with the ID of selected level. So changing it here. So let's do a recap. We are just selecting that select box element. Then we are getting the selected index. We have this through the options property inside the selected index property. Then we are just selecting this whole element and getting its inner HTML. So by doing this, refreshing the page, every time we change this, we're going to automatically send the selected value to this element. So let's try again and again. So as you can see, this is working perfectly. So why would we want to do this? Well, let's say we have a sales page. So let's go to Apple's website. I've showed you this in the first lesson of this course. Let's see it again. So I'm just going to click buy to start buying this phone. And as you can see, we have a few options here. So here we have these squares, but consider them to be an input field. So this could be a drop down like the select box we have. This could be radio buttons or select boxes. So anytime there's a change, so I'm selecting this, something is happening. We don't have to click an outside button. We don't have to select the option we want and then click a button. We just need to select an option and it is automatically changing the product photo. So this is exactly what we are doing here. Anytime we change the option, we are doing something here. In this case, instead of just sending the selected option to this element, we could be getting a photo, getting the price of the product, or anything like this. So the other examples are going to be the same. I just want to show you one more example using the check boxes, because let's remember that these are individual elements. So it's going to be similar, but the only difference is that we are going to have to start a loop and add that onChange event to each of these elements. So let's get started with this. So first of all, let's select all these elements. So let's go to create a variable called check. And then I'm going to select all the elements, but it's going to be by their names. So if we click on one of these options, we can see that all of them has a name of meal. So meal, meal, meal. So get elements by name. And the name is meal. Now we're going to start a loop. So again, var a equals 0. A has to be smaller than check dot length. So check is going to be the array of elements, the array of options we have, and a plus plus. So what we want to do when we enter this loop, we just want to set that event for each of these elements. So when we enter this loop, we are just going to get check with an index of A. So let's remember that each of the elements of this array are our HTML elements. So we can just select them by doing this and then applying the onChange event. So let's start a function. And before we go ahead, again, let's do something so we can see what's going on. So console.log. First, let's just send a generic message, so changed. Let's refresh the page and let me go to the console. So every time we make a change, so I'm going to check hamburger, we can see that it's changed. And when I uncheck this, it's also going to fire that function. So checking, unchecking, it's just calling the onChange event. Same thing for the second one, same thing for the third one. So now what do we need to do? Let's go back there. So every time there's a change in any of the elements, we are just going to get the inner HTML of that element. So let's go back there. So here is going to be a list because we can select multiple items at the same time. So we have this selected check element. So now the inner HTML of this element, we are going to start this with an unordered list again. So every time there's a change on any of the elements, we are just going to erase all the inner HTML of this element, and we are going to start fresh with an unordered list. And after we finish the loop, we can just close our unordered list, but this time using the incremental operator, so plus equal. And this time we are just closing the list. So inside here, what we need to do is sending to the list only the options that are select. So how do we do this? We are going to have to start another loop. So here, let's start a for loop. And why are we using nested loops? Well, because this first loop is only setting the onChange event. So by doing this, any element that changes is going to fire this function because we are applying the onChange to each of these elements. This is why we needed this loop. But now inside here is different because now when any of these elements change, we are going to have to run a loop again through each of these elements to check which of them are selected. So now, if we use the variable a here, we are going to have a conflict. Because even though this for loop is inside a function, this variable here is in the global scope. So inside here, we are going to have access to this variable and there's going to be a conflict. So here we should use a different variable name. So let's use b. So var b equals 0. B has to be smaller than check dot length and b plus plus. So now we are just going to run through each of the elements, and when we find one of them with that checked attribute, so if check with an index of b has that checked attribute, then we are going to do something. And what we are going to do is just appending some HTML to that element. So we are going to append a list item. So we're going to start it here. And now we can just add check b dot value. Don't forget the plus sign so we can concatenate. And then after doing this, we can just close the list item. So let's do a recap. Let me just reduce the font just so we can see the whole code. For all those check boxes, they are individual inputs. So we are running a loop so we can set the onChange event to all of them. So here we are setting the onChange event for all of them. And anytime any of these elements change, we're gonna run through them and check each of them have the attribute of checked. And the ones that do, we are going to add their values to a list item. We are going to send this list item to that HTML element called selected check, where we are printing the results. So if we save this and go back to the page, now we can see that any change we do, so let's try hamburger, we are just creating a list item. Remember that any change we do, if now I select fries, I'm not just adding fries. If any change happens, we are just starting over. So we are just getting the HTML of this element and starting an empty list and then checking all these elements again. This is why we need another loop. So anytime there's a change, we are just going to run through each of these elements. So the first element is this one. So this element has the checked attribute because it's checked. So if this happens, we are going to send its value to this list. So let's do it again, do it again. Now every time we change anything, we are starting over and building this list again. So that was all that I wanted to show for now. I know this is getting a bit more complex than what we've been doing so far. Now we are not only interacting with HTML elements, but these elements are form fields and they have values. Some of them are separate input fields, but the select box is just one parent element with options. So I know this is a little complicated, but it just takes a bit of time until you get used to this. When you start working with JavaScript for real, you are going to work with forms a lot of times, so this is going to be very easy for you. Like I said, if you need, just watch this video again, watch the previous one again, and use the Q&A section if you have questions. In the next list of exercises, I'm going to put some more examples with forms, so you will have a lot of opportunities to practice. So that was all for now. I'll see you in the next video. Hi there, it's time to do our fourth list of exercises. So as usual, I'm just going to read all the questions to you, give you a few tips, and then you can go ahead and solve it. So number one, an e-commerce website has two types of shipments. So there's the standard shipment, which takes 7 days, and the express shipment, which takes 3 days. So what I want you to do here, anytime you change something, so let's say I choose Express, I want you to update the information below. So you need to fill in the order date by getting the current date. Then you need to calculate what is going to be the expected date of delivery, considering the lead times. And you also need to fill in the delivery fee. The lead time and delivery fee you can get from this object. So before starting the exercise, you can just copy this to your code so you can get the information you need. Two other important things are the date format. I want you to use the ISO date format, which is this one. So year, month, and day. And also I want you to show the fee with 2 decimal places. So to do this, pay attention to how this element is built. So if you inspect it, you will see that the options, they have values. So if you see this one, it has the value of standard, which is exactly the same name of this object's property. So try to think how you can use this to access the information you want here, so you can do all the calculations necessary and fill in the information. So this is number one. Number two is similar. Update the product's name, price, and image when changing the selected option. So this time we have a few radio buttons. So when we change anything here, I want you to update the image, name, and price. So here I also want you to show the price with 2 decimal places And I also want you to include the currency. So here you have the object where you will get all that information. So for each of the options here, I'm giving you the name of the product you need to use, the price, the currency, and also the image URL. So again, inspect these radio buttons, try to understand how is their structure. So here you can see that you have the values. So this value is the same as the object properties. So try to think how you can get this and then get the information you want to update this element. Number 3, make the stopwatch below work. The format is in hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. So this is similar to what we've done with the clock, but this is much more complex because now we need to track how much time has passed so we can update this element. We also have the start and stop button and the reset button. So this is going to be a bit harder, but don't worry, just take your time. If you want, do some research on how people solve this problem using JavaScript. And after you're finished, you can just come back here to see the solution. So good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so it's time to start solving the exercise. So number 1, the first thing we need to do here is tracking any change to this element. So let's see the ID of this element. So this is the ID, shipments. So here I already copied the objects that I'm going to need later. So now let's just do document get element by ID. Then this is the ID of that element, and we need to use the onChange event. So let's assign a function to it. And every time there's a change, we need to get the selected value. So let's create a variable called selected value. And let's remember that there's a very easy way of doing this. So if you go back here, let's go to the lesson where we talk about forms, which is this one. So by pressing Ctrl and clicking on it, we can open it on a new tab. So as you can see, if you need the inner HTML, we need to do all this. But if you just need the value, there's a very easy way of doing this. So let's just copy all this. Instead of selected value, let's change it to selected option, just so we can use the same code. And the only thing we need to change is the ID of the element, which is shipment. So let's test if we are able to get the selected values. So saving this. So refreshing the page, let's go to the console. So when we change something here, so let's choose standard, we are getting this string. And if we select the express, we are getting this. So how can we use this to access the information we need inside this object? Well, going back to the code, let's create a variable for the lead time. So if we wanted to access this property directly, we would do shipment dot standard to get inside this object. But the problem here is that we don't know if it's standard or if it's express. So this needs to be dynamic. How can we do this dynamically? Instead of using the dot notation, we can use the braces notation. So we know that if we do this and use a string here, we are going to get the same result. So we are going to access this object. So now instead of just writing standard, we can use what we have from this variable. Because let's remember that this variable is returning either standard or express, which is exactly the name we want for these properties. So instead of just writing it like this, we can just get it from this variable. And now we can go back to the dot notation again, because this is going to be lead time, no matter what the option is. And let's do the same thing for the fee. So fee, then we just need to get the fee property. And now just to see if we are getting it right, let's send the lead time to the console. And also the fee. So saving this, going back there, refreshing the page. Let's try to change something here. So let's change to the standard. So we are getting 7, which is the lead time for the standard, and 2, which is the fee. This is good. Now let's test with the express. So now we are getting 3, which is the lead time, and 4.5, which is the fee. So far, so good. Now we just need to do the calculation for the expected date of delivery and then just fill in the information necessary. So going back there, let's now create a variable for the order date. And for this one, we are just going to start a new date object. If we don't pass any argument, we are just going to get the current date. Now we just need to create another one for the delivery date. And for this one, we want to pass an argument because we don't want to get the current date. And we know that if we pass one numeric argument, let's go back here to the date and time lesson. So here it is. If we pass one numeric argument, it is going to consider it to be milliseconds since the epoch. So which number of milliseconds are we going to pass here? Well, we just need to get the number of milliseconds of the order date. So we can do this by using the getTime method. And now we just need to sum a few days more. So again, how can we do this? If we go back to that conversion table, we know that we have this amount of milliseconds per day. So copying this, all we need to do is just multiplying this. Don't forget to remove the dots. We just need to multiply this for the lead time because the lead time is in days. So now we have the correct number of milliseconds for the delivery date, and we are creating a new date with it. So again, before moving ahead, let's just send the order date and delivery date to the console to see if we are getting it right. So refreshing the page, let's try the standard. So now we have July 14th, which is the day I'm recording this video, and the delivery date is July 21st, which is good. If we change to Express, now we have July 14th and the delivery expected to July 17th. Pretty good. Now we just need to do some formatting to show the date like this. Well, to show the date like this, we could go ahead and create our own functions. So getting the year, getting the month and day, but then we would have a bit of extra work because let's remember that the getMonth method returns the month from 0 to 11. So we would need to add 1 to get the correct month to put here. So when you are doing something like this, before going ahead and creating your own functions, just search online if there's an easier way. So here, I just told you that I want the ISO date format. So just go online and search for JavaScript ISO date format. So as you can see, there's already a method for it. So going inside here, you can see that you can apply this method into a date object. So that's everything that we need in order to format the date. So let's just copy this. And now we know that we have two date objects. So let's test this to ISO string to see what happens. Same thing here. And now if we go back there and refresh the page, so let's pick an option, let's say standard. So this is almost what we need. We just don't need the rest of the information here. We just need year, month, and day. But this is going to be easier than trying to format the date ourselves, because now we just need to do some slicing in the string. So let's copy this. Let's create this as a string just so we can try to use the slice method. So if we do like this, we talked about the slice method when we talked about arrays, and I'm pretty sure that I mentioned that we can do the same thing with strings. So what we need to do is just picking a start and an end. So we are going to start from 0 and we want to go all the way up to 10. So here, if you are not sure, you can just go trying. So 8, we can see that we are missing something. 9, we are still missing something. And if we go all the way to 10, we can see that we have all the numbers we need. This is all we need. We just need to apply some slicing here. So let's copy this. Going back to Visual Studio Code. So not only we are going to get the ISO string, but we are also going to apply some slicing. So by doing this, refreshing the page, let's change it again. And now we can see that we have exactly what we need. Let me just erase this. So this is for the standard shipment. Let's try for the express shipment. And now we can see that this is working. Pretty good. Now what we need to do is just send it to these elements. So this first element is the order date. And this one is the delivery date. So going back there, we can just do document.getElementById. Then this is the order date. So the inner HTML of it is just going to be this. Now we just need to do the same thing with the delivery date, which is going to be the delivery date, and getting the ISO string from it and then slicing the string. Pretty good. Now we don't need to send it to the console anymore. Let's see if this is working. So refreshing the page, let's try the standard. So now we have the correct dates. Let's try the express. This is also good. Now the only thing missing is the delivery fee. So let's get the ID of this element, which is the delivery fee. So inside this element, we are just going to use the fee variable. And now we need to force it to 2 decimal places. So we know we have a method called toFixed that can force it to any number of decimal places we want. In this case, we need it to be 2. So by doing this, Refreshing the page. Let's see the standard. So now we have the order date, expected date of delivery, and the fee, which seems to be correct. And let's change it to Express. So we have the correct fee, we have the correct dates. So this one is solved. Now this video is getting a bit too long. So in the next video, I'm going to start solving number 2. I'll see you then. Hey everybody, continuing with our list of exercises. Now it's time to solve number 2. This is going to be more or less similar to the previous one. We just need to track an onChange event to these radio buttons, and then we need to get some information from this object to update this element. So the first thing we need to do is getting the ID of this element, or in this case, since they are radio buttons, we just need to get the name of them. So all of them have a name of product. So going to Visual Studio Code, let's start by creating a variable named radio items or something like this. And now we're going to do document.get elements by name. Then the name of them is product, or let me see if it's plural. No, it's correct. So now we're just selecting all of them. We know that if we send this to the console, we're going to have an array with all those radio buttons. So now what we need to do is just starting a loop. So let's start a for loop. So the for loop is going to be, so far, a equals 0. A has to be smaller than radio items.length. A++. So inside here, what we need to do is setting the onChange event for all those elements. So we can just do radio items with an index of A, so we can set it to all the elements. Then the onChange event. And now we have a function. So before moving ahead, let's just send some message to the console just to see if so far everything's working. So let's do console.log. Trust me, this is a very good practice. This is going to avoid a lot of headache, because if this is not working, we are going to know this very early in the process. So let's write something like changed. This is not a waste of time. This is actually a very good practice. So refreshing the page, going to the console, let's try to change it. So as you can see, this is working well. So now we can continue. Now every time there's a change, we need to go through all the elements to check which one is checked. So this is why we need a loop inside the loop. So now that we go inside and set this event to all the radio buttons, every time there's a change, we need to go through all them again to check if they have that attribute. So I'm just going to copy all this. So I just selected the loop and I'm going to paste another loop inside itself like this. I don't need this part. I just need the loop. So let's change the name of the variable so we don't have a conflict. So B, B, and B. And now what we need to do is just starting an if statement. So if radio items with an index of B has the checked attribute, it means that we just found the one that is select. So then we can start a variable called maybe selected radio, which is going to be radio items with an index of B, and we just want the value attribute. Okay, so now that we found the element, let's just do console.log and see what we have inside the selected radio variable. So refreshing the page, let's try to select a different one. So as you can see, we're getting the values of the radio buttons. So this one is iPhone 11 black, iPhone 8 Plus silver. Then the first one is iPhone SE red. So again, as you can see, the values we have are the same names as the properties of this object. So this is going to be similar to what we've done in exercise number 1. So let's go check the IDs of the elements that we need to change. So the image, it has an ID of phone image. So let's just copy it to our code. So this is the image. Now let's get the ID for the product name, which is going to be phone name. And we also have the price, which is phone price. All right, so let's just copy this structure so we don't have to write it again. So let's start by the phone name, which is the easiest one. So inside the HTML, what we are going to do is just go inside the phones object. So phones. And we need to go inside one of the objects. So we have these properties names already inside our selected radio variable. So we can just use it here inside braces. And now for the name, we want a property called name. So dot name. Now let's do the same thing for the price. So phone price. Now first we need to get the currency and then the price with 2 decimal places. So first let's get the currency. Which is already a string, and now we are going to concatenate with the price. So this is going to go through the toFixed method, so we can round it to 2 decimal places, or in this case, force it to 2 decimal places. And then we can get all this. I think you don't need parentheses for this, but I like doing it like this. And I'm just going to convert it into a string. So to string, so we don't have any problem to concatenate with the currency. So if we do it like this, let's just test it before we go to the image. I'm going to refresh the page now. Let's go to the console to see if we have any error. So let's try to change this. I'm going to select this other phone. And as you can see, we were able to change the name, include the currency, and change the price. So pretty good. Let's try it with the third one. It seems to be working. So 519, the price is correct, the currency is correct, and the name is also correct. Going back to the first one, this is all fine. So now we just have to deal with the product's image, which should be really simple. So going back to Visual Studio Code, let's copy the same thing here. Now the ID of this element is phone image. This is an image element from HTML. So how do we change the source attribute? So if we go back there and select the image, we can see that there's a source attribute. And this is what we need to change. Now, I don't remember if I talked about this specifically, how to change the source of an image, but let me tell you that much more important than knowing everything by heart, than having learned everything, is being able to find out how to do what you want. So I remember when I was starting out with programming, one of the things that made me evolve very fast was being able to search for what I want and finding out how to do stuff. So this is pretty simple to find online. How do we change this attribute with JavaScript? Well, we can just go to Google and type JS change src of image. So if we do this, we should have the answer we want in the first search result. So trust me, it's very important for you to do this. Don't get stuck because you haven't learned something previously. Just go online, search for what you want, and you are going to have all the answers. So here we have it. There's a property called src, which is exactly what we want to change. So let's copy this. So .src, and now we just need the URL of the image. So this is going to be phones with an index of selected radio, and the property we want is image URL. All right, now this should be good. Let's refresh the page and test. So let's select the next one. So as you can see, we are changing the image, which is really cool. Let's try the third one. This is working well. Let's try the first one again. So this is good. So this one is also solved. Just one thing that I want to say, I got these URLs from the internet. So if you go to the object, you will see that all of them are hosted online. So when you are watching this video, I'm not sure if these URLs are going to be working. Maybe these websites, they just put the images down, they just delete it. So if for any reason you see a broken image, let me simulate a broken image here, like this. So let me try again. So if you click on something and you see a broken image, probably it's because the website just removed the image. So this is not a problem. If this happens to you, you can just copy the name of the phone like this. Go to Google Images. Let me just search for this image. So search for it on Google, go to Images, and then just pick any image here. So let's say this one here. Right click and choose copy image address. Then go back here and replace the URL. And by doing this, you will be able to see the product image. Well, this one is a bit smaller, but that's okay. I just wanted to show you that I don't know when you will be watching this video. Maybe this image does not exist online anymore. So I just want to show you that if you see that error, maybe it's not because you're doing something wrong. Maybe it's just because the image does not exist anymore. So you can just pick another one and replace the URL in the object. So going back to how it was before, and number 2 is done. So now the third one is going to be a lot of fun. So now it's time to start making the stopwatch work. So again, I'm going to have to do it in a separate video. So I'll see you then. Hi everybody, in this video we are going to solve the stopwatch exercise. So we have these buttons here, one for start and stopping the watch, one for resetting it, and the format needs to be in hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. This shouldn't be very hard to do, but we are going to do this in 2 steps. So first, we are just going to make this work, and this is only going to be in milliseconds. We know we have native JavaScript methods to work with milliseconds, so when we make sure that everything here is working, then the next step will be just formatting the time. So before we get started, let me go to the console. Let's inspect these elements so we get their IDs. So we have the stopwatch. Let me bring this to Visual Studio Code. Then we have the start stop button. And we have the reset button. And these are the 3 elements that we are going to work with. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is setting the onClick event to the start stop button. That's the very first thing we're going to do, is making this stopwatch start working. So document dot get element by ID, then the ID is start stop. Now let's set the onClick function. All right, so when it starts, we need to get the time and we need to start a set interval so we can keep increasing this time. But since we have just one button for starting and stopping our stopwatch, we need to know if it's running or it's not running. So before we enter in this event, this time let's do things a bit differently because we are going to have multiple events here. So it's better to create the variables up here so they are accessible inside these functions. So the first variable that we are going to need is one called isRunning. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call it isRunning because when we load the page, the clock is not running. So this is going to start as false. And we are going to use this variable to control if our button needs to stop or start the clock. So right when we get here, let's start with an if statement. So if our clock is running, then we are going to do something. In this case, we are gonna stop it. Otherwise, then we can just start it. We can do like this, or I prefer to do the opposite because actually we are first starting the clock and then stopping it. So I'm just going to use an exclamation mark here just to do the opposite. So this just means that if it's not running, 2 other ways of doing this would be like if isRunning not equal to true, or if isRunning equals false, right? So we have a few ways of doing this, but using the exclamation mark is just easier. So in this case, the clock is not running, so we are going to start it. So let's include a comment here that says start the clock. Inside here, we need to stop it. So the first thing that we need to do when we get inside here is just changing the state of this variable. So if the clock is not running and we click the button, we are going to start it. So the first thing we need to do is setting it to true. So now it's gonna start running. Otherwise, before we stop it, we are just going to set it to false. So we are doing things here step by step. All right, so now what do we need to do to start the clock? How do we track time? The first thing we need to do is get the current time. So when is this clock starting? For this, we're just going to use the getTime method, because with it, we are going to have the number of milliseconds since the epoch. So this is going to be pretty easy to work with milliseconds. So let's create a variable called start time. So here, like I said, we are going to have to use variables in multiple places here. So I prefer to actually declare them up here. So we make sure they are global and they are going to be accessible from anywhere in the code. So there are two ways of doing this. If you want, you can just use semicolon, and then in another line, you can start a variable. So start time, just like this. We don't have to assign any value to it when we are declaring this variable. And here we can just use it like this without the var keyword. This is one way of doing it, but actually you can declare multiple variables at the same time just by using comma. So we are starting this var and declaring the first variable. If we want to declare another one, we can just use comma, just like this. So now we don't have to type the var keyword multiple times. And if you want to make it more organized, you can break the lines like this. So this way we are just declaring multiple variables at the same time. This is important because we're going to have a few more that we're going to have to put it here. So this is good. So now the start time is going to be a date object. We are going to start now. Dot get time. Pretty good. Now we know that we are going to have something in milliseconds, and this is what we are going to start working with. So now the only thing we need to do is keep updating the time so we can compare the current time with the start time. So for this, we're going to need to start a set interval. So before getting the initial time, let's start a set interval. So window.set interval. So again, inside here, there's a function. And here the time is going to vary. I would put 1 millisecond so we can update our clock every 1 millisecond, but I don't think we need to be that precise. I think updating it every 10 or 100 milliseconds is going to work just fine. And this is going to be lighter for our browser to execute. So let's just use maybe 100 milliseconds. This is going to be, we won't even notice that it's taking this time. But if we do, then we can come here and try to use 10 or something like this. So with this interval, at every 100 milliseconds, we are going to do something. And what are we going to do? So let's go inside this function. At every iteration of this interval, we are going to get the current time. So current time, this is going to be another global variable. So let's declare it up there, right here, comma, another variable. So then the current time is just going to get an updated time. And now we just need to calculate how much time has passed from start time to current time. So for this, we need another variable. So let's call it elapsed time. It's just going to be the current time minus the start time. Let's also declare this variable up there. I'm sorry, this is the first time we are doing this, but this is important because these variables are going to be used inside other functions. All right, so now what do we have to do? We just need to get the elapsed time and send it to our clock element, which is this one. So let's just copy this structure here. The ID of this element is stopwatch. Let's set its inner HTML to the elapsed time. All right, so by doing this, we can already put our clock to work. So it is going to start when we click the start button. So let's check it out. I'm going to save this. Let me refresh the page. We have nothing here. I'm just going to click start. And now we can see that the magic is happening. So this is updating every 100 milliseconds. So maybe it seems a bit too slow. So let's just stop this and let's try to use 10. So like I said, you can even use 1 if you want, but I think 1 is going to be too heavy for the browser to do something every millisecond if you think about it. So let's use 10 and I think this is going to be all right. Let's go back there again. Let me start it again. So now as you can see, this is much better. This is what we need. So right now we have it working in milliseconds. So now we just need to do two things, which are stopping it and resetting it. And there's also one extra challenge, because if we just stop it and don't reset it, when we start again, it should start from where we stopped. So we are going to need one more video to finish this functionality, and then we can start formatting the time. So I'll see you in the next video so we can continue. Hi everyone, let's continue with our stopwatch exercise. So in the previous video, we already made it start. Let me just refresh the browser so it doesn't keep running. Now we just need to make it stop and reset. And there's also an extra challenge, which is restarting it. But let's do things step by step. So first, let's just make it stop. So let's go back to the code and let's remember that we have this if statement. So if it's not running, then we are just starting the clock. And now if it is running, then we need to stop the clock. So here we just set the variable to false and we need to stop this interval. How do we stop a set interval method? Well, we need to give it a name. We need to assign it to a variable. So let's call it something like clock interval or something like this. And again, let's declare this variable up there. So we can use throughout our code. This is because of a subject we already talked about, which is variable scope. So now we have this interval with a name. So now when we get inside here, even before setting this variable to false, we can just stop it right away. So we can just do window.clear interval, and inside here, we just need to pass the name of the interval, which in this case is clock interval. So let's put it here. Let's see if this is working. So saving this, going back to our page, refreshing it, starting it, stopping it. Seems that it's not working. Let's go to the console. I think this is probably because of the quotation marks, because here we just need to pass a variable, not a string. Let's try again. Refreshing the page, starting it, stopping it. So now this is working fine. Before we work on restarting it, let's just do the reset, because this is really simple to do. So let's create another event for the reset button. So the ID of this element is reset. So this should be pretty simple to do. Every time we click the reset button, all we need to do is restarting the clock. So how do we do this? Well, we can just get the start time again. Let's remember that this is not part of the interval, so we only set it once. But if we reset it, we just want to set this again. So doing this, let's save this. Let's refresh the page and see if we can make it reset. So I'm going to start it. Let's leave it here for a while. Now I'm going to click reset. And as you can see, we were able to reset it. I'm going to try again. And again, pretty cool. But now just one problem, if I stop it and then reset, I don't see it going to 0. So we need to do this. So every time we reset it, if it's running, we don't have to do anything, but if it's not running, so in this case, then we can just send 0 to our element. So instead of the elapsed time, in case it is running, we just have to leave it working normally. But if our clock has stopped, then we just need to send a 0 to that element. But better than doing this, just to make sure, if we are resetting it, it's better to really set the elapsed time to 0. So not only we are restarting it, we are also setting the elapsed time to 0. And now, instead of sending hard coding to send 0, we just send the updated elapsed time. So by doing this, this should be pretty close to what we need. So let's refresh the page. I'm just going to start it now. Let's try to reset it while it's working. All right, this is resetting well. Now let's just stop it. Pretty cool. Let's try to reset it. Now it's resetting well. Let's try to start again. And as you can see, this is working pretty well. There's just one thing that we need to adjust here. Let's leave it on for a while. All right, now it's around 15,000 milliseconds. I'm just going to stop it. All right, so I just stop it at 16,000 milliseconds. And if I don't reset it and I just start it again, we need to start from 16,000. But this is not what's gonna happen. Let's try it out. I'm just gonna click start again. And as you can see, it started from 0. So after we stop it once, it is not keeping the time we had before we stopped it. And this would be pretty simple to fix. Let's go to the code again. Let's see why this is happening. So looking at the code, we can see that when we enter this section, it doesn't matter if the clock was running before or not. Every time we enter here, we are just going to get a new start time. So here, instead of getting a new start time, we need to do some tests. We need to know if the clock was running before or not. So this should be pretty simple to do just by using the elapsed time. Because if there's something inside here, it means that the clock was already running. When we reset it, we are just setting it to 0. So it is safe to use the elapsed time. So when it's 0, then we don't need to do anything. We can just start it over. So here, let's create a condition and let's test if we have the elapsed time set to 0. If that's the case, either we never started it or we already reset it. So if that's the case, then we can go ahead and just get a new time. Now, just to make it safe, instead of declaring the elapsed time variable as undefined. Let's set it to 0 in the beginning, just like this. So now the first time we enter here, we have the elapsed time as 0. So we are going to get inside here. So else, which means that we already have something inside the elapsed time. Now, what do we need to do? So let's just save this. Let's go back there to have a little thought about the functionality we need. I'm going to refresh the page. Going down here, I'm just going to start and stop real quick. Right, so now I have around 800 milliseconds. When I start this clock again, how do I add this to the time? I don't want to get that old start time because now it's stopped for a long time. So if we just get that old start time, it is just not going to work. All we need to do is just finding a way of discounting this time. So what we are going to do here, this is a cool workaround to this. We are actually going to do this. So setting a new start time, but we are going to pretend that instead of starting it now, we already started 800 milliseconds ago. So we are just going to get a new time and just discount this to pretend we started 800 milliseconds ago. So this should do the trick. Let's save this. Let's go back there, refresh the page. I'm going to start it. All right, so now it's 1400. Now I'm going to start it again. So as you can see, this is continuing exactly from where we stopped. So now it's 6.4 thousand. Let's start it again. This is working pretty well. Let's stop this. I'm going to reset it now. It's 0. Let's try to start it again. Pretty cool. This seems to be working. Now let's try resetting it while it's working. This is also working fine. Let's try again. Now let's try stopping it and resetting it. So I think we did enough tests. And it's safe to say that the functionality of our stopwatch is working. So this part is done. Now the only thing we need to do is formatting the time. So instead of just showing milliseconds, we need to show it in hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. And this is what we are going to do in the next video. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, we are almost finished with our stopwatch exercise. It is already working very well. We made some tests in the previous video, so we are able to start it, stop it, resetting it, start it again, resetting it while it's working, stopping and restarting it. So this is working just fine. So now the last thing we need to do here is just formatting the milliseconds to hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. This shouldn't be hard to do. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. So right here, when we calculate the elapsed time, instead of just sending it to the stopwatch element, we need to do the formatting. So how do we convert a number of milliseconds into hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds? Well, the first thing we need to go check is that conversion table. So let's go back to the course material. Let's find the date and time lesson. Here it is. I'm just going to hit Ctrl and then click it to open in a different tab. So here it is. Let's go down here. So now we have the number of milliseconds in 1 hour, in 1 minute, and in 1 second. So this is exactly what we need. So let's copy this. Let's take this to our code. So this is the number of milliseconds per hour. Here we have the number of milliseconds per minute. And per second, we know it's 1,000. So per second, we have 1,000 milliseconds. So knowing this, we already have a number in milliseconds. Now we just need to do some calculations. So the first thing we are going to do here is creating a variable for the hours. So now let's declare 3 new variables here, which are going to be hours, minutes, and seconds. So the first thing we need to get is the hours. So hours are going to be the number we have, which is the elapsed time, divided by the amount of milliseconds in 1 hour. So now what do we need to do here? Well, we always want to round the result of this calculation down, because let's say we have less than this amount of milliseconds. If we have less than this, so let's say 1 less, so 359,000, this means that we didn't reach the first hour yet. So if we round it down, the result of this, so let's just give it a try. Let's just copy this. I'm going to open a calculator here. I'm just going to paste this. So let's say it's 1 millisecond before completing an hour. So let's just subtract 1 here. So this is our elapsed time. We didn't reach an hour yet. So what happens when we divide this by the number of milliseconds in 1 hour? So this is going to be 0.99999. So we never reach the first hour. In this case, what do we want to show in the hours? We want to show 0 because we didn't reach the first hour yet. So the way we do this is using the floor method. So math.floor. So no matter if we have 0.1, 0.2, or 0.99999, this is always going to round down. So in this case, our number of hours is going to be 0. Pretty good. We already have the hours. And now what do we do with the rest? So every time we do this operation, we need to keep the remainder. So the remainder, let's also declare this variable. This one, we don't need it. Actually, the hours, minutes, seconds, we don't have to do it. But since we are doing this for all variables, let's just do it like this, so it's more organized. So now the remainder, in the first time, is just going to be the elapsed time minus the number of hours we have multiplied again by the number of milliseconds in 1 hour. So why are we doing this? Well, let's get the calculator back again. Let me just copy this. Let's say this time we had a little bit more than 1 hour. So this is the number. Let's say we were 10 milliseconds above 1 hour. So this was the number we had for the elapsed time. Let's do it like this so we can see the code. Or maybe this. Yeah, this is better. So when we go inside here, this is the elapsed time we have. We're going to divide this by the number of milliseconds in 1 hour. So like this. And this is the result we're going to have. And when we do the floor, when we apply the floor method, instead of getting all this number, we are just going to get 1. So let's remember that we had the elapsed time of 3,6,000,10, and now we are just going to have 1 inside the hours. So if we get the 3,6,000,10 which was the elapsed time we had, and we subtract it by the hours multiplied by the number of milliseconds. So now we have 1 inside here, multiplied by this is just going to be 36000. When we do this, the remainder is going to be 10, which is exactly what we need to have back. So if we had 10 milliseconds above an hour, at this point in our calculation, now we have hours equals 1. So we have 1 inside here, and we also have the remainder of milliseconds here, which is exactly what we want. Now we just need to keep doing this. Now that we have the remainder, let's say we have 1 hour and 3 minutes. Now we just need to, so we have this remainder in milliseconds again. Now we just need to do the same thing for minutes, for seconds, and then at the end, the remainder is just going to be the milliseconds. Let's add the semicolon here. I know at first glance this looks a bit complicated, but actually it isn't. It's just some basic math. If you need, you can just take your time and have a think about what we are doing here. If you need some help, you can always leave your question in the Q&A section. So let's continue with this. So now we already have the hours. So at this point, let's say 1 hour or 0 hours. All right, so now we just need to keep doing this. So we already have the hours and the remainder in milliseconds. Now let's do the same thing for the minutes. So let's just copy this. This time it's going to be a bit different. Let's see why. So now we need to get the minutes, which is going to be math.floor. But now instead of the elapsed time, now we just need to get the number of minutes we have inside the remainder. And this is the number of milliseconds in 1 minute. So let's replace it here, Instead of hours, we are going to use minutes. Now down here, we also need to adjust because we are not working with the elapsed time anymore, since we already got the number of hours and got a remainder. Now down here, we are just working with our remainder. So after we get the minutes, the remainder is just going to be itself minus the number of milliseconds that we put inside here. So you can write it like this, or if you just want to make it shorter, we can use the decremental operator, which is just using the minus equal. Then it's the same thing we had written here. And now for the seconds, it's just going to be the same thing. So let's just copy this. Now that we already got the number of minutes, let's do the same thing for seconds. So this is going to get the remainder. This is going to be the same thing. Let's now get our seconds. So here we have 1000 milliseconds. And here we also have 1000 milliseconds. So now we have everything we need. We have the number of hours, minutes, seconds, and the remainder in the end of it is just going to be the milliseconds. So now let's just create a variable for the formatted time, just so we don't have to write everything inside here. So again, just to keep it organized, we don't need to declare this variable. This is just going to be used right here, but just to make it organized, let's put it here. So the formatted time now is just going to be our hours. So two strings, so we can concatenate things. Then we are going to add a colon. Then we are just going to do the same thing for minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. So hours, minutes, seconds, and the milliseconds is just going to be the remainder. All right, pretty cool. And now instead of just sending the elapsed time to our element, let's send the formatted time. Let's see what happens. Let's see if our crazy calculation is not working. Going back to the page, refreshing it, let's just click start. And now as you can see, this is working fine. So we have the seconds here, we have the milliseconds. Now there's just one last thing that is not good. So it's the same problem we had with the clock challenge, because when we have numbers below 10, we want to add a leading 0. So here, instead of showing 0, we want to show 0, 0, 0, 0, and so on. And fortunately, we already have a function for this, which we made in the date and time lesson. Let's go back here. Let's remember that. Or was it here? No, it was inside the time methods lesson. So as you can see, we had this challenge. This is not working now because I have the code commented, but let's remember that we already created a function to add this 0. So we just need to go back there to get it. So here's in the script. Let's try to find the... If I search for clock, so challenge of lesson 27, here it is. So here we have a function to add a leading 0. We could use it if we had all the code uncommented here. We could just use the function. We wouldn't have to copy it. But since everything is commented and we have a different JavaScript file here, let's just copy it and just place it here. So let's remember that this function not only includes a leading 0, it also converts the number into a string, which is pretty cool. So we just need to execute this function here. So down here, instead of just getting the hours, we are going to pass the hours inside our function, and we don't need the toString anymore. So hours, if it's 0 or 1, it is just going to include a 0 to the left. Let's do the same thing for minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Saving this, going back to our page. So as you can see, now we have 3 minutes 25 elapsed. Let's just stop this, refresh the page. Now let's see if this is any better. I'm going to start it. And now as you can see, we have the leading zeros. So now that we have something less than 10, our function is already adding the 0. And now it's not anymore, so this is working perfectly fine. Let's do a final test here, resetting it, working fine. Let's stop it. Let's see if it's going to continue from where we stopped. Yeah, this is working well. Let's reset it while it's working. So everything seems to be working fine. Let's reset it one more time. Now, this is the only thing that's not working because we are just sending a 0, so we can correct this real quick, going back there. So when we reset our clock, instead of sending the elapsed time, we could just, let's refresh the page, we could just send the string. Just like that. Let's try again. Starting it, if we hit reset, it's working fine. We have no problem. If it stopped and we reset it, as you can see now, this is much better. So that was it. I know it was a lot of work, but I thought it was about time for us to do something a little bit more complex like this. Again, if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Leave your question in the Q&A section. Let me help you out. If you need, you can watch this video again. Just take your time, look at the code. If you're a bit confused on how we did the calculations to transform the milliseconds into hours, minutes, seconds, you can just take your time, look at it, watch the video again. Do not continue until you are completely comfortable with what we've done here. All right? So that was it. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, I'm super excited to be starting this section because now we are going to work in our first project. So far, we've been interacting with the course material, which is very good for learning, but now we will have a chance to apply some of the things we've learned in a real website, or at least a simulated one. So this is the website we are going to be working, and I'm going to show you what we need to do here. So the first thing is the mobile menu. So we have this menu here, and if we go to the inspector to make the screen a bit smaller, you will see that when we reach this point, we don't have the menu anymore. We just have this hamburger icon. So when we click it, we need to be able to see this menu, and we also need to be able to close it. So that's the first thing we are going to do. So going down, we have this element which is very common in web design. This is called an accordion. So maybe we don't want to show all the information at once. So we are just showing mission. And if we click on the other options, so vision, we need to show that this has been selected by using a different background. And we should also change the content down here. So if we click values, you can see that we are changing the content of this element. Going down, we also have this services slider. So here we have a service and a short description of the service. If we click this arrow, we are just going to the next one. When we reach the last one, which is this, if we click here again, it's just going back to the first one. We can also do the same thing going backwards. It's just going to be looping forever. So this is what we need to do in the services section. Then going down here, we have this contact form. I haven't talked about this during the course, and actually we are not going to use JavaScript for this, but I wanted to include this in this project because this is something that many students ask me how to do this. So I just wanted to show you a very simple way of implementing this. You probably want to implement this on your own website or for a customer. So I thought it would be interesting to include it here. So going down, this here in this message is now dynamic, but if you go to the original project, the one I'm including in this lesson, so you download, if you go to the original one and you go down, you can see that this was actually outdated. We had 2018 because we just had a static year. So the last thing we are going to do in the project is just making the year dynamic. So no matter what year we are at, this is always going to be up to date. So that's all we need to do in our project. And before moving on, I'm just going to give you a few tips to make your life easier. So for this first job that we have to do with this menu, if you go inside here, you see that there's a hidden element with the ID of sliding header menu outer. And as you can see, it has a width of 320 and it has the right property set to minus 320. So what you need to do here is just setting it to 0 when you click that button. And when you click the close button, you just need to go back to minus 320 pixels. So this is how this element works. For the About Us section, if you go to the code, you will see that I've left an object here. and two variables, one for the unselected color and another one for the selected color. So this is all you need to solve that. So when you click anything here, so let's say I click this one, you just need to make it selected. And the way you are going to do this is using the selected color for the background. And here's the content that you need to use for each of those options. So the next one is going to be similar, but instead of clicking options, we just have a slider. So here you just need to go to the next one and here to the previous one, and going to the code, you will see that in this case, I just left an array. So here we are starting from the first element, which has an index of 0. So you just have to control it. And every time we click those arrows, you just have to update the index and then just get the information from these objects. So here's the title for the service. Here's the text. And you just have to send to that HTML element. So now this one, like I said, we are not going to use JavaScript. This is a service I'm going to show you. Again, if you want to try to do it by yourself, you can just go to postmail.invotes.com. This is the service that we are going to use. So if you want to give it a try before seeing the solution, just go ahead. It's pretty much self-explanatory. And here, this is very simple. If you go here, let's go to the inspector, you will see that there's a span with an ID of current year. All you need to do is using a date object to show the current year inside this element. So that's it. We have a lot of work to do. This is going to be a lot of fun. So in the next video, I'm going to be back here to start working on this. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, let's get started with our project. And the first thing we are going to do is the mobile menu. So let's go to the inspector to see what I'm talking about. You can go to this device simulator and you can choose any phone. So in this case, I'm using iPhone 6, 7, 8 Plus. And now I'm seeing this hamburger icon. You might be familiar with this. In any website, this hamburger icon serves to open a menu. So if we select it, we can see that it has an ID of hamburger icon. So when we click this, we need to open the menu. So should we design the menu? Actually, I already have a menu here. So if you just go down, you're going to see an element called sliding header menu. So this is how I normally do this. I have this element that has a width of 320 pixels, and I'm setting the right property to -320. So when I want to show this element, I just need to set the right property to 0. And as you can see now, we'll be able to view and use the menu. So this is what we need to do in JavaScript. All right, so let's start the onClick event for this hamburger icon element. So going to Visual Studio Code, I already left a few comments so you can organize the code. So here we're going to write the code for the mobile menu. So let's start with document.getElementById. The ID of this element is hamburger icon, and we are going to set the onClick event. Then we are going to start a function, and inside here we're going to write the code that we want to be executed when this button is clicked. So what we want to do is just getting another element. So this time is not going to be hamburger icon. Let's go back there to see that sliding menu again. So here we have it. This is the ID of the element. It's a bit long, but that's fine. Let's just copy this. So this element We're going to get its style property, then the right property inside the style, and we are just going to set it to 0. With CSS, we always work with strings, so even though this is 0, we just need to pass it as a string. So if we do this, let's save this and let's refresh the page. Now, when we click the button, we can see that now we are applying that style to the sliding header menu, which makes it appear on screen. Now, how do we close it? Well, we have a close button here. So let's see the ID of this element. Here it is, sliding header menu close button. So now anytime we open this menu, we just need to set an event to this button. So now you can do it here, but the problem is that every time you click on the menu, you are going to be setting this event. And in this case, since the element is already there, we are not creating an element when we click the button. If that was the case, we would need to place the event inside here, because anytime we create the whole menu, then we need to set the event again. But in this case, the element is just hidden there. It exists in the DOM, so we can just put it outside here. So document.getElementById. This is the ID of that close button. So on click. Let's copy the rest of it because it's going to be similar. Now, when we do it, we just need to set the right property to -320 again. So -320 pixels. Saving this, refreshing the page. Now we can open the menu and we can close the menu. So this part is done. In the next video, we are going to work in this About Us section. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this video, we are going to work in this About Us section. So what we need to do here, we have 3 different texts for this section. So we have the company's mission, vision, and values. So we don't want to overcrowd our page. So we created something like this so people can only see the ones they want. So if I want to see the company's vision, I can just click here. If I want to see the company's values, I can just click here, and so on. This is a common type of element in web design. So let's see how we can approach this. So what we need to do when I click vision, if you go back to Visual Studio Code, you will see that I've left an object for this section. So what we need to do is just getting the right text. So we have different texts for mission, vision, and values. We just need to get the right text and place inside that element. And there's a second thing that we need to do. We need to change the background of the element that's selected. So if we inspect this, we will see that this is actually just using the same background as down here. It's nothing special. If I copy this and apply to this third tab, you will see that this is what makes it looks like it's selected. So this is what we need to do. So changing the background and also the font weight. As you can see, the one that is selected has a font weight of bold. So if I do font weight bold, we can see that now this is exactly like the one that is selected. So these are the 2 things that we are gonna have to do. So let me just refresh the page. So first thing we need to do is setting the on-click event for all these elements. So probably they have a common class. So let's see this. So we have an element called box tabs, which is the parent element. And each of these elements have a class of single tab. So this is what we need to use to apply the click event to all of them. So I just copy this, and right below here, I'm going to set the event. So this time, let's create a variable called maybe about us tabs. And then we are going to select all those elements. So document.get elements by class name. Let's use that class name. And when we do this, we know that we are going to have an array back with all those elements. So now we just need to set the onClick event for all of them. We know that doing this with pure JavaScript requires a loop. So let's start a for loop. So for a equals 0, a has to be smaller than about us tabs dot length and a plus plus. All right, now we need to select each of these elements. So let's do it like this with an index of a, and then we just need to set the onClick event. Okay, so when we click a tab, we need to know which one was it. So before we continue, let's do a console.log and see what do we have when we use the keyword this. So do you remember what happens to this keyword inside an onClick event? Let's check it out. I'm just saving this, refreshing the page. Let's go to the console. And now I'm going to click it. So as you can see, we are able to get the element that has been clicked. So I'm just going to click vision now. I'm going to click mission. So as you can see, we can get this information. So now what we need to do is getting the inner HTML, because as you can see, we have values, vision, and mission. So we just have to pick the inner HTML so we can get the information from that object. So going back there, you can see that we don't even have to set it to lowercase because the object's property has already been written exactly the same way. So we just need to get it. So let's say clicked value is going to be this dot inner HTML. And now instead of sending only the element to the console, let's try to access this about us object. And as the property, we are just going to use this clicked value. So when we do this, refreshing the page again, if I click values, now I'm getting what's inside that object for the values. If I click vision, the same thing. If I click mission, the same thing. So now we just need to send this inside this element. So this one here has an ID of box text. So document.get element by ID. The ID is box text, and we are going to set its inner HTML to exactly what we just sent to the console. Saving this, refreshing the page. Let's try it out. I'm going to click vision. As you can see, we just changed the content of this element. Let's see values. This time, this is cool because we have a list inside here. And as you can see, this is rendering really well. If I click mission, everything's working. So now what we need to do is just solve the problem of the tabs here. So anytime we click on a tab, so the way we do this, anytime we click on a tab, we are just going to reset the background color of all of them. And then we will just get the one that has been clicked. and we will set the correct background color. So going back to Visual Studio Code, after we change the HTML of the element, inside here, we are going to have to start another loop because now we need to run through all the elements again. So we can just copy this for loop and start it here. Let's change the name of the variable to b so we don't have any conflict. All right, so now when any of those elements are clicked, so this is why we are inside this loop, we are just setting the onClick event for all those elements. So when any of them has a click event, we're just going to start a loop so we can change the background color for all the elements. So here we are just going to use About Us tabs with an index of B. And now we are going to set the style property, then the background color. Remember that since it has a dash, it does not follow the variable naming rules. We can just use the lower camel case for it, or we can just use the braces. So if you want to use the exact name of the style, you can do like this. So background color, it's going to work exactly the same way. So now we are just setting the background color for all of them to the unselected color. So we already have a variable for this. So we just need to copy the name of the variable and use it right here. And now when we finish with this loop, we just need to get the elements that has been clicked. So let's remember that we can access the clicked element using the this keyword. So all we need to do is just using this, then the same thing here. But this time we are going to use the selected color. And we also need to change the font weight. So let's do font weight, which is going to be normal for all the other elements. So this is just pure CSS. And for the clicked element, so this, we are going to set it to bold. So let's save this and let's see if this is working. Refreshing the page. Now when we click any element, we can see that we are simulating this selected effect. But as you can see, all we did was anytime any of these elements are clicked, we are just setting this unselected background color to all of them. And then after doing this, we just get the one that has been clicked and we set the background color to the selected color. So then we have this cool effect of selection and we are updating the HTML inside these elements. One thing, I think I made a mistake here. On my original HTML, I have this longer text, and when I go to Vision and then go back to Mission, as you can see, it's a different text. Well, it doesn't matter much because this is just a simulation, but the correct thing would be to have the same thing I have here. So I'm just going to copy this. Since it starts with the mission selected, I just need to go to the HTML and find the mission. So here it is. And just use the same text. So now if we save this and refresh the page, so this is the text for the mission. I'm just going to go to Vision, Values, and now everything's correct. I already talked about lorem ipsum previously in the course. If you haven't watched this lesson, lorem ipsum is just a simulated text that web designers use just so they can test things without having to write something for real. So if you go to Google and just search for lorem ipsum, You will have many websites that generate this text. So I'm just going to click here. And as you can see, I can generate paragraphs of lorem ipsum. This text doesn't mean anything, but this is very good for testing layouts in web design. So this is why we are using this nonsense text, just so you know where this comes from. Pretty cool. So this section is done. In the next video, we are going to do this services slider. This is similar to what we have here. We also need to change the content here, but instead of clicking on tabs like this, here we have a little slider with an arrow right and arrow left, and we just need to change the content when we click the arrows. So this is going to be very similar, and this is what we are going to do in the next video. I'll see you then. Hey there, welcome back. In this video, we're going to work in this services area. So this is going to be very similar to what we've done here, but here the user could click on any of the items and we would just show the text accordingly. Now this is a bit different because we only have the back and the forward arrows. So what we need to do is just controlling at each element we are, and then going forward or backwards inside our array. So if you go to Visual Studio Code, you will see that this time, instead of having just an object, so let's go up here. You can see that for the About Us, we just have an object with properties. This time we actually have an array. So this is how we are going to control it. If we are on element 0 and we click the forward arrow, we will just go to element 1. So this is going to be simple. We're just going to have a little challenge when we reach the end or the start of the array, but let's leave it for a bit later. Let's start setting the onClick event for the arrows. So going down here, if we go to our page and inspect this element, we can see that we have a service previous and probably service next. Let's see this. And service next. So these are the two buttons that we'll work with. So going back to Visual Studio Code, let's create two variables just so we can organize this a bit better. So var, let's say previous arrow. This is going to be document.getElementById, and the ID of this element is service previous. Let's do the same thing for the next arrow. And here we have service next. All right, so the first thing we need to do is controlling at what index we are now. So we are starting from index 0. This is what it's showing on the page when it's loaded. So we have their web design. So this is element 0. So let's create a variable called current index or something like this, or maybe current service or current service index. It's really up to you. I'm just going to use current service is good. So this is going to start at 0. So now when we click the next arrow, we are going to increment this value. And when we click the previous arrow, we are going to decrement this value. So let's set two events here. So the first one is going to be for the next arrow. Let's get started with this. So next arrow dot on click. We are doing this because we already selected this element here, so it's easier for us. So next arrow dot on click. Let's create a function for this. And now what we need to do is incrementing the current service variable. As you will see a bit later, first, before doing this, we'll need to do a test. But for now, just so we can get the functionality, the basic functionality working, let's just do this. So this is going to be current service plus equals 1. And after doing this, we just need to get the title and text we want. So let's create a variable called title, which is going to be the our services variable with an index of current service. And we want the title property. Let's do the same thing for the text. And now we just need to update our main element. So going back to the page, let's see which element is this. So we have the ID of service text and service title. So let's just copy this. So again, let's also create variables for these elements so we don't have to repeat them in the to events. So var maybe service title area, just so we don't mix with these variables. So service title area is document.getElementById. That's it. And let's do the same thing for the text area. Service text area. And then we have service text. Pretty good. So now we can just do service title area dot inner HTML is going to be the title. And let's do the same thing for the text. So service text area, we receive the text. Let's save this. Let's see if this is working so far. So refreshing the page, we are starting with web design. So when we click the next arrow, now we can see that this is working. We just saw it changing to branding. So let's go see the object to see if this is correct. So branding, it's starting with present or something. As you can see, this is correct. If we click it again, it should change to digital marketing. And the text starts with this nunc word. Let's see this. Digital marketing, nunc. So it seems to be working. Now let's do the same thing for this back arrow. So this is going to be similar. So for the previous arrow, this is going to be the same thing, but instead of incrementing, we are just going to decrement it. So minus equal 1. And the rest of it is just going to be the same thing. So when we click the arrow, we go to the next index or to the previous index, and then we just update the element. So by doing this, refreshing the page, we can go forward, branding, go back to web design. Let's go to digital marketing, go back to branding, go forward again to digital marketing. This is all good until we reach the start or the end of the array. Then we are going to have problems. So if we go to the console, digital marketing is the last one. And if I click this button again, we will have an error. So what's going on here is that when we reach the end of the array and we click next, it's not doing any test. All it's doing is incrementing the value. So when we reach the last item and we increment the index, we're just trying to get an element that doesn't exist. which in this case is index 3. It does not exist in this array. So we just need to do two basic tests for the previous and the next arrows, because if we reach the end or the start of the array, this is going to be a bit different. So let's start with the next arrow. So going back here, when we click it, instead of just incrementing the value, first we should do a test. So if current service is the last index of that array, how do we know what's the last index of an array? Let's remember that the last index is always its length minus 1. So taking a look at this array, the length is 3 and the index of the last element is 2. So no matter the size of an array, the last index is always its length minus 1. So let's just copy the name of this variable. And here, if current service is the same as our services dot length minus 1. So let's put this inside parentheses just so we make sure that we are just going to do this before making the comparison. So if this is true, it means that we just reached the end of the array. So in this case, instead of incrementing the value, we are just going to set it to 0 again. So current service is going to be 0. Otherwise, we can just increment it. So doing this, let's test before we do it to the previous arrow. So refreshing the page, second element, third element, this is the last one. So when we click this arrow again, it's just going back to the start. It identified that we are already at the last index, so it just went to 0 again. So we can do this as many times as we want, and this is always going to work. Now we need to do the same thing for the previous arrow. So we can just copy this. Now this is going to be the code for the else. And this time what we need to test is if current service is 0. So I'm just going to cut this with Ctrl X. And if current service is 0, it means that we just reached the start of the array. Instead of decrementing it, what we are going to do is setting it to the last element. So what is the last element? Well, it's the array's length minus 1. So when we reach the start of the array, we are just going to set it to the end again. Saving this, refreshing the page, we are at the first element. Let's try to go back. So we are going to the last element. So let's do some tests. Reach the end of the array, click next, this is working well, clicking back, this is working well. So no matter the size of this array, we can even make a test here. Let's try to add another element. So the title is going to be test service. We can do this just to see if this is working. Saving this, refreshing the page. Second element, third element. Now the last one is the one we just tested. I just wrote it wrong, but that's okay because that's a test. So we can see that this is working no matter how many elements we have. If you want to add more services, this is still going to work. So when I click next, it's just going to the beginning of the array. If I'm at the start and I click back, it's just going to the last element. So this is working well and this one is done. So I'm just going to erase this test, refresh the page. Now this is good. We are making some progress. Now, in the next video, we are going to work in this contact form. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to put this contact form to work, and for this we won't be writing any JavaScript. Actually, we are not going to be doing any coding. We just need to adjust our HTML a little bit and this is going to work. But the reason why I have included this in this project is because this is something very common and very useful. If you have your own website or you're doing websites for other people, it's very likely that you have to do something like this. So I just wanted to show you a simple way of doing it. If you want to build a contact form from scratch and do your own code, this is going to be a bit more complicated. You won't be able to do it in JavaScript in the front end. You will need a back-end language like PHP or C#. If you want to do it in JavaScript, you will need something like Node.js. So this is a bit more complicated, but I thought it would be interesting to show you an easy way. So for this, we are going to use a service called Postmail. So you can go to postmail.invotes.com. This service is going to do all the backend work for us, so we won't have to worry about anything. Just one thing that I need to tell you before we get started, as this is a free service, don't expect this to be very safe, don't expect this to be very reliable. Sometimes this is just not working. So if you are doing this for a website that will have many contact requests per day, maybe this is not the best option. But if you have a website with just a few people contacting you like 2-3 times a week, then I think this service is going to work really well for you. So to get started, we just need to inform our email and we will get an access token. So let's do this. So I just put my email, and if I go to my email, I've just received an access token. Pretty good. Let me copy this. And now going back to the page, like I said, we won't have to write any JavaScript. We just need to go to the actual HTML form. So going to Visual Studio Code, let's go to the HTML file and let's find this form. So here it is. Here's the contact form. I'm just going to zoom this out a little bit so we can see it better. I think this is good. Now I'm just going to leave this access token here. So let's go back there to see how we can set this up. So I'm just going back to the start page again. And as you can see, all we need to do is just copying their form. So they have a few hidden fields. I'm gonna talk about them in a minute. Let's just copy this and take it to our code. So this is the form. I'm just going to leave this here. So Shift-Alt-A to comment all this. And I'm just going to use their form instead. So if you're doing this in your own project, just be a bit careful because as you can see, I'm already using the same ID as them. So my CSS is not going to be affected. The form is still going to render very well on the page. So just be a bit careful with this. And now I just pasted this, and this form is a bit different from the one we had. As you can see, we had full name, email, and message. And this one has only message and subject, but we are going to adjust this in a minute. So the first thing we need to do is using the actual access token. So here it is. So here we have a hidden field with the name of access token. We just need to change its value to the access token we received. Pretty good. And that's it. If we wanted to use these fields, that's all we need to do. So I'm just going to save this. And now going back to our page, I'm going to refresh this. So as you can see, the CSS is okay because I'm using the same ID I had before. So let's test this out. I'm just going to send a test email for myself. Since I used my email address to get this access token, this is where they are going to send this message to. So just going to write testing in votes. I'm going to hit send. And now I just got an error message here. Something just went wrong with the service. And like I said, there are a few downsides of using a free service. But what I've realized is that sometimes they just do not update that code on the front page. So let me just go back here. If you see that error, what you can do, instead of getting this form here, you can go to your email, go to the email where you received the access token, and go to this link at the bottom. So here you can make a few changes to your account. So here you have the code for the contact form already with the access token. So let's just get this. And this is actually a bit better because this is going to come with a few commented fields here where you can change a few things like the reply to email or other things. So we can just copy this. As you can see, there's also a JavaScript, but this is optional. We don't have to use it for now. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to use this form instead. If you use the one from the front page and it worked, that's fine. If not, if you got the same error as I did, you can just go here and try this other one. So I just copy this. Let me go back there and now let's replace the form. Now I have another one that's a bit bigger. Let's just organize the indentation here a little bit. All right, this is better. So now again, subject, message, let's try again. I'm just going to save this. Now refreshing the page, let's try again. So the subject is going to be test. Just going to write testing. Post mail. I'm just going to click send. And now this is working. If I go to my email now, you can see that I've successfully received the message sent from the website. But now we need to adjust a few things because we don't want to go to their front page after we send the message. So let's go back here. Going to the code, let's also remove this. So going back to our code. So here's the form. So here's the powered by message. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. It's, as you can see here, this is not required, but if you want to help them out, you can just leave it there. So here's where the user is going to be redirected in case of success. So if the message is successfully sent, you can just go back to your front page, to the front page of your website. And if there's an error, you can also show a specific error message so the user knows that the message wasn't sent. In our case, We won't be able to use this because this must use a website that's published online and our project is just hosted in our computer. So just to make a test so you see how this works, we're just going to use Google's website. So https:// let's just write Google's front page here. So google.com. Let's use the same one for the error message. So if you were doing this for a real website, all you had to do was just put in the address you want to redirect the person, if the email was sent successfully, and if you want a specific URL for the error message, you can also set one here. So for our example, let's use Google and let's see if this is better. Refreshing the page, let's try again. So test 2, redirect to Google. I'm just going to send this message. And now it seems that everything went well. We were just redirected to Google. And if we go to our mailbox, we can see that we are getting the messages correctly. So this is fine. This one is done. I just want to show you that, as I said, we have a few other things that we can do with this. So we can set the reply to email. And here they are explaining that we can add more fields. So if you want to add a phone number, you can do it. In our case, we had some different fields like full name and email, and we didn't have a subject. So for this example, let's just add the full name and email to our form. So let's get this example field that they are giving us. So we have the subject. Let's leave the subject. Let's just add the full name and the email. So let's change the name to full name and the placeholder as well. Full name, and let's do the same thing for the email address. So email and email address. Let's save this. Let's see if this is still working. Going back to our page, now we have a bigger form. So let's test subject of message, full name. I'm just going to write my name, email address, and a test message. If we click send, the redirect worked correctly. If I go to the inbox, you will see that the subject is here, and inside the message, this is still not working. We are just getting the message. So let's see, why is this happening? All right, so as you can see, we need to use the extra prefix. So let's use this extra before the names of the fields. So for the email, let's use extra email, and for the full name, extra full name. Let's save this and let's try again. So now again, my name, let's send it again. Now let's check if the fields were included. And now, as you can see, we have the test message and the 2 extra fields we have included are here. So we have the full name and the email of the person. So pretty good. So as you can see, very easily, we just put this contact form to work. Of course, the code that they had on the front page did not work. We just had to go to the link they sent through the email. So this is the downside of using a free service. Sometimes things like this happen, but that's fine. We just put it to work. And like I said, sometimes this is just not going to work. The service may be down for a few minutes, but if you have a website with only a few contact attempts per week, I think this service is a very good option. So this part is done, and we just have a very simple thing to do to end this first project, which is the year in this copyright message. So we are going to do this in the next video. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this video we need to adjust the year in our copyright message because as you can see this is a little outdated. So this happens when you use a static year. So if you go to the HTML of my website, you can just go all the way to the bottom. You will see that I just typed in the year. So now I'm recording this video in 2020. So this is outdated. So if you do it like this, you'll have to go back here every year and update it. And this is not the best way to do it. So the best way to do it is just erasing this year. And here we have an element with the ID of current year. So we are going to use JavaScript to make it dynamic. So I'm just going to save this. If I refresh the page now, you will see that now the year is gone. So what we need to do is when we load the page, let me just zoom in again. So here's the code for the footer. All we need to do is just select that element. So that element has the ID of current year. So we will just set the inner HTML for a new date object. And as you know, this is going to return a lot of information. We don't want all that information. We just want the year. So there's a method that we can apply, which is the get full year. So that's pretty much it. Now, if we save this and refresh the page, we can see that now we have the year. So we don't have to worry about this anymore. Every year, this is going to be updated by itself, and this will always be correct. So that was all for this first project. Let's do a quick recap of what we've done here. So we started with the hamburger menu. So if we go to the mobile size, so there's this icon that's very common in many websites online. You probably have seen this already. So when we click this, we can see the mobile menu. We can close it. So this is pretty cool. We also have this element that's also very common in web design, which is called an accordion. So we can click on elements and see the content inside. We also have a slider here, which is also something very common in web design. This has nothing to do with JavaScript, but I just wanted to show you how to implement a simple contact form in your website. So this can be useful to use it in your own site or just offering this to your clients. And the last thing we did was pretty simple, was just making this year dynamic. So this was just to give you an opportunity to work on a real website, which is different from just interacting with the course material like we've been doing. So I hope you liked it, and we still have a lot more to learn, so I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome to a new section of the course. Now we are going to start learning jQuery. jQuery is a JavaScript library or framework that simplifies the language. So with jQuery, we are going to need less lines of code than we would need if we were using pure JavaScript. So let's see a basic example of changing the background of all elements that have a given class. So here is the example with vanilla JavaScript. By the way, vanilla JavaScript is the name used for pure JavaScript with no libraries, which is exactly what we've been doing up to this point in the course. So you may be familiar with this structure. So first we select all elements with this class. Then we are going to have an array. Then we need to start a loop to run through all elements of this array and then set the background color for each of them. So as you can see, we need many lines of code. With jQuery, we just need one line of code. So this is the syntax using jQuery. We select the element, use the CSS method, then we just inform the property and the value we want. With jQuery, we can manipulate the DOM and the CSS of elements. We can track events, create effects, animations, and etc. jQuery runs on all browsers, and you can find thousands of plugins online that are based on jQuery. I'm going to show you some of them. So with those plugins, we can easily create cool stuff like photo galleries, grids, sliders, pop-ups, form validation, and much more. So before we jump into all these great things, let's see how we can install jQuery on our project. So the first thing we need to do is creating a link to the JS file that contains all the code for this library. So for this, we are going to go to this link. And here we need to download one of these versions. We are going to use this compressed production jQuery, which by the time I'm recording this video is on version 3.5.1. So this is the one we are going to need. If you click this, you will see that you have all the code for this library. It seems like crazy stuff, but this is just because this is a minified JavaScript file. As you can see, it's min.min.js. So there are no spaces or line breaks. This is why it looks like this. But if it wasn't the minified file, let's check it out. So this is the uncompressed version. As you can see, this looks much more like the code we've been writing so far. So if you want, you can just copy all this code, not this, but the compressed version that's going to load much faster. So you can copy all this and create a JavaScript file with the same name. But I think this is a little bit more complicated. I think the easiest way to get started with jQuery is using a CDN link. So if you go down here, you will see that jQuery, or this JS file that we need, is hosted online on a few places. So let's use Google's CDN. If you click here, then we go to this link. So as you can see, Google is already hosting the JS file we need. So we don't need to have it inside our project. We can just get it from the internet. So let's copy this script. So Ctrl C, and going back to our code, let's go to the HTML file we are at the moment. And let's remember that we place the script tags at the end of our body element. So here's the link for the JS file, the scripts.js file. But with jQuery is a bit different. The best place to include the script tag is not here. It is actually at the top of the page inside the head element. So the first thing inside the head element is going to be the link to jQuery. And the reason for this is that all those plugins I've mentioned are going to need jQuery, so we need to make sure that this is going to be loaded before any other script in our page. So by placing it here, we avoid such problem. So that's all we need to get started with jQuery. As I've said, if you want, you can just go here to your JS folder. You can start a new file and copy all that code so you have the file on your computer. This is actually safer. When you're working on other projects, it's always good to have the jQuery file inside your project, but here for this course, it's not necessary. This link is reliable. This is never going to be down or removed, so we can just use this for our examples. So by doing this, we already have jQuery installed and we can start using it. Now don't forget to save the file, and you don't have to worry about the other HTML files of this section. If you go inside them, you will see that I already included the link to jQuery. I just left it undone on the first one so we could do it together. So now we have jQuery being loaded on all our pages for this section, so we can start working with jQuery. So let's go back to the browser. Let's go back to our course material, and in the first lesson, we are going to start learning the jQuery syntax. I'll see you then. Hey everybody, continuing with jQuery. In this lesson, we are going to learn its syntax. So almost everything we do with jQuery is going to start with a $sign. So the basic syntax of jQuery is the $, then a selector, dot, and action, open and close parentheses. So let's look at this with more detail. So first, let's talk about the selector. So to select elements using jQuery, we use pretty much the same selectors we use with CSS. So if you want to select all elements with a class of example, you can just do it like this. So dot example, so same thing as CSS. If you want to select all P elements, you can just use P. If you want to select an element with the ID of hamburger icon, you can use the hashtag, so just like you do it with CSS. And the actions mentioned above are jQuery methods. So let's start learning a few of these methods. And in this first example, we are going to hide all these elements. So let's go to the inspector and see what they have in common. So they all have this class of example. We also have this button with an ID of hide. So when we click this button, we are going to hide all elements with a class of example. So let's go to Visual Studio Code to see how can we do this with jQuery. So let's remember that in the previous lesson, we made the link to jQuery. So now we have it loaded in our page, so we can start using its methods. So let's start with a $sign. As I've mentioned, pretty much everything we do with jQuery is going to start with a $sign. So how do we select elements with jQuery? Well, the first thing we want to do is selecting that button with an ID of hide. So we can do it like this, so using the same selector as we would do in CSS. And now to set the onClick event, it's a bit different in jQuery than in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, the name of this event is onClick, but in jQuery, the name of the event is just click. We are going to talk about events with more details in the next lessons. So the name of the event is just click. And the way we do it is also a bit different. So in JavaScript, we would use the equal sign and then create a function. But with jQuery, this is a bit different. The click is actually a method. So we should just open and close parentheses like this. And inside this method, we need to pass the function that we want to be executed when this click event is detected. So the way we do it is just creating a function inside here. So function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces, and then let's press enter so we can get started here. So every time you see jQuery code, you will see that normally it ends with this curly braces, parentheses, and semicolon. So it may be a bit complicated, but if we do it like we just did, so like this, then it's not complicated anymore because we can see that the function is actually an argument inside this click method. So this is the argument of the function, and then we just break lines so we can write the code for this function inside here. So this is what's gonna happen every time it detects the click event in this button. So what do we want to do? We just want to hide all elements with a class of example. So this is pretty simple to do with jQuery. So again, $, open and close parentheses. To select all elements with that class, we just use the CSS selector, so dot example. And again, this is a bit different in JavaScript. We would use the style property, but with jQuery, the name of the property is CSS. And then this is also a method. So the way this method works is the following. We are going to pass two arguments. The first argument is going to be the name of the CSS property. So the name of the property is display. And the second argument is the value. So the value is going to be none. So by doing this, it is just going to set display none. Let's see if this is working. Let's save this. Refresh the page. So now when we click hide, we can see that all those elements are now gone. So in this example, we can see that with jQuery, we can simplify things. Of course, in the beginning, it's a bit more complicated because the syntax is a bit different than what we are used to in JavaScript, but we are using way less lines of code to do this. Let's remember that to do this in JavaScript, we would need to start a loop, and this was going to be much more complicated. So with jQuery, this is way easier to do, but actually we can even simplify it a bit more. And this is because jQuery already has a hide method. So we don't even need to set CSS display none because jQuery has a hide method that is going to do exactly the same thing. So going back to our code, instead of setting CSS display none, we can just call the hide method that is going to do exactly the same thing. So let's save this. Let's refresh the page and try it again. So as you can see, we have the same result with just this very short code. If you want to learn more ways of selecting elements with jQuery, I've just included this table where you can see a few more ways of selecting elements. So if you want to be more specific, like instead of selecting all elements with a class of example, if you just want to select all div elements with that class, you can do it like this. So this is pretty much what we do in CSS. So same thing, if you want to select the first li element inside every ul element, this is how you do it. So if you use a space, this means that the li here is the child of the ul, and then we're just using this pseudo first child class. So here we have a few more interesting examples. So if we want to do something with just the even elements or the odd elements, so let's say we have this table. Let's inspect this table just to check it out. We have these table rows, which are the tr elements. If we want to do something just with the even ones, so 0, 2, 4, 6, we could select it like this with jQuery. We could also do the same thing with the odd rows. So again, this is just CSS selector. So pretty much everything you can do with CSS, you can also do with jQuery to select elements. So this was all I wanted to show you for now. We are going to have more opportunities to practice using jQuery to do a lot of cool stuff. Now, just one last note that I wanted to leave here before we finish this lesson. Being a bit confused at this point is normal. So we've been working with pure JavaScript or vanilla JavaScript in the past few lessons. We've done many exercises and examples. We've done a project using JavaScript. And now we're just changing the way we write code. So I know it can be a bit confusing. Like, let's see these examples here. In JavaScript, if we want to set the onClick event, we just do onClick equals and then the function. And with jQuery, it's a bit different. The name of the event is not onClick, but click, and the function goes inside the parentheses. And the same thing for changing the CSS with JavaScript. We've just used the element.style.property and then the value after the equal sign. But with jQuery, the name of the method is CSS, and inside it we pass two arguments, one for the property and one for the value. So this is slightly different. I know it can be a bit confusing, but don't worry too much because in a short period of time, jQuery's syntax is going to become natural to you. From this moment on, we are going to use much more jQuery than pure JavaScript. So while jQuery's syntax does not become natural to you, don't forget that Google is always there for us anytime we have any doubts. So if you are unsure about how to use the onClick event in jQuery, you can just go to Google and type jQuery onClick event, and then you can just click in the first search result, or even better, we have a result for W3 schools, which we are familiar with. We know the explanations are great. So as you can see, this is right here. There's no need to worry. You can just copy this, paste it in your code, and use the click event. So that was all I wanted to say for now. In the next video, we are going to start learning how to do DOM manipulation with jQuery. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in the previous lesson, we learned how to select HTML elements using jQuery. Now let's see how we can change their content. So we are going to start with the HTML method, which is equivalent to the inner HTML property. So let's see how it works. To get started, we are going to work with this paragraph. So let me go to the inspector. So this paragraph has an ID of sample text. So let's try to get its inner HTML and also change it. I'm just going to copy this. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. So here, let's create a variable called content. And now I'm just going to use jQuery to select this element. So this is how we select an element by the ID. And now I can just call the HTML method. And if I don't pass any argument inside here, it is just going to get the content. So now let's do a console.log with the content. Let's go back there and see what happens. Let me go to the console first. I'm going to refresh the page. And now we can see that using the HTML method, we were able to get the content of that element. All right, now let's see how we can use the same method to change the HTML content. So going back to Visual Studio Code, I'm going to do the same thing. So select the element and call the HTML method. But this time I'm going to pass an argument here. So I'm just going to write new content. And if I do this and refresh the page, we can see that the content has been changed. So besides the HTML method, we also have the text method, but this one is a bit different. So as you can see here, we copied everything that was inside that paragraph, and we had this B element, which is used to turn this text into bold. So we had the B element around this word. This is why this is showing in bold like this. If we don't want to get HTML tags, we just want plain text, we can use the text method instead. So this time, this paragraph has an ID of sample text only. So let's go back there. And now let's do something similar here. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to use text content. So the element I'm getting this time is called sample text only. So if I get the HTML, we know what's going to happen. Let me just comment all this. Refresh the page. If we do this, we can see that we just got the same thing. So here we have that HTML element, but instead, if we use the text method, refreshing the page, we can see that now we just got the text. So this method ignores the HTML tags. And as we will see in the next lessons, sometimes it can be very useful to just get the text. Now moving on to the next method, this one is called attr, or you can also call it the attribute method. So as the name suggests, it is used to get the attribute of HTML elements, such as the src of an image or the href of a link. So here we have a link. Let's inspect this to check what do we have inside. So here's the ID of this link. Let's just copy this. This time I'm not going to go to Visual Studio Code because I just want to show you that with jQuery, you can also write it directly in the console, just like you do it with plain JavaScript. So I'm going to use jQuery to select that element. So like this, don't forget the hashtag for IDs. And now I'm going to use attr, and this is going to be similar, but this time we always need at least one argument. And the argument is the name of the attribute. So this time, we just want to get the href of that link. So just passing one argument, it is just going to get the href. But instead, if we pass two arguments, so the first one is the attribute we want to work with, and the second one is going to be the new value we want to set to this attribute. So this time I'm just going to write https:// I'm just going to use Udemy's website, so udemy.com. And when we do this, let's inspect that link again. If we click it, we can see that we just changed the href of this element. So now let's use the same method to change the src of this image, and let's do this when we press the button. So here we have a button called change image. Let's just copy this and take it to Visual Studio Code. And the image that we want to change has an ID of image or imagem. This is in Portuguese, so image.js. Let me just copy this. Alright, so before going ahead and getting a new image, let's just prepare the structure for this. So going to Visual Studio Code, let's set a click event to that button. So that button has an ID of change image. So with jQuery, the name of the event is click instead of on click. And we know that this is a method, so we open and close parentheses. We can use semicolon here. So inside this method, we are going to pass the function that is going to be executed when this event is detected. So function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. So inside here, we just write the code we want to be executed. So what do we want to do? We just want to get that image that has this ID. And we are going to apply the attr method. And the first argument is the attributes we want to work with. So this time is the source of that image. And the second value is going to be the value we want to set. So let's go to Google Images and search for another JavaScript image. I'm just going to write JavaScript logo or something like this. So let's get a different one. So this one is good for our example. I'm just going to choose copy image address. And now going to Visual Studio Code, I'm just going to paste this link here. I'm going to save this and refreshing the page. When we click the button, we can see that we just changed the image. So this opens a new door for us in terms of possibilities to interact with the DOM. Now, after we do this, now this button is useless because this is only going to work in the first time. So one cool thing that we can do here, let's go back there. After changing the image, we can just hide that button. So with jQuery, it's very easy to do this. We can just select the button and use the hide method from jQuery. So saving this, we can just click in the button and then we just change the source of the image and now the button is hidden. Now before we finish, let's just see two more methods, which are the empty and remove methods. So let's say we just want to get rid of this element here. Let's see the ID of this element. So it has the ID of empty paragraph. So using plain JavaScript, we could just set the inner HTML to an empty string. We can also do this with jQuery. So we would just use the HTML method and just pass an empty string. If we do this, let's go to the console and just copy this. So as you can see, we just erase the content of this element. But maybe we want to completely remove this element, or maybe we just want to hide it and then show it later. So we have a few options with jQuery. So the first one is the empty method. So we don't have to pass an empty string. We can actually just use this method that's going to be exactly the same thing. So if we do this, as you can see, we just erase the content of this element. If you want to completely remove this paragraph, you can use the remove method. So if you do this, as you can see, now we don't see the black background anymore because now the element is gone. And the third option, we already talked about the hide method. So this can be useful if you just want to hide it now, but then maybe you are going to use it later again. So you don't want to erase the content or remove the elements. So in this case, you can just use the hide method. And the opposite of the hide method, we are going to talk more about this later, is the show method. So when we do this, the only thing jQuery does is setting the display of that element to none. So anytime we want it back, we can just call the show method, and now we have this element back again. So those are the most important and most used methods to interact with HTML elements. Of course, there are more, but that was all I wanted to say for now. And in the next video, we are going to talk a little bit more about forms. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, earlier in the course, we learned how to work with different types of form fields with JavaScript. Now let's see how we can do the same thing using jQuery. So let's start by the val method, which is used to get or change the value of form fields. So here I have an input. Let's see what's the ID of this input. So here it is. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. And now again, let's create a variable. I'm going to call it content input. So let's go back to our page. As you can see, I already have something written here. This is not the placeholder. This is actually the value. I can write it again just to make sure. So here's my name. So going back here, let's use jQuery to select this element. So let's use the ID, and then let's use the val method. And again, as you can see, there's a logic behind jQuery. So pretty much everything we do is very similar. So we are not passing anything, any argument here. So what it's going to do is just getting the value for us. So let's do console.log. And let's see what we have inside this variable. I'm also going to copy this so we can make some tests. So saving this, refreshing the page. Let's go to the console. So as you can see, we just got the value inside this field. So now let's change this. I'm just going to change this to John Doe, for example. And now we have a different value in this field. So if we call this method again, now we were able to get its value. So now following the same logic, if we pass an argument instead, so I'm just going to pass a name, so Peter Green, for example. Now we just changed the value inside this field using jQuery. Now let's see some other field types. So let's start by the select box. If we want to get the selected value, we can use the same method. So let's see the ID of this element. So here it is. It's called options. So I'm just going to select this element. And then if I call the val method, we can see that we were able to get the value. This is OPT1 because as you can see, one thing is the text inside this element, so the HTML content, and one thing is the value. So what we did now is just getting the value. If we just want to get the text that it's selected, so in this case beach, let's remember that with JavaScript it was a little complicated. We needed to get the index and then just select the option and get the inner HTML. But with jQuery, it's more simple because jQuery is very good to select elements. Since we can use CSS selectors, this is as easy as doing this. So let's just get the options element. And now inside it, if we add a space here, then we are selecting the children of this element. So the children of this element are the option elements. And then we just want the one that has the selected attribute. So if we do this and then just call the text method, as you can see, with just one line of code, we were able to get the selected text. So now let's select a different one. So mountain. Let's run the same code again. And now we have the text of the selected option. So now let's try to do something. Every time we change this element, let's send this text to the console. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. So here we have that options element. So we are going to track the change event. So in jQuery, the name of the event is not onChange, but change. So change. And again, this is a method. So open and close parentheses to execute the method, semicolon to end this statement. And inside here, we need a function. So function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. And inside here, what we want to do is just getting the value every time it changes. So let's create a new variable called new value. And going back to what we've just done. So let's get this selector. Pretty good. And now let's just send it to the console just for testing purposes. Let's send this variable. And now refreshing the page. Every time we select a different option, so mountain, as you can see, we are getting the text inside it and sending it to the console. So city, beach, this is pretty cool, and we are using much less lines of code than if we were working with vanilla JavaScript. Alright, so moving forward, let's see how we can work with radio buttons. So this is going to be similar. All we need to do is adjust the selector. So let's go to Visual Studio Code again. First, let's see what they have in common. So we have a form, and inside the form, we have input, field types with the name of gender. So this is what they all have in common, and this is what we are going to use in our code. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. And now instead of selecting the options, we are just going to select any input that has the name of gender. So anytime we detect a change on these elements, we are going to execute something. So just to see if this is working, let's just do console.log and let's just send something like changed. This is something I like to do to see if this is working. So let me save this. So again, the selector we used here is just pure CSS. If you're familiar with CSS, you know that you can select elements by using attributes, using the braces. So let's go back there. I'm going to save this and let's try to change. First, let me go to the console. I'm just going to change it now. So as you can see, it is detecting the change event. So changed again. Pretty cool. Now we want to get the value. So inside here, let's use the same selector. So we want to get the input, but we just need the one that has the checked attribute. So we can just do it like this. And then again, the val method. So when we do this, let's go back there, refresh the page. Every time we change it, now we are getting the value. So F, none, M. So if we inspect these elements, we can see that these values are the ones inside the value attribute. But what if we just want the text? Well, let's see how it is in HTML. With radio buttons, it's a bit more complicated because as you can see, the text is not part of this element. So this is not inside an attribute. This is not the content of the element. Maybe it's a little bit better to see it in the HTML file. So let's just go to this file. So jQuery forms. So here we have the radio button. So as you can see, we have an input that starts here and ends here. And then we just have this text here that is not part of the element. So how can we get it? Well, this is easy to do if we use a parent element. So in this case, I just wrapped every input field with a span. So this way, instead of getting the val attribute, I'm just going to use a method called parent. So in jQuery, this method is going to select the parent of this element. So in this case, the parent of this input field is this span. All right, so what happens if we get the HTML of this span? Let's try it out. So when I click a different one, as you can see, we are able to get all the HTML inside this span. But this is not what we want. We just want this value. How can we do this? Well, let's remember that we also have the text method that is just going to ignore any HTML tags. So it is just going to ignore all this, which is exactly what we need. So instead of using the HTML method, we are going to use the text method. So when we do this, now when we change values, we can see that we were able to just get the text that is next to these input fields. So male, female, and not informed. So now let's break this video into two parts because I don't want it to get too long. Now I want to talk about check boxes, which is going to be similar, but since we can choose multiple items at the same time, I think it's better to talk about it in a separate video. So I'll see you then. Hey everyone, let's continue talking about forms. Now we are going to talk about check boxes. So this is going to be very similar to radio buttons, but since we can choose multiple items at the same time, I thought it would be interesting to show you how to do loops with jQuery. So let's inspect this element. As you can see, they have a name of interest. So they all have this name. So here it is. Name interest. So this is how we are going to select them. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. And we can just copy this. But this time the name is interest. So every time there's a change, we are going to do something. So again, let's just do console.log just to make sure that this is working. So changed, saving this, refreshing the page. Let's go to the console. Now I'm just going to select an option. So as you can see, it is detecting the event. So this is working. I'm just going to unselect it. So again, pretty cool. So now we are safe to move forward. Now I'm going to start a new variable called selected check boxes. And I'm going to use the same selector we've used with the radio buttons. So the same thing we had here, but only the ones that have the checked attribute. So now let's do console.log. And let's see what we have inside it. Now let's select one. So as you can see, we have this thing here, which is not exactly an array, but it has a length, it has the elements. So now let's select another one. So here it is. Now the length is 2 and we have 2 elements here. So if we just want to work with each of these elements separately, we know that we can use a loop. So why not using a jQuery loop? So this is what I want to show you how to do. So now we already know that inside this variable we have an array. Now with jQuery, there's a loop called each, which is similar to the for each loop. So each. So again, this is a method. So open and close parentheses, semicolon at the end, and inside it, we need to pass some arguments. So the first argument that we need to pass first is the array in which we will be iterating. So in this case is this selected checkboxes array. And now the second argument is going to be a function. So what do we want to do at every iteration of this loop? So for this, we're going to start a function. So open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. And now one cool thing that we can do here, we can get the index and we can get the value. So let's pass 2 arguments inside this function. So one is going to be called index and one is going to be called value. So just to test this out, let's do console.log and let's just send the index to see what do we have here. So saving this, refreshing the page, let's select any checkbox here. So this one. So as you can see, we just have this one selected. Now if I unselect it, now we don't have any. I'm going to select this one. So now it's showing 0 again, because if you think about it, now we only have one option again. So we only have one array with one element. So now I'm going to select another one. So now we have index 0 and index 1. Now I'm going to select the third one. So now we have 0, 1, and 2. So every time we do this, we are just getting the indexes of these options. Pretty cool. Now let's do it differently. Instead of using the index, let's just use the value. So now let me select one element. So front end development, as you can see, it is getting the whole element. Now I'm going to select another one, and now our array has 2 elements and we are getting the values, which are the HTML elements. So here we have this one that has the value of DFE and this one that is DBE. Well, what if we just want to get the text? So let's remember that we have these elements. They are wrapped inside a span element. So we have this text here. So how can we do this? Well, let's go to Visual Studio Code. So instead of just sending the value, which we know it's an HTML element, let's use jQuery to select this element like this. And let's try to use the parent method. So let's do it like this and let's see what do we have in the console. So saving this, refreshing the page. I'm going to select the first one. So now, as you can see, we were able to select that span. So now let's move one step forward. Let's try to get the HTML content of that span. So doing it like this, step by step. Let's try it again. Getting this, now we just got the full HTML of that span. And now if we just want that text, we know that instead of using the HTML method, we can use the text method. So when we do this, if we select this one, now we were able to just get the text. So now we got nothing. Now back-end development, and web design, and so on. So I know this part might seem a bit complicated at the moment, but we are going to practice this in the next project. We are going to focus on working with forms. So I know that this is going to become very intuitive for you. So that was all I wanted to say for now. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in the beginning of this section, we've learned how to change the CSS of elements by using the CSS method. So this is how we use it. We just call the method and then we pass the property and the value we want to apply. In this case, for setting the display to none, we also learned that we can simplify it by using the hide method. But what happens if we want to set multiple properties at the same time? If that's the case, maybe it's better to add a class, so then you can set all the properties in CSS and then just add the class to an element. So here we have this paragraph, and this paragraph has the class of normal. So let's inspect this. So here it is. It has a class of normal and the ID is example paragraph. So if we get this paragraph and add a class of styling, let's see what happens. If we do this, as you can see, we completely changed this paragraph. This is because on my CSS file, I have a class called styling where I set all these different styles. So now how can we do this with jQuery? Let's put these buttons to work. So the paragraph we want to change is called example paragraph. Let's take this to the code. And then the buttons are the add class, remove class, and toggle class. So these are the methods we are going to use. We can add or remove class or just toggle classes. In this case, it can be very useful because we don't have to test if an element has a class or not, something that would have to be done in pure JavaScript. But with jQuery, we don't have to worry about this. We can just use the toggle class method, as we are going to see in a moment. So let's get started with the add class and remove class. So going to Visual Studio Code, let's start with the add class. So I'm just going to copy some click event from up here. This one is fine. All right, so now the button that we want to set the click event to is called add class. It has an ID of add class. And when we click this button, we just want to get this example paragraph, which is an ID like this. And then we are going to use the add class method. And then the argument we pass here is the class we want to add. In this case, the name of the class is styling. Now let's do the same thing for the remove class button. So we have a button called remove class. And in this case, we just want to remove the styling class. So let's save this. Let's see what happens. Refreshing the page. Now it's back to normal again. If I click add class, you can see that we can completely change this element just by adding a class. If I click here again, that's fine. jQuery doesn't care. It's just not going to do anything. And the same thing for the remove. Now that it has this class, if I click here, we can see that the class has been removed. And when we click here again, just nothing is going to happen. So we can keep playing with this. But now instead of doing this with two buttons and sometimes one or the other are not going to work, so if I already have the class, then this button does not work anymore. We don't need to do this. We can actually use just one button because there's also the toggle class method. So let's go back there and we have a button called toggle class. So here, toggle. Refreshing the page. And now this method is cool because it's testing if the element has the class or not. If the element has the class, it is going to remove it. If the element does not have the class, it is going to add it. So this is pretty cool. And as you can see, we only need one button to keep toggling this. So that was all that I wanted to say for now. In the next few lessons, we are going to go back to this and do a cool example. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video, we're gonna talk about jQuery events. We already used some of them, like the click event, and we know that they are slightly different than in vanilla JavaScript. So their names are a bit different, but as you can see on this table, the main difference is that on jQuery, we don't have the on before the event. So the onClick event in JavaScript is going to be click in jQuery and so on. But we also know that the way we set the event is also a bit different. So instead of using the equal sign and then a function, we know that in jQuery, we should use the function as an argument of the method. So the event is a method, and as an argument, we are going to pass the function that's going to be executed when the event is detected. Now, always remember that if you are a bit confused with this syntax, always do it step by step. So first, you select the element you want. So let's say it's an element with the ID of example, and then the name of the event, which is click. Now, before doing anything, you just open and close parentheses and include the semicolon. That's the basic syntax. Inside here, we need a function. So function, open and close parentheses for the arguments, if there are any. Open and close curly braces where we are going to place the code. So this is step 2. And now step 3, we just hit enter and we are going to write our code inside here. So if you do it like this, you will never be confused. Now let's talk about an interesting event, which is the ready event. So in web development, many problems are caused because the script tries to interact with an element that hasn't been loaded yet. So we can avoid this by using the ready event. So this means that first we are going to wait for, in this case, the document to be loaded, or in this case to be ready, and only after that we are going to try to do anything with the DOM. So let's get this and bring it to our script. So one thing that's common to do, instead of writing everything like we did, of course we did not include this because we weren't using jQuery, but when you start a project with jQuery, it is normal to first use the ready event for the document, and then all your code is going to be written inside here. So nothing is going to be executed before we make sure that the page was fully loaded, which is good. This is going to avoid many problems. And this is so important that there's even a simpler way to write this. So this is how we write the same thing. I know this is not very intuitive. We can't look at this and figure out that this is actually a ready event on the document object. I know that, but this is exactly the same thing that we have above. So this is shorter. So let's get this one and let's replace it here. So in jQuery, this is the same thing of setting the ready event to the document object. So when we do this, we won't have the problem I've just mentioned. So every time we start a project, we are going to start like this, and then all the code for our page is going to be written inside here. So now I can just erase this. I'm going to add a comment because, like I said, this is not very intuitive what this is doing. So just a reminder that this is the ready event for the document object. And now we can add another comment inside here, and we could write add all the code of your page inside here. Okay. Now we don't need this for now. I just wanted to show you this. So Shift Alt A to comment everything. And now going back to the course material, one more thing I want to talk about before we finish is the on method. So this method is an alternative way of working with events. So in this case, as you can see, instead of using the name of the event as the name of the method is going to be on. So then in this case, instead of just passing a function, we need two arguments. The first one is going to be the name of the event inside quotation marks, and the second argument is going to be the function. So again, let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's write this step by step. So first, the selector for the element. For this example, I'm just going to write element, and now the name of the method, which in this case is on. So what we do now, open and close parentheses, semicolon. Now inside here, we need two arguments. The first argument is the name of the event. In this case, let's use click as an example. And the second argument is going to be the function. So function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. And now that this is organized, now that we see that we are doing everything right, we can break the line and start writing the code for this event. So this is another way of using events, and at a first glance, it seems that there's no advantages in doing this. Why would we make it more complicated if we can just use the name of the event instead of doing it like this and then having to pass two arguments? But actually, this is very good if we want to set multiple events at the same time. So in this example, we are setting 3 events at the same time, and we just have to select the element once. So here, let's go back to the code. And the way we are going to write this, if we have multiple events, is a bit different. So let me erase everything. In this case, we are going to pass an object. So here we have an object. Now we can break the line. So what is an object? Is a set of key value pairs. So the keys are going to be the names of the events. In this case, we don't need quotation marks. So the first key or property of this object is going to be the click event. So then we separate keys and values on objects with a colon, and the value is going to be the function. So function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces, and this is how we write the on method with multiple events. So inside here is the code to be executed. And now the cool thing of doing this is that if we want to set multiple events, we just use comma and then we can list as many events as we want. So we can do like this and set another one. Let's say the mouse enter event. And we are doing this by selecting the element only once. So if you're setting multiple events at the same time, it is a good idea to use the on method. Now, before we finish, I have a challenge for you. So here we have an input field with the ID of full name. Let's inspect this element. So here it is, an input field with an ID of full name. And right next to it, we have a hidden button. So if you go to the HTML here, you will see that we have a button with the display set to none. If I remove this, now we can see the button. So it's here, but it's hidden. So what I want you to do here is the following. So the button is going to start hidden. Now it's hidden. So when you start writing something, I want you to show the button. And I want you to do this using jQuery and events. But if for some reason I erase what's here, so I already wrote something and now I want to see the button. So this is what I want to see in case I wrote something. But if I erase everything and the field is empty again, I want you to hide the button again. So in other words, if there's some name written inside here, I want to see the button. If there's nothing written inside here, I don't want to see the button. So let's see how you solve this problem using jQuery and events. In the next video, I'm going to be back here to solve this in video. I'll see you then. Hey everyone, in this video, I'm going to solve the challenge I've proposed in the previous lesson. So here, we need to use jQuery and events. If we go up, we can see that we have a few events we can use in this case. So for this challenge, I would use something like the key press or key up, but we know that we can also use the change event for form fields. So let's try to solve this using the change event. So going down here, the ID of this element is full name. So let's select it and set the change event. So this is the ID, and now the name of the event is change. Open and close parentheses, semicolon. Now let's pass the function inside here. And now before we think about the logic of hiding the button again, if the field is empty, let's just make it show to get started. So here there's a button with the ID of submit and we want to show it. So we know that we can use jQuery's method called show. So the ID is submit and we want to show it. Let's do it like this, save this, refresh the page. Now I just went inside it, and when I type something, so I'm typing something and nothing is happening. Now let's click outside of the field, and now we can see that the button appeared. So this is normal. When you are doing a work like this, you should test which event is going to fit better. So in this case, I didn't like the change event because it only detects the change when I click out of it, and this is not what I want. So when I write the first letter, I want to see the button. So instead of using the change event, let's try to use the key down event. So going to the code, so instead of change, let's use the key down. Saving this, refreshing the page. Now I just clicked inside and I'm going to press a key of my keyboard. And now we can see that this is working better. But now I just erased what I had here. And in this case, I want to hide the button again. So how do we do this? Well, we know that we can see what's inside here, what's written inside this field using the val method. So let's use an if statement, and to make this cooler and shorter, let's use the ternary if. So what we are going to do here is just getting full name dot val, and if we get an empty string, this is going to evaluate as false. So in this case, I just want to hide that button. Otherwise, so colon, then in this case, I want to show the button. So with just this line of code, we will be able to do the job. So let's save this. Refresh the page. Now let's try again. Let's go to the console to see if we have any error. So I'm going to press a letter. So now we have stuff inside, but it seems that it's not working well. So let's try to do it differently. So if val is the same as an empty string, then we are going to hide the button. Let's see if this works better now. Refreshing the page. Now this seems to be working better. So now let's erase everything again. This is still not working very well. And why is this? Well, so when I press the button before realizing that there's something here, it is going to get an empty value. So this is why this is not working very well. This is why when I erase it, now it's showing the submit, and when it was empty and I typed the first letter, now I don't see the button. This seems to be wrong, but this is actually just one detail, because instead of using the key down event, we should be using the key up. So only when we release the key, it is going to make this test to decide what to do with the button. So if we do this, this is going to be much better. So now let's type A, and now we are seeing the button. Let's keep pressing. So now we have a lot of things written inside here. So now I'm going to start erasing everything, erasing. And when I erase the last letter, I'm just going to hold down the button. So now I'm still holding it. And when I release the button, so now I'm going to release it, then it makes the test. So this is the perfect functionality. And like I said, when you're doing a job like this is what you should do. You should test it until you get it right. So this is how I would solve this. Just one thing that I wanted to say before we finish. If you maybe got confused with this, with the ternary if, let's remember that this is just a different way of writing this. So what we did was if the value of this field is empty, then we want to hide the button. Else we want to show the button. So let me comment this just so we can test if the same thing is happening. Refreshing the page. So as you can see, we have the same functionality. So this is just a different way of writing if statements. This way we write less lines of code, but I know it can be a bit confusing if you're not used to this. So that was all for this challenge. I hope you liked it, and if you have any questions, you can leave it in the Q&A section and I will be glad to help you out. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna talk about effects. We already learned a few examples of effects like the hide method. In this lesson we're going to learn a few more, and we are also going to learn how to customize our effects. So let's get started talking about speed and callback function. So normally when we use the hide method, we don't pass any argument. So let's start with this example. There's this hide button, which has the ID of hide button. And if we want to hide it after clicking, the way we would do this is just selecting it, then setting the click event, and now let's select it again. And just use the hide method. So this is considered to be an effect. And this is going to be clear when we start customizing it. So let's save this, refresh the page, let's click it, and as you can see, we were able to do it without any problem. But let's say we want this transition from showing and not showing to be slower. So one argument we can pass is the speed. So we can pass a speed in milliseconds, which is going to be the time that it's going to take to complete the action. So for this example, let's try 2 seconds. So this is going to be 2000 milliseconds. So going back there, instead of just using it like this, let's try to pass a time. So now 2 seconds. Let's save this. Refresh the page. Let's see what happens. Let's click hide. And as you can see, this was a bit slower. Let's try again with maybe 4 seconds so we can see it better. So 4. Refresh the page. Let's click it. And now we can see it fading until it's completely hidden. So this is a pretty cool way of customizing our effects. Now the second argument we can use on effects is a callback function. So this is just a function that's going to be executed when this method has finished. So in this case, we are taking 4 seconds to hide the button, and when this is completely finished, we can pass a function to execute something. So let's go back there and let's add a second argument to this hide method. So comma, and now a function. So now when this is over, I have a text here that it's hidden at the moment. The ID is hidden text. If we uncheck this property, we can see that we also have this text. So what we're going to do is after we hide the button, let's show this text. So let's copy this ID. And now let's just get this text and show it. So since we are using it as a callback function, this is only going to be executed when this method is finished. So let's see how this is going to work. Refreshing the page, I'm going to click hide. It's going to take 4 seconds. It's fading. Now it's hidden, and now we show the text, which is different if we had this code outside here. Now let's try again. So let's click hide. It's still hiding the button, but it already showed the text. And why is this happening? Well, this is happening because JavaScript is an asynchronous language. So this means that one operation doesn't have to wait for the previous one to finish to be executed. We can execute multiple operations at the same time. So when we click to hide the button, it starts that operation and then it just goes to the next one. If we don't want this, if we want this second operation to start the first one to finish, then we can use it as a callback function. So this is why we placed it inside here. And this time, it's only going to be executed when this one finishes. Now let's learn another interesting effect we can use, which is the toggle. So the same way we had the toggle class, we can also use toggle to toggle between hide and show. So this is interesting in an element like this. So this is just simulating like a frequently asked questions section. So if we go to Apple's website, I think I showed you this once, but let's see it again. Let me just go to the iPhone. Let's see if we can find some frequently asked questions. Let's go down here. Not here. Let's try to buy it. Alright, so here we have a few questions, and as you can see, it is not showing the answers. Only after I click on it, it's showing. If I click it again, it's hiding. So what this is doing is just using the hide and show methods by using the toggle. So we can keep toggling between hiding and showing this element, and this is exactly what we are going to do in this example. So let's inspect this. So here we have this arrow button here. Let's copy the ID of it. Let's set a click event to this element. And now every time we click it, what we are going to do is just toggling this content area. So here we have an element with the ID of tab content. So tab content, we don't have to control if it's showing or not showing. We can just use the toggle method, and it is going to do all the work for us. So saving this, refreshing the page. When I click here, now it's hiding. I click again, it's showing. We can keep doing this forever. To make it even cooler, I have a class called flip, and when you add the flip class to the toggle tab element, it is going to rotate 180 degrees. So I'm just going to simulate it here. Let's add a class of flip. Look what's going to happen with the arrow. So now we just turned it 180 degrees. So let's also toggle this class every time we click it. So going back to the code, let's just copy this. And now the name of the element is toggle tab. And what we want to do with it is just toggle a class, and the name of the class is flip. So if it doesn't have that class, it's just going to add it. If it already has the class, it is going to remove it, which is exactly what we want in this case. So saving this, going back there, let's try again. And now this is even cooler. So we can do this using the hide and show or toggle methods. And we also have a few other methods. So maybe you just want it to be different. So instead of just hiding and showing it like this, maybe you just want it to slide up. So jQuery has also some interesting effects that you can use. So instead of using hide and show, let's try slide up and slide down. And in this case, it's just going to do the same thing, but instead of just hiding and showing, there's a sliding effect. So let's use the slide toggle instead of the toggle, like this. And now let's see the difference. Let's try again. And now, as you can see, there's this effect, which, if I'm not wrong, it's exactly what Apple is using here. Yeah, so This is just using the slide effect, which is exactly what we are applying here. There's also the fade in and fade out, which is going to lower the opacity before hiding it. So again, let's try the fade toggle to see the difference. Let's try again. And now you can see that it's fading. So this is up to you. In this case, I think the slide toggle is better for this kind of element, but depending on what you're doing, maybe the fade toggle is going to work better for you. So as you can see, jQuery makes our lives easier because we can do these cool things with just a few lines of code. Of course, everything that we are doing here would be possible to do in pure JavaScript, but we would need much more lines of code and some logic. And with jQuery, it's so easy to implement these things. So before we finish this lesson, I just wanted to say that when we talk about passing the time, so like this, we are passing 2000 milliseconds. In jQuery, you can also use the slow and fast words. So maybe if you see some example out there on the internet, you will see instead of using milliseconds, using slow or fast. So just so you know, if you use slow, jQuery is going to use 600 milliseconds. And if you type fast, jQuery is going to use 200 milliseconds. If you don't type anything, so most of the times we are not going to type anything like here. We are just using toggle, we are just using show. So every time we use these methods without passing any number, jQuery is using the default value of 400 milliseconds. So I thought it would be interesting to mention this. So that was all for now. I'll see you in the next video. Hi everybody, in this video we're gonna talk about the animate method. In the previous video we saw some cool effects that we can do with jQuery. So we learned how to hide and show elements, and we learned how to do this using a fade effect or a sliding effect. But what if we don't want to just hide and show elements, but we want to change other CSS properties? Well, to do this, we can just use the animate method. So this is how we write it. So here's the element, then comes the animate method, and inside here we are going to pass 3 arguments. So the first one is an object with the properties and values that we want to change. We don't need to change one property at a time. As this is an object, we can list as many properties and values we want. The second and third arguments are optional. So this one is the speed. We know that if we don't pass anything, it's just going to use the default speed of 400 milliseconds. And the third argument is a callback function. So if we want to execute something after this method finishes, then we can pass a callback function. So let's see an example. Let's leave these two out for now. Let's see an example with just passing the properties. So here we have a button, and I want to enlarge the square every time I click this button. So let's see what's the ID of it. So the ID is animate, and we also have this square, which has the ID of square. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. So the first thing is setting the click event to the animate button. So dot click. And now when we click the button, let's select that square. And let's apply the animate method. So again, step by step, open and close parentheses. Now inside here, one of the arguments that we can pass here is an object composed of properties and values. So let's start this object here, which is going to be the properties and values. Then the time is optional. In this case, I'm just going to pass a time, let's say 500 milliseconds. So now inside here, I want to enlarge that square. So I need to get its width and I need to increase it. So this means that first I need to get its current width to increment it. But with jQuery, this is actually very easy to do because we can write it like this. So width, for the CSS properties, we don't need to use quotation marks here. So we can just write it like this. So this is the property of this object, and the value associated to it is just going to be what we want. So in this case, 20 pixels, but what we want here is incrementing this value. So we can just do it like this. It is going to get its current width and just increment 20 pixels every time we click the button. So now let's do the same thing here. So copying all this, and let's do the same thing for the height. Saving this. Refreshing the page. Let's click the button. And now this is not working. Let's see what is wrong here. Well, when I selected the square element, I just forgot the hashtag. So let's include it now. Let's try again. So enlarge the square. As you can see, it is just increasing the width and the height of this element. And I don't know if you noticed, but first it is doing the width animation and then the height. This is because when we use the animate method like this in sequence, even though JavaScript is asynchronous, like I've mentioned, but with the animate method, this is an exception. Every time we use animate methods like this in sequence, the browser is going to wait for one animate method to finish to do the other. So if we increase this time, we are going to see this a bit better. So let's increase this time to 1 second. Let's try to increase it a bit more. Let's say 50 pixels at each time. Let's try it again. So first the width, then the height. It's not doing at the same time. So first the width, then the height. All right, and what if we want to do both at the same time? Well, we can just go back there. Let's remember that this is an object. So we could just do it like this. So this is one element of this object. It's one property and value. So then we can just use comma, and then come with another property and value for this object. So now I can just comment this. And if we do this, it is just going to do both at the same time. So depending on what you want, you can do it like this, both inside the same method. So like this, it is just going to execute both at the same time. Or if you want to do the first part first and then the second, you can use two animate methods. And then this one is just going to start when the first one finishes. So just two important things that I want to mention before we finish. Most CSS properties can be animated except colors. Okay, so if you try to do this by changing the color of an element, nothing is going to happen, because colors cannot be used inside this method. And the second thing is that the CSS properties that don't follow the variable naming rules, they have to be written in the lower camel case style. So if you want to change, let's say, the padding left of an element, you can just do like this. So let's try it out now. I'm going to copy this, and inside here, I also want to increase the padding left. So since this is not following the variable naming rules, I'm just going to write it like this, using the lower camel case style. Okay, let's see if this is working. Going to refresh the page, clicking. And now we are not seeing it very well because I used padding. But as you can see, this is not a square anymore because it just added padding. So instead of doing this, so we can see it better, I'm just going to use margin for our example. So then we are actually going to see the square moving. So I'm going to increase the margin left. So let's try it now. As you can see, it is increasing the width and the height of the square and also adding some margin, which is really cool. If you spend some time here, you can do very cool things using the animate method. So that was all I wanted to say for now. I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye.